Okay. Okay, gonna try breathing. And let's hope we don't have a series of running blackouts tonight. And I thank Peter for checking into the fact we were able to retrieve what we did. And Derek Talley, of course, will be expected to help us open the show with a health update, which he reminded me of by his cough there. And let's see now. Okay.
Derek, let me ask you a question. Did you go for the facial surgery that you were planning?
No.
Not yet?
No, but I tried to postpone it, and what my ear, nose, and throat doctor said he was going to do was just see how it's looking in a couple of months. So I got in December I'm going to be going back, and we're going to look, because I may not have to do the surgery, so I'm not going to do it if I don't have to.
Mm-hmm. I thought so. It's not necessary. There are other ways,
I may not,
but again, do some research, and you will know what to do. Everything will be fine thereafter.
That's right. And Marcus Griggs,
going chop shopping in your body. I mean, granted, I think so, oftentimes they do this because they want to get the kids to their university and whatnot.
Yeah. It's true. So go on. Yeah.
But whatever you can find out, I would say look for anything that's the most minimally invasive.
Yeah.
As far as
that's my plan, because they told me, for one thing, I don't even know what lymph nodes are, but if I got them, the thought of removing them kind of disturbs me. But then they told me that I could have some it's possible that I could have some facial deformities from it, and I said, nah, I'm not really into that.
Derek, that exercise I showed you, do it vigorously, Derek. That exercise I show you, if you get up to 45 minutes doing it, lymph does not have a pump. The body does not have a pump for lymph. So when you do that exercise, you're pumping your lymph. And it moves the lymph, it cleans the lymph nodes and clears them. So that exercise is a must for anybody, but particularly if one is suffering from something lymphatic.
Yeah, exactly. And I thank you for showing me that exercise. And I have been doing it, and I'm trying to get up to 45 minutes a day. But then I've been going to the pool a lot too, and I've been doing some different underwater stuff, which seems to kind of help. And I noticed that I talked to an aunt of mine who had cancer, and she was telling me to take some iron, and I actually didn't have iron. So I had some zinc, so I started taking some zinc, and then I noticed that the swollen part of my face has become a lot softer since I've been taking that zinc. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But
zinc is a good preventative. I don't know all its properties, but it's good for preventing corona, according to a doctor friend of mine. I can give us an update on corona from this doctor who's on the front lines of it.
Yeah, that would be great. Actually, I'm interested to hear that.
Should I do it right now?
Yeah.
All right. Is Douglas with us?
Yes, I'm concentrating on the insanity
of
the new fucking Facebook format, which sucks cock. No, really, it sucks ass.
Okay, this is what I found out from a doctor friend who's a lung specialist, what do you call it, pulmonary specialist, and he's on the front lines of coronavirus in the ICU. He even got it, he said. He said he tested positive for it, and he got over it. He was off his job for 2 weeks. And basically he said that the testing, according to him, the testing is much more effective. It was like, say, maybe 30% effective. Now he says it's 70% effective. Those same numbers apply to, he says, we can save 70 to 75% of the people who have coronavirus. He says, or I guess what you would call that get hospitalized for it. In the beginning, they could only save about 30% of the people. He recommends vitamin A, vitamin C, and zinc. And he said that of the people who are now dying of coronavirus have comorbid issues. They're either very old, but their immune systems are compromised and or failing. So those are the ones who are dying. And he said he networks with his colleagues, and he did not mention the hydroxychloroquine, but he mentioned there are ways to prevent it and monitor it and control it. This is not a vaccine, but it's just to control it. They're going to try and get a vaccine, in which case all doctors who treat, I think all doctors will have to be required to be vaccinated, or they won't be able to practice. And I think he said it will apply to certain people in certain official capacities, perhaps airlines people. I don't know what people. This is just what's coming down the skinny line. And he said that the second wave is going to hit much harder. He's saying this from a medical viewpoint. This also aligns with astrological projections that say it will last until February. Wow. The virus or the Pluto-Saturn Jupiter conjunction will happen again in November, right after the day after the election. So the virus theoretically will, shit will hit the fan then. And he said it will be much bigger. And he was using projections from the so-called Spanish flu, or the American Army and Navy flu.
Yeah.
Now, if we project from that, and I'm looking at statistics right here off the internet. Right now, in the United States, we have almost 182, not quite 182,000 deaths. Now, it says that, now I know Douglas has other figures, but what it says here on the fact check on the internet, USA Today, I asked the question, 20 to 50 million people were killed in the second wave, 3 to 5 million people in the first wave. If the projection is 10 times, which that essentially is, 10 times, that would mean, according to the deaths, this is deaths, we have 182, that would mean just under 2 million people in the United States would die, and just under, or just over 8 million people in the global would die, which is really nothing in terms of the overall population. It's a very small, it's less than, less than 2%. I think it's, in the United States, it would be less than 1% in the United States of people dying. Now, that's assuming that this projection is correct. I don't necessarily think the coronavirus and what happened with the Spanish flu is similar as they seem to apply with the second wave. Right. That's an assumption to me, but then again, I'm not detailed on this. I know Douglas says probably quite correctly. I mean, 200 to 300 million people were killed worldwide with the Spanish flu.
Right. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was 200 million killed, and at least 100 million who were impacted the rest of their lives, to the point where their lives were shortened by about 10 to 15 years, a decade and a half or so. So
how many people died in the first wave of the Spanish flu?
It was something like, that's where they use the moderate numbers. It was the more moderate numbers that you hear whenever they talk about that, and they say all the people died in the Spanish flu, and they bring up like 30 to 60 to 90 million. That was the first wave, and then the rest, which was like 120 million, died with the second wave, which was far deadlier, which pretty much at that point they had the media so locked down that they erased it from history. It was just never even entered in the history books. But as I said, they've... there's evidence of it when you care to look. I mean, in major cities, this will happen every time that they'll crack open the tarp on some parking lot, and then every once in a while they'll say, oh, look, a mass grave. And it's a recent mass grave. It's not like an Indian burial ground. It's like shit from the Spanish flu era. And so literally from World War I. And these are like just bodies. There's no coffins because the people who made the coffins died in the first few weeks, and so there was no one left to make coffins, and they just like used the big land movers just to bury all kinds of bodies. Then other places you'll find like the real cheap pine coffins that people made at home, and that'll be for like babies and infants' bodies and shit. And they're buried en masse with just thousands of other bodies that'll be under.
This is where robots come in very handy.
Mm-hmm.
To bury the dead.
Yeah, but we're having nowhere near those fatality rates as we did with the weaponized American Army and Navy flu. Anyhow, let me get back to this. What I'm doing here. Try to get this done because with the new format, it's nigh impossible. It's just it's mind-bogglingly impossible. And for some reason, I can no longer. With the old format, I could change the text on the Instagram posts that Selena Khan had published, but with the new format, I cannot. So it's just another frustration. We'll see if we can get around that at some point in the future. Selena and I might figure out something, but right now, nothing. They got that neat 3D option, which I would like to take advantage of at some point, and I'll have to have her show me how to use it. But couldn't do it today. It was just too much going on. Okay, so let me see if I can find the right text for this, and here we are. That'll help. Edit post. Copy and paste. And other than that, just a few minutes to the top of the hour. Everyone do continue contributing.
All right. Well, I found out Italy had supposedly gotten hit by a storm. It was like an ice storm.
Wow.
And I think there was a town that was completely submerged. Let me check my timeline because I've been posting all these interesting things on my timeline.
Mm-hmm. Great.
But yeah, the city's completely submerged. It's like it's insane.
Wow.
So I suspect we're gonna find a lot more of this happening. Yeah, this was Verona, Italy, on August 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, I gotta go pick up my son from work right quick.
Uh-huh.
The last time I did that, my phone kept disconnecting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna leave my phone here at the house and leave it plugged up so it doesn't interfere with the show. And then I'll catch up with everything when I come back. So I'll probably be like 10, 15 minutes.
Yes, let us know when you're back. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right.
Okay, good man. All right, now let me see if I can refresh this page.
We also have. I also noticed the day after the the Beirut explosion, there was a massive fire in a Dubai airport. I think in UAE there was a fire. Nobody got killed, but it just was a massive fire. This is pretty interesting. You see, 2020 seems to be the year of shit, exploding and burning down for some reason. A very fiery year, it seems.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Anyhow, so Selena, bounce off of him. Give us, help us, for bandwidth in that regard. Why is this not getting a? Why is it fetching that stupid icon instead of the icon it should be fetching? Okay, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Let's see. Well, we do what we can. Okay, hopefully the link works and people just go for that. And let me pin that to the top of the page. And go to the next one. And so is Selena with us?
Yeah, she's on mute.
Oh, okay.
I found something interesting actually the other day, and this is pretty intriguing. I found what you would call a one of those Asian hornets, those murder hornets.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was walking through Silver Lake Park, and like right across the street, I noticed like I'd stop my walk in the park because they were doing like pesticide spraying and they had like the signs up and shit. And stupid Staten Island, they don't put the signs outside of the park. By the time you're inside the park and you're already exposed to this shit, then you look on one of those lampposts and you see like the signs up, because everything's done like half-ass backwards in New York City. But no, it really is. It's just horrendous. But
New York is fine. I don't think it's that backwards.
What?
Not that I live here, but I find everything is fine. Probably just me.
well, you're on a different part of New York, of course. You are on Long Island, so you're in a better part. You're in a better part of New York. So, yeah. So, but I get it. So go on, James. Yes.
Well, anyway, I managed to. What I did was I collected the sample and I decided to put it in a glass jar. I noticed on the New York website for invasive species they didn't have the murder hornet, so I had actually sent their government office a picture of the murder hornet that I'd found, and I had told them that they might want to update their registry, because those things are supposedly, they claim that 7 of them were found in Washington State. But nobody said anything about them coming to New York. I actually have. I don't know if I'm the first person who has one, but I mean.
Well, I can share some. I don't know what it was, whether or not it was hornets, but I can share some strange experience that I had. Like a year and a half ago. Basically, I go into this nature and I'll behind my house, and then so I come back home. Suddenly I feel like I have fever. I feel feverish. My eyes are hurting. So I remember, a lot of bugs. It was summer, so basically I was bitten by bugs. I didn't realize it. So what it was. So next morning I wake up. My right eye swells so bad. It's just blood coming out. And then it's pus in it. I completely thought that I'm done with life. I will have one eye. So I'm preparing myself, and then I, as usual, I'm back to work, and then I go see this client. He's like, "Why are you? It's in the evening, so like 7 in the evening. I go there. He's like, "Why are you wearing glasses?" I said, "I just have some problem and all this." So. I didn't go see the doctor. I told my brother, he said, go to the emergency, go eye surgery or something. So anyway, so I stayed like that. And then 7 days later, everything was gone. But it was a very painful experience. I was bitten by some, I don't know, bees, some kinds. I don't know what could it be.
You might have an allergic reaction.
No, it swelled so bad. It was painful.
Yeah, you probably should have went to the emergency room right away, because if you had a reaction that extreme, then there's a possibility that, had it been any more severe, you would have gone into anaphylactic shock.
Right.
Really?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. Well, I want everyone to know we're at the top of the hour, and thank you, all of you, for bringing us there. And it's 1 minute after the top of the hour, which is perfect, and I want to officially start transmission, and we have with us, of course, a wonderful roundtable, as always, and in the chat room we have Marcus Grick saying, "Hey guys," and I guess I'll wait for Derek to come back before I relay the message from Marcus about asking about his taste buds. Yeah, they're slowly coming back. Yeah, he's back to... eating and gaining weight. So Marcus Grix is talking about snow floods, right? Yes. And Maria Grigorich says, hello, everyone. So, hey, Lady Maria. Love you dearly. And let's see now. Faustina Egoian says, awesome. This is the first time YouTube has allowed me to hear live. I love all you men and women. I've learned so much and saddened by the fires. I was raised in Richmond, California. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you for sharing that, honey. Marcus Grick says, doing well, can't complain. and he's welcoming Faustina, and salutations to us all. Yes, Maria Gregor says, don't mess with any bite. Yes, when you have any bite, yeah, do go to an emergency room. Well, especially if you're reacting like that, that's pretty extreme. You don't want to go into the anaphylactic shock, which is always possible if you're reacting that visibly. So aside from all of that, we have, of course, before I work my way to Peter Moon, we have the lovely lady Selina Khan, who of course is a realtor. Now I want to emphasize that because that's so much different from just a real estate agent. It's kind of like the difference between a CPA and a certified public accountant, between them and some regular bookkeeper. So she's definitely a superhero in that field.
Whoa, Douglas, that's quite a hyperbole, but
Yeah.
it's okay. I'm just a realtor trying to make a living and support myself, and I enjoy my work.
Yes,
And
with,
so
with
that's
Douglas
pretty much
Elliman.
it.
Yes, she works with Douglas Elliman Real Estate, and so everybody do check it out. She has videos on YouTube of homes that she's selling. So those of you who want to live on Staten Island or own property there,
No,
yes.
don't come out here.
Oh yeah, not Staten Island. I'm so sorry,
No,
Long
I've
Island.
been,
Long Island.
Jameson, I've been to Staten Island so many times, and I used to have a friend that she was cheating on her husband, and then basically ended up with a man, and it was like very could have been worse, but her husband found out, and then we were all hanging out, and I was the friend and the boyfriend, and all of us just drinking and all this. So her husband just showed up. So fortunately nothing happened. So yeah, I've been there many times, and it's a nice place. What is
Well,
it that you don't like?
it's not the place. It's the fact that nobody out here knows how to fucking drive.
Have you ever been to Queens, New York City?
Yep.
And yeah.
I've been to the Bronx. I've been to Brooklyn. I've been to all the 5 boroughs.
No, I'm talking about driving and what people do there. It just every time I go there, I just pray to God that I come back home safe, not like end up in half dead. And they will cut you off. They will curse you. And they will give you dirty looks and middle fingers and all this. But there are good people. I do have relatives there too. So yeah, there are all kinds of things happening. It happens actually everywhere.
Okay, thank you for sharing that, both of you. And of course, we have with us, now that you've heard both the Grandma Dame Selina Khan, realtor for Douglas Elliman, and Jameson Reese. He's our man on Staten Island and our resident correspondent from New York. But of course, all of these individuals they're all in the greater New York City region, and that includes Mr. Peter Moon. And he is, of course, my official biographer in a very real sense. He's working with myself on a trilogy of books. This is an opportune time, an astrological window that he and I will be finalizing some paperwork in. And so I will be, of course, as a irresponsible and incompetent adult, attempting to ascertain and process what he's sharing with me, and he'll help me along the way. At any rate, he is the investigative editorial author and Project Montauk Maestro, whom you can visit at the timetraveleducationcenter.com and pay your respects at well, hell, I used to have his Facebook timeline, in front of me, but I guess that's changed with something happened in the text again with the formatting that I'm reading from when it comes to reading from Facebook. I think more important than visiting him on Facebook, of course, you can just, actually, he's very difficult to find.
I have it here, Douglas. It's facebook.com/peter.moon.566.
Thank you. For those of you who want to pay your respects there. At any rate, he's most importantly the man who maintains all 250 books that he's published in print at skybooksusa.com. So over and above all else, go to skybooksusa.com, and he'd rather have you visit there than anywhere else. Whether it was Facebook or TimeTravelEducationCenter.com. So with that, I think Brendan Zogit is butt dialing me again. He's at work, and oh my God, obviously I'm not going to answer because that would throw us off this call. But you know, that's cute, and it's just part of the nature of everything that's going on today, where you know they're changing the format for everything so that nothing fucking works. And it's other than that, it's just been a pisser all the way around. Website went down today and changed its format completely, and everything else you can imagine. So with that, of course, and my inability to, again, for all those reasons, prepare anything for tonight, we have everybody here to buy us time. Peter Moon, most preeminent among us, and what I'm going to do is have Peter Moon introduce the topic, the subject matter, and we'll take it from there. And so, Peter Moon, tell us about what... oh, here we are. You know, before you do anything, Peter, it looks like it wasn't a butt dial. He's apparently in some kind of distress. So let me call him and bring him on. That way he can tell us all his problem. Let's add Brendan Zogit, since he's anxious to come on, and see if he's willing to talk about whatever it is on air. Last time he was in the laundromat, you get the impression he spends his entire life in a goddamn laundry. He should have been born Chinese in the frontier west. Okay, son, we're live. We're live streaming now. So if you want to share whatever it is you want to share with the general public who's listening to us, you're welcome to do so. Brendan? Okay, I know he's on. Okay, that was okay. I guess he didn't want to share. That was it. Okay.
Hello.
Oh,
hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah. How are you?
Hello, Air Dietrich. Yes.
Yes, we're live streaming, and how are you?
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh my God, I forgot.
Oh yeah. How? Yeah.
I'm on my lunch break at work.
Oh, okay.
So apologies for crashing the show.
Oh no. We always love you here, and you know. So say hello to everyone. Jameson, Peter Moon, Selena Khan. You know.
Hey, Brendan.
Hello, everybody. Yes. Hi, Selena. Hello.
Hi, Brandon. Good to hear you.
Hello, Jameson. I think that was Jameson. And Peter Moon, of course.
Hey, Brendan.
Yeah. And so, was there anything was it private, or was it something you're willing to share with the world?
Oh, I just saw your call and I called back.
Oh, I was calling you back after you butt dialed me at the laundromat.
Oh, that's right. Okay, there we go.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my bad then.
Oh, no worries.
I don't know why I forgot about the transmission. Usually I remember.
Oh, yeah. Well, if there's anything you want to share with us about venting, catharting, you're on lunch break, of course, and you can go back to that. But... Well,
I think the happy news is a good one. Like, did you see that that article I sent about Sojuro?
Oh, tell the world about it.
Yeah, it made me really happy. It cheered me up. There's this cat in Okayama Prefecture at one of the ancient castles, and he was declared lord of the castle. And so, like, when you go there, you have to like check in with the lord, and his name is like Sojiro-sama. And he has like his own tag, and like the owners like take him out, you know, and visit with the tourists.
Yes.
So I was just really happy about that, like, you know, because my cat is like, you know, Sama of the house, so like it made sense to me.
Yes. Well, the cats are lords of all the homes that they're in. Obviously, the people are just there to serve them. And
right.
Yes. Oh my God. So
that reminds me of this meme where it's like a statue, like an ancient Egyptian statue of like Bastet, and it.
Yeah. Did he drop? He glitched. Yeah, not he, but the system. You know, I'm surprised we don't crash completely, really, with all the people on.
But it seems like his audio dropped out.
Yeah, your audio is dropping out, Brendan. So, anyhow, he'll be back on some other day. Maybe back at 10 p.m. tonight if he gets home alive. So since we can't hear you, Brendan, we'll turn towards Peter. And so one thing I will say to everyone to just kind of qualify where I am in this. And Peter and I are working together intensively.
So I got knocked off. Sorry about that.
Oh yes. So anything else you want to finish up with before you get knocked off again? Please. Go for it.
No. Did I interrupt you guys at all?
No. We were just getting started, and you're helping us start off. And believe me, it's pleasant to have you here. What about? There was something that you brought up the other day that I wish I could remember because I thought it was actually quite vital, and then I can't remember it now to save my soul with all the stresses I was dealing with everybody changing their format from the stupid WordPress to Facebook. You have no idea how fucked up everything's become. Derek Talley's with us. Derek Talley, say hello to Brendan Zogate, who has joined us for a few minutes during his lunch break.
Hello, Derek. Good to
Hey, how's it going, Brendan?
It's going
What's
well,
happening?
thank you. Yeah. Not much. I'm just at work right now. It's good to hear from you because I've been listening to some of the back transmissions, and you always have some good info, some cool, funny stuff.
Yes.
Much appreciated.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah. I just picked up my son from work, so now I'm back.
Oh, yep. There you go.
Wonderful. Okay, so yes, I wish I could remember what it was that Brendan had brought the other day. I thought it was vital and important, and of course now I can't.
Was it? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even going to ask questions because I know what you're talking about, but it's not coming back for me either.
Well, certainly there's been a lot going on in India, and Mr. Moon was bringing up the entire Asian Indian pantheon, just our latest transmission. And I said if only you were here, you could have helped add much more depth to that for all of us. And
Indeed.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so let people know what you're studying now and what difficulties you're having with school.
Well, so far so good. It's I'm taking multiple anthropology classes. One of them is ancient prehistory, which and archaeology, which I kind of just want to do that for to observe their methodology and how everything's done. And I'm doing linguistics, of course, because it's part of my I have a dual major in languages. But linguistics is interesting because it's almost it's more like a math course than anything. It's you learn all the notations and phonetics, and so for me that's very interesting. And then I tried to take Russian, but the Russian seemed like it was too much to do online because for languages you need to be in person to learn, and I couldn't take it with my my last teacher, the Lithuanian lady, who was preferred in my book to teach Russian or German. So I couldn't take my third German class, unfortunately, because they canceled it, the higher level German, which I actually need to go to UC, but here we are in Corona land. I like the way you describe it, the psychedelic hellscape of just reality.
Thank you.
And it just keeps getting worse.
Yes.
It's like an infinite bad mushroom trip.
Yes.
I shouldn't have eaten that Phalloides.
Divinorum trip.
Right, exactly.
Probably Coronaville.
Yes, Coronaville instead of Margaritaville. Yes. And
that's what it feels like.
Yes. And so
because you know how the fires are out here, Douglas. In California, we're just getting hammered.
Oh, now I remember. Yes.
Okay.
Bring it up with Peter Moon and all of us. How when you were talking about the occult origins of the fires, how you yourself in your area there was a bloody goat found last year. In terms of on a literally a goat on a table set out for sacrifice, not roadkill.
Exactly. So during the last firestorm, there was in Yuba County, which is up north of Sacramento, which is where the bigger fires were happening. Actually, it was closer to Chico even in Paradise. But basically they had this small news bite, which to most people they wouldn't even consider that news, but because I know what I know, I saw it and I was like, holy shit, they found a goat basically on a table slaughtered in ritualistic fashion at this park near Yuba City. And the residents were up in arms because it was that's where they walk their dogs and shit, and they saw that and they were just all fucked up from it. And basically the cops came in and cleaned it up and didn't do anything. They didn't take any photos, nothing. And the people were like, why you know, like, why aren't you guys like investigating it? And they basically said, well, oh, you know, like this goat just like escaped and it got hit by a car or something. Like they basically like swept it under the rug, which, as you've described before, it's because they can't prosecute satanic crimes, obviously.
Yeah.
So there was no point in them even investigating it. So, but you know, I brought that up on air with you, and we kind of like deconstructed or elaborated on why, you know, obviously that was a sacrifice during the fire, you know,
Yes.
to summon the firestorm djinn that create those tornadoes. Almost certainly it helped, you know, if anything.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Yeah, definitively.
yeah.
And so, thank you. And is there anything of a cult note that you feel needs to be emphasized about our current fires?
Well, I mean, it's hard to tell, but I'll tell you, when these fires started, I think it was on the 20th or like the 25th, during that week, when the first dry lightning storm came through. I was outside, you know, because I bought some optics, you know, some binoculars to look at, you know, stars and heavenly bodies, and I was out chilling, looking at the stars, and behind me, I felt like you could basically feel this rush of like static electricity or like chi or, you know, something coming out of the cloud, and the whole area basically became shrouded in this mist. And so I was like, I was with one of my friends, and I was like, dude, like something behind us is pretty crazy. And then we got up, started walking around the park, and it was like the biggest bolts of lightning came down that I've ever seen. And anyone who saw these dry lightning storms would say the same thing. The ones that hit California and started these fires. And my first inclination was like, it's some kind of, you know, off the coast, this massive system came through, and there was like hardly any rain. And it was just like gnarly bolts of lightning, like something out of an anime. And my first thought was like, it was almost like a celestial dragon or some kind of force that was brought upon us. You know, it wasn't something conventional. Because the last time we had dry lightning like that was like 2012. So it wasn't something that happens here often. But this time it struck over 12,000 times and lit like hundreds and hundreds of fires. And yesterday, according to Gavin Newsom, we got hit by another dry lightning storm, which lit 30 more fires.
Yes.
So that leads me to believe that it's probably more along the lines of some kind of higher and divine actions, perhaps, or intervention, if you will. So yeah, it's hard to say right now how that's happening, but it is, and we're basically besieged by fires on all sides. Like I saw the fire map, and it's like my entire area and your entire area, Douglas.
Yeah.
So just Northern California, like basically where we live, is just besieged by just flame and smoke, and toxic fumes. So it is something out of a hellscape.
Yeah, well, if you take a look at a fire map of California, all California is burning. Just all.
It's red. Yeah, it's completely red. Exactly.
Yeah.
And actually, all the way to there were some gnarly fires even into Chicago too, but we got the brunt of the worst of it. You know.
Yes, and definitely, I really appreciate your acting as a kind of a correspondent in that regard. It's so important. Do you have any time to eat? I want to make certain you don't deprive yourself of the calories you need to make it through the rest of the workday. So,
I mean, I'm sipping on my coconut water. I've got like maybe like 10 more minutes, but I'm okay.
Are there fires right now where you are?
What is it?
Are there fires in Sacramento?
Are there fires right where you are now, is what Peter's asking. Yes.
I think the nearest one is in Vacaville, and there's some near Grass Valley, but because of the valley and like the way the bowl, you know, it's almost like a bowl, like the valley creates this like bowl effect, where the wind doesn't wash out the smoke. Like we're just inundated by smoke. But the last 2 days, the really big fires have, the winds have shifted, so we're not getting hit by like, you know, like the skies are more clear, but there's definitely haze. It's like a bad smoky haze for sure.
Right.
But there's no active ones near me at the moment.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And
Douglas, do you have any smoke in San Francisco?
Oh God, yes. Well, the latest transmission was right after you took off. As soon as you went to bed, we had successive rolling blackouts, and the times that we were on, you can hear the sirens. They're on record. Right outside my door. I was telling
people were dying because there's no electricity. Yeah.
Yes.
Like, for sure.
Oh yes. Yes, which reminded me, it was the other day, I can't remember what we were talking about, but both Peter Moon and Brendan Zogit were with us, and they were the primary components of the discourse, and both of them were qualifying their statements concerning somebody. I can't remember who we were talking about, some scumbag, some asshole, and everybody was using quality qualifiers like alleged or or asserted, and I was.
Oh yeah, that was me.
Yeah. Well, Peter Moon was too, and this is something we're drilled to do because people, of course, we've got to get over that. And
well, yeah, that's a good point because in Britain you have to have all the evidence before someone gets sued. So I think we're basically in the clear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And
he can't sue us in England, basically. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Oh, we were talking about the Marky Feldman motherfucker. That's right, little Marky Feldman, the parasite. Yeah, and
the parasite.
No, yeah, you can't. When they try, it's just going to be all fucked up anyway. It's one of those things where you don't even need to worry about that. And I noticed that people are obsessed with wanting to evade lawsuits, and you don't even need to think like that. The overwhelming majority of the time, it's just not going to. I could go into the details as.
Well, I think also like people in other countries don't realize like how crazy America is. Like you could get sued for like sneezing and shit.
Yeah.
Or it was like that for a while. I don't know if it's as bad anymore, but given that lawyers are so expensive.
It's just it's not only that, but there's so many factors that add into that not paying off the way it used to. Yes. A good example of what Brendan Zogit and I were talking about before it dribbles from out of my ears and I forget it forever, because I think Peter Moon and Derek Talley and Jameson Reese and Selena Khan would all have an input on this. We've got to stop using words like alleged or whatnot. A great example is when Brendan Zogit and I were talking about the Soviet Union. In May of 1946, I brought up with Brendan, you had all the handicapped veterans, which, of course, after World War II, there were just millions of men with missing limbs and begging in the streets. Yes. And May of 1946, they all disappeared. So what happened was there was an individual who was born in the USSR in 1971, but lived in the United States since after the collapse of the Iron Curtain, since 1999. And basically, one of the things that he was saying was that, around 1980, when he was quite young at the time, he knew a guy whose family had fled the Soviet Union, and his father was a soldier when they fled. And his father said the government after the war would send papers to disabled veterans telling them that they would get money from the government and they would be taken to this place for processing their benefits. And he said they would dig huge pits out in the middle of nowhere and round these veterans into the pits. Then they were ordered to shoot and bury them in the unmarked graves. And he said they were told the motherland could not support all of them and it was necessary. And he said he had to follow orders.
Right. Or it was your duty to the motherland to just get thrown in a pit.
Yes, of course. And he said that, I'm surprised they didn't process him for food myself. But anyhow, he said he had to follow orders or he would have been in the pits as well. And so when this guy was relating this, he said, it sounded almost unbelievable to me, but he was so haunted by what happened and couldn't let it go that I believed him. And you can draw your own conclusions. This kind of attitude, this kind of shit just really pisses me off. You have all the veterans of the Soviet Union disappear in a single month, shortly after the war. You've got these guys who are bringing this stuff up, which is going on, and people are still using terms like alleged and asserted. Do you think they would tolerate that if they were saying that about the German Holocaust? Of course not.
No, you would get put in jail for even saying that. Which reminds me, just quickly, they always harp on the Germans, like, when they had the Holocaust, they were making money off, like, making soap off these people and taking their hair, right?
Yeah.
And, shaving their hair, making wigs and selling them for money. Well, it turns out that the wig industry has been doing that ever since. They stole the idea from the Germans, and all the poor people in India that can't afford food, they line them up in the temples and cut their hair off and sell their hair. And the people don't get any money. They just get food from the temple like there's some kind of chattel. Yeah. And this is going on in basically every country, even in the U.S.
Yes.
So
wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
I swear, you can look it up. I have a German documentary I could send you.
So
They're selling
like,
people's hair to make money, in slave conditions, and basically my critique was like, why would they? They still harp on, oh, the Nazis did that, but basically what they did was like, oh, that's a good idea. I'm gonna start doing that, and that's basically what they did with all the Nazi ideas. They were like, oh, that's a good idea. We can use that.
Yes.
But then when someone else uses it that they don't like, they call them a Nazi. So sorry, that was my venting for a second.
I appreciate that very definitely, and so it's,
when I saw that, I was like, are you guys serious? Like, how can you even complain about the Germans anymore when like billions upon billions of people are getting exploited like that? Like, it was fucked up.
Yes, that's right. And by the way, that's the correct number. We're talking about India and impoverished people all over the world. We're talking billions of people. That's why
they were saying like over 500 million people like are that poor that they have to sell their hair. Like, can you imagine that? How many people that is? More than the U.S. population.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, it is, and we are definitely in troubled times, and but definitely,
no kidding.
Yeah. So definitely, I want you to get some food, for God's sake. So
yeah, I gotta go, but thank you for having me on, and you guys have a good night.
Yes.
And I'll try and catch up after.
All right. Good night, Brendan.
Good night.
Okay. Yeah. Good night. Thank you.
Yeah. Definitely. Thank you.
Higher and divine.
Yeah.
Be with us all.
Yes.
Good night.
We need it. Yeah. So.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Yes. With that, we turn back towards Peter Moon, and I do want to qualify now that Brendan's given me a chance to reflect for a bit. Do want everyone to know that the reason Peter Moon and I are going to talk about the Dream Machine technology, probably go into the Vox Arca, etc., is because there's been a run of interest in this subject, and Peter Moon, of course, himself has is striking while the iron is hot, and so this is completely understandable. But I do want people to understand, when I get this positive feedback from everyone, I know that as soon as I brought this up with Selena Khan, she was like, oh wow, well that's good, because that's such an interesting topic, and people have said that, like, oh god, I do want people to understand this. What is interesting for yourself is fucking trauma for me. I do not like talking about this subject. It's not something I enjoy talking about at all, and literally I did not get any sleep because of the fact that I knew we were going to cover this topic. So I'm not in a good space, and that plus plenty of other challenges and assaults that are just ceaseless and endless and ongoing. There's no reason for me to want to do this. It's somewhat similar to war stories. People can enjoy the interest of hearing war stories and hearing something that happened historically, and that's imagine the veteran trying to retell that tale about the Bataan Death March or something of that. This is the equivalent of what I'm doing when I speak of these supernatural experiences based on my liaison with Michael Aquino as a young man under orders. So this is something that I don't really appreciate doing. However, we're going to do what we can tonight, and I'm abiding because it's something that once we started the topic, we may as well carry out in a thread with some level of continuity, the narrative. And so with that, of course, we turn back towards Peter Moon, and he will help also place this into context. And I want everyone to know that happy to say that Crystal River is speaking with him as well, and she will be on with us next Wednesday. So Sunday we might have Daniel Arola on with us, and so in the meantime we've got a full guest list, and then I'll talk to Derek Talley about someone sometime after Wednesday, and with that we turn towards Peter Moon, and Peter, thank you so much, and I'm hoping that we find a way to integrate the longer writings that I sent you into the book, as you said, as appendices or something, or
Oh yeah, that's a separate subject. But
Yeah.
yes, that will be relatively easy to do.
Great.
So we'll pick up on the Dream Machine. And first off, if I knew that it was that traumatizing to you, I wouldn't even have suggested it. However, because we're here,
Yeah.
And I'm going to put as positive a spin on it as is warranted. But just for those who are hearing this broadcast for the first time, either live or when they tune in, the Dream Machine is a device that was basically created in collaboration with surrealist artist Brian Geisen and Ian Somerville. And it is basically a device that is like a cylinder, can be of cardboard, and it has holes cut out in it. And in the middle of it, you can look this up and make one or buy one yourself. Don't recommend it, but you can. And you could stick a light bulb in the center. It's hanging suspended, and the cylinder is on a turntable, an old phonograph-like turntable, and you spin around, and the light will be flashing, and you close your eyes, and it will create a stroboscope-like effect. This was invented before the stroboscope really became alive as a tool. So the whole idea is to create an alpha state in the brain and to bring about visions, hallucinations, an altered state of consciousness. And this was all the rage. And there is a book, or at least part of a book, that you can download that Douglas sent to me. It is called, I have it right here, not the third mind. What's the name of the book, Douglas?
The Chapel of Extreme Experience, which was taken from the name of a Brian Geisen art display, an art exhibition.
Exactly. Okay, good. So I'm going to, and we were all, so Brian Geisen is a pivotal, interesting character who is right there at the beginning of what is known as the Beat Generation. And he was a friend and collaborator with William Burroughs, who is often referred to as the father of the Beat Generation. And these are basically literary and artistic, more literary, but also artistic personalities of the 50s, who inspired the counterculture of the 60s. And some of the famous names associated with the Beat Generation were Allen Ginsberg, Jack Kerouac, Neil Cassidy. Cassidy later bridging his influence to the early hippie contingent fostered by Ken Kesey. And here I'm reviewing my chapter 11 of the book I recently published, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, because William Burroughs had a deep experience with Scientology, and he integrated what he learned from working with Geisen into Scientology. Now, Geisen wasn't interested in Scientology, but Burroughs was. And Burroughs learned the cut-up method from Brian Geisen. And just to review briefly, the cut-up method is a system where you take words from, they could be paragraphs, letters, words, pages, you put them into a hat, mix them up, and pull them out again in a different order. When you're doing this with words, it will kick back some interesting information. So there's a website, you can look up cut up, you can do this. You can type out a paragraph, you can type out a couple paragraphs of your personal biography or all the main characters and verbs involved in your whole life and get cut-ups and look at your life anew by doing this. It's a creative process, and the filter is the key. I will review. In fact, I'll just review. This chapter is entitled Everything is Permissible, which is a phrase we used in the last transmission attributed to Asen Saba. Brian Geisen was fascinated with Asen Saba, and so was William Burroughs to a lesser degree. And and William Burroughs actually became a heralded literary figure and a personality on the so-called scene after he shot his wife while he was drunk in Mexico. He was trying to emulate William Tell, the archer who legendarily shot an arrow to split an apple while it rested on his son's head. And he tried to do this by shooting an apple off of his wife's head, shooting it with a highball glass. And he killed his wife while drunk. And he bribed various witnesses on his behalf to testify in his behalf. But when his Mexican lawyer had to skip town for his own misgivings, Burroughs fled the country and was convicted of culpable homicide, eventually receiving a 2-year suspended sentence in absentia. So he viewed it as a pivotal catalyst in regard to his own writing career. And it bumped up into the public consciousness that way. So Geisen had actually met Burroughs in Tangier because he had a restaurant called 1001 Nights there. Now, what fascinated me, first Douglas was talking about what fascinated Aquino, and this is why I wanted to bring it up, because this whole dream machine and the cut-up method and all of this pursuit of altered consciousness was where science meets art. And Douglas had said that the integration of where science meets art is just fascinated Aquino, because these guys, Brian Geisen and all the whole gang of these people, were substantially influential in the subconscious of the artistic themes and cultures that emanated out of the 50s. You also had science playing a role there through Aldous Huxley and Timothy Leary. Timothy Leary stated, I heard him say this in a live lecture, that Aldous Huxley was the one who taught him. Aldous Huxley being of the Tavistock Institute, and Huxley told him that Crowley taught Huxley. This was personal instruction, according to Leary. Huxley's mentor was Aleister Crowley, and Huxley was the personal mentor of Timothy Leary. So you have at least Huxley had somewhat of a scientific bent, although he was largely a literary character himself. But Aquino being interested in where science interfaced with art was this is what ignited me to want to continue to talk about this. Mm-hmm. Because when I went to Atlanticron in Romania, the first 2 years, when David Anderson had attended and participated, one of the main themes he was working on with Heather Caton, who is the president of the World Genesis Foundation, and she was doing all the art seminars and workshops because she's an artist, amongst other things. Mm-hmm. But she was doing art and he was doing science, and they would have debates about what's more important, the science or the art. So they would do some artistic, what do you call these things, mobiles or colorful things, and he would put technology into it with electricity and light, and they would do these things, and they were creating art with technology. It was called sci-art, but it was more technology than science, but it was, and they would call it sci-art. So I pointed out to them eventually that where science and art meet is representative of the left brain and the right brain. The left brain being linear, logic, scientific. The right brain being intuitive, creative, and artistic. And this is a big deal. And I want to hear what Douglas has to say about it, but I want to first give the overview of how this all integrated into, because into my work, because Joseph Matheny had taken the work of William Burroughs and Brian Geison's cut-up method, and he integrated it into a great computer called the Meta Machine. And it basically precipitated synchronicities and is connecting you with the outer environment. And I've got into this, not the process of the well, it is one of the fundamentals, but in this book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, I talk about there are two worlds: the noumenal world, which is your mind, nous being mind, noumenal, and the phenomenal world, which is the outer world. So you want to have a connection and harmony between the inner world and the outer world. So that is phenomena that one pursues in magic. And of course, in magic, and I'm talking about magic with a K, the whole idea is to have an intent and to bring about something in life to happen with a scientific modality. And if that scientific modality concerns putting the right piece in the right place from an occult perspective or a ritual perspective, so be it. Much of Aleister Crowley's mindset was very much directed that way, towards ritual, towards if you want to get effect B, do effect A. So it's trying to put thought into a scientific reference frame. But anyway, the whole idea of mixing art and science, this was very keenly acknowledged and pointed out to me by one of the top professors in Romania, Florin Montanu. He said that Romania itself was the corpus callosum of the world. Now, the corpus callosum is that which rests between the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere of the brain. And I have seen, I assume it's an accurate photograph. This is before Photoshop was so prevalent, because I think I saw it in a book. Tesla's brain has an abnormal corpus callosum. It is like, it looks like a bunch of cauliflower, which corpus callosum's not that big. And I don't mean cauliflower like like it was all bunched. It was big, and it was bridging the two sides of the brain in a way that was unreal. And that would have attest to his brilliance, because it was now that what I just said would seem to I've used to know one of the top brain scientists in the world, and that would Carl Pribram. He's passed away now.
Oh, Dr. Carl Pribram. Yes, yeah. He studied holograms.
Yeah. Well, yes, that's right. And he would dispute a lot of things. One thing he said, and it was like, yeah, he didn't necessarily see things the way they were, even though he was quite brilliant in his own right. Because he one time said something about, I saw it completely contradicted in a documentary with a live example. So what you hear or see in science is not necessarily the way things work out in a functional universe. It's not to diminish his own merit. But in any case, he said, Romania is at the central point of where Eurasia is, basically. You have the West and you have the East. And he said Romania was served as the bridge between not only the East and the West, but to the linear and to the creative. And you will see this. And I don't know if I think I did mention it, but there's a whole subject of orthophysics that originated in Romania. There's a lot of books on it. And he told me about this the last time I saw him. And the books have not only not been translated into English or any other language, they're kind of obscure in Romania. And there's a lot of other subjects that have been researched ad infinitum in Romania that aren't even given the light of day in their own country. So there's a lot of incredible scholarship that comes out of there. Now, the corpus callosum was featured in the work of Phil Dick, a book called, what is it called? Valis? Is I think I can't
Well,
even remember.
it was Philip K. Dick. I'm certain you're referencing. And
Yes.
As for the, I don't remember the exact title that you're that you're trying to remember, but it's something that I'm sure that people can look up themselves. If they look up Philip K. Dick.
I'm looking up right now, and because Valis is novel.
Valis. All right.
And Valis is basically all. Now, Phil Dick did drugs, and he did medical drugs, and he did non-medical drugs, and much of his work has been taken and put into film, all of it adulterated.
Well, in a sense, it has to be, because the books are very difficult to translate into the screen, onto the screen. But go on. Yes.
Yes. Well, one of the things is, I guess what was rather astounding to him is he is sitting in his home in Orange County, and a prescription is being brought to his door by this woman, and she has a Vesica Pisces necklace, which you might recognize as a Jesus fish. And when she comes to the door, he sees the Jesus fish, and he just all of a sudden has a surrealistic juxtaposition of Orange County, I think it was about 1974, with 70 AD and the raiding of the temple, the destruction of Jerusalem. And he is just beside himself watching this. And he then begins to have communications, and it's a very interesting book. And basically, he equates the corpus callosum to the bridge between not only the left and right brain, but what I was talking about in the previous transmission of the secret word of Freemasonry, or the secret letter of Shin, the middle letter of Yod He Shin Vav He, or Yeshua, which transliterates as Yeshua. This is the prime secret of the universe. Shin, the Hebrew letter Shin, which represents change or spirit, meaning tooth. The etymology of the word Shin, going back to the Babylonian Shinar, which means Shin meant moon in ancient Babylon. Shinar was the city of the moon, or the city of reflection, which inspires the Muslim crescent. But Shinar, Shin, as Babylon was identified by the early cults, or I shouldn't say cults, but identity of what became the Jews. Their totem was a boar, a wild boar, which had a tooth which was like a crescent moon. So that's how the name Shin was described in Hebrew as meaning tooth. But the rabbis identify the word or letter Shin as also meaning change or spirit. So when you have the four Hebrew letters representing the creator of Yod He Vav He, each representing earth, air, water, fire, not in that order, fire, air, water, earth, or fire, water, air, earth. But they have, Shin is in the middle when you have the name Jesus, and it can influence each one of those elements. And the 5 letters, penta, 5, gram, pentagram, which is also symbolized by the pentagram, which is also a symbol used in Wicca, where it actually means the same thing. So you have esoteric Christianity and Wicca using the same symbolism. When the pentagram is turned upside down, it is the inversion. It then becomes satanic. And that's not to suggest that all Wiccans are satanic by any means. And Wiccans will often, even though they're not necessarily what you call Antichrist, they are Antichrist. I don't mean that in a negative or a positive sense, because they reject wholeheartedly the Christian interpretation of this ancient concept. But in any case, the so this is Phil Dick writes about this in this book, and he kind of realizes this, and he believes that his enlightenment is a result not of his drugs, but of him misapplying Linus Pauling's vitamin C therapy by taking way too much of it. I forget the amount he took, but if he was supposed to take so much, he took way too much.
Yeah, not toxic amounts.
And he theorized that it burned a hole in his corpus callosum.
Ah.
And that this caused the two sides of the brain to interface and boom, 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 and start networking like a son of a bitch, which is what the dream machine would, in effect, aspire to do. To what degree it would or could is a different issue. Now, go back to Carl Pribram,
yes.
Because I had a very good friendship with his significant other. That's how I met him, Catherine Neville. She is a novelist, a splendid novelist, and I was referred to her book, The Eight, E-I-G-H-T. That's a fascinating story. And what I loved about, see, Catherine, and this is where I learned to appreciate the French Revolution. The book is about a chess set, is a Moorish chess set that Charlemagne had, and it's all about the intrigue of the chess set and getting it, and the people trying to get it over centuries are sort of players on the board. But she goes back, she gives a whole view of the French Revolution, and you feel like you're there. She goes into the main characters of the French Revolution and talks about them. And all of a sudden, it gives you a great insight into the history of this time period. And that's why I know so much about it, because of her book. And because then you go read about the real history of it or whatever. And she does a very good writing. She was a computer programmer and did one of the first computer programs for OPEC, where she was brought to Algeria. Now, keep in mind, she was a young woman, and she was being exposed to Islam and the Kabyle ethnicity of Northern Africa. So she was writing about one of my favorite areas, Algeria, where she'd been. So the funny thing about her book is, it ends up in the final scene some of it ends up in Montauk. So and she wrote about the Moors. I eventually got her to meet me with Carl. I'd also met him in New York, but we met on this cathedral. I think it's called the Cathedral of the Sacred Heart in Washington, D.C., because I was going down there to lecture to the Moors. And the very place where we were to meet with my Moorish friend Sid Catlett, it was July, and they had the largest ice storm in the history of Washington, D.C. in the middle of July. It shut down all the electricity, so I felt like I was navigating through a labyrinth, and because the lights were down, and some of the trees were blocking the streets. So it was a real hassle to get to this place. And Sid pointed out to me, he says, "What the hell are you bringing here?" He says, "This is the biggest storm we've had in the history of DC." And then I explained to him that when Preston, Nichols, Al Bielek, and Duncan and I were together for the last time publicly in Sparta, New Jersey, it was the biggest storm in the history of New Jersey that prevented the event from going on in time. So I had a habit of storms following me. And of course, on the way to that, I had a very nasty accident and it bumped my car. I just drove down. I didn't realize it, but I had severe whiplash, which I later repaired. But it was like the momentous of this occasion of, meeting her and Carl with my Moorish friend. It was interesting. But anyway, that's one of the ways I got to know Carl. But I called him up and asked him because of his expertise, about this expertise on the brain about the vitamin C breaking up the corpus callosum. He thought it was utterly absurd. No, that's not the way the brain works. Right. I told Joe Matheny, who did the same vitamin C therapy the same way Phil Dick did, so as to emulate what happened to Phil Dick, and I think it had quite a profound effect on him. And he said, well, it's just a theory. He wasn't upset by it. And then later, I saw this PBS show where they were having some guy, he reminded me of Preston a lot. He was a savant. He even looked a little like Preston. And they explained medically that he had a hole in his corpus callosum. And it was causing all of this like genius activity in a person who was less than what you would say normal. But he was brilliant. And it completely contradicted what Carl had said. So that's how that. So anyway, it's the whole idea of integrating the left side and the right brain, and this is what, and of course, where science meets art. And when you have a scientist meeting with art, it becomes very interesting. And that's what Joe Matheny is, an artist, and he's a scientist. He's an occultist. So he was mixing all these things. And of course, what does an artist do? He creates. And when you do the cut-up method with words, the artist comes center stage, because you can look at all these things, and if you just put it out as it is, it's going to be gibberish or close to gibberish. So what you have to do is, if you are painting with colors, you're going to make a squiggle here. Maybe you're going to make a tree. Maybe you're going to make a ball. Maybe you're going to do. But an artist is inspired to create, and he puts things on a canvas. And this is what Burroughs would do with Naked Lunch. The book Naked Lunch, which he wrote with the cut-up method, however, is bizarre as it might be, it's contextualized to the point where he could make a book, a story, and a movie about it. So, and this is the way L. Ron Hubbard thought. He would just pick stuff out of the ether, and he would put it in an organized fashion so that it would have some form of tractability. It would have some traction, if not in the universe, in his universe. And he was able to create traction in his environment, and be paid or create all sorts of excitement and enthusiasm, or perhaps worse, whatever. But it's the whole idea of taking the fodder of the mind and mixing it with the fodder of creation, and putting out a work of art to be inspected, assimilated, and processed. So what happens when you create a book or a movie that inspires people? You've done something, you've created. And what all these characters did, anywhere from Phil Dick to these characters I mentioned, Burroughs and Geisen, they lit a fire under human thinking. And of course, I was fascinated with David Anderson's interest in this, because here we were at this location in Romania, which I was being told was the corpus callosum of the world. And here we were trying to bridge science with art. And this is what you see in the writings of Radu Cinnamar. You have definitely a scientific basis with so much of what he writes, but you also have an artistic or art rendition of what he's saying, because simply some of it is not reproducible, at least to human beings at this time, with tales that are science fiction or like science fiction, but are purported to be true. And they read as true in many cases, depending on what your perception level is. So this is like the acme of human consciousness. Now, when we get to Aquino's interest, he's dealing with the upside down pentagram. And he's taking where science and meets art and he's driving down. He's going down into the toilet. And it's a total applicable analogy. He's going to let's see how down into the sewer we can go. Like if you that's that movie by Isaac Asimov. What is it called? The Incredible Journey, where they
yes they all shrink. Yes, of course.
Yeah, they shrink and go into the human body, and they have an adventure like they were going on a ride at Disneyland.
Yes,
well,
kind of.
Some people would want to go up into the pineal gland and shoot out and upward. How to reach the crown chakra through the pineal gland. Well, Aquino would go through the alimentary canal and into the bowels and start examining AIDS. And that, I'm not saying that to be funny. It is funny, but I'm saying that because that's just the mentality of what he is doing. And if it makes you laugh, it must be therapeutic on some level.
Yes.
So that's what interested me to pursue this, because this is what we're doing. And as we continue to collaborate, more of this stuff comes up and more of the correlations. And as I spoke last time about the correlation with Chinatown, which I went into in some detail, my adventure there at Spofford Alley. And I was asking about the fires because I'm looking at flights to go out to California at the end of September. That's why I was asking about the fires.
Right.
Because Paula's, I don't think her trip to Romania is going to fly. She was going to Romania at the end of September.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm readjusting her trip to California with me on it. So we're seriously looking at going to California the last week of September. Okay. And I mean North California.
Right. Understood. And that would be wonderful. I
don't want fires. So I don't want fires in Sacramento. I don't want fires in Sonora, which can be like a tinderbox.
Yes.
And I only want pleasantness in San Francisco and Marin County. I mean, Santa Cruz is too much to go down to there. Not enough time for that. And that's where all the fires are. So I can pass on Santa Cruz.
Well, the fires are pretty much everywhere, but definitely we'll see what happens at that time. You can really only take it almost like a day at a time. It's I'll report more on it, obviously, tonight, and give people some more of an idea. They got plenty of an idea last time that I was speaking about it, but we'll go more into it tonight because there's still more to go into. I think that a good hint was provided by our man Brendan Zogit. And so Dr. Carl Pribram, he worked with holograms, and this is important because he was actually consulted in that aspect of the Dietrich Ardolite. And so other than that, I don't know much about him, but I know his name was...
He was consulted...
concerning holographic technology and its parallel to the human brain. What Dr. Carl Pribram was studying was the fact that the human brain, you see, as we progress with technology, the human mind is so complex that as we progress with technology, we develop new models for the human brain based on the technology we have of the day. And when it came to the old days, the human brain was compared to the technology of a steam engine. Later, it was compared to a computer, and then they went from the analog comparison to much more of the integrated circuit kind of comparison. And, of course, that led to more practical applications of cybernetics. Now, if people look up the etymology and the history of the word cybernetics, they're going to find it a lot different from how they understand it because of science fiction. They're going to find out that cybernetics was essentially a discipline of mathematics, and then became psycho-cybernetics, and then became essentially affiliated with the mending or blending of man and machine So we have a situation that as technology progresses, we keep saying the human brain is like the new technology. And that's what happened in this case with holograms. Dr. Carl Pribram was consulted because at that time he was on the bleeding edge of the understanding of the human mind, because he was pointing out the parallels between the human brain and mind and holographic technology, and the fact that a piece of a hologram contains the information of the whole of the hologram, and the piece of the brain contains the information of the whole of the brain. And therefore, people who suffer catastrophic brain injuries can regain functions with large parts of their brain missing. And that aspect of what he knew, as well as what he knew about the holographic technology itself, was why he was consulted in the creation of the Dietrich Ardalect. And that was so. Other than that, I'll have to see if I can remember more about him, as I dig through old notes or just old possessions, and see if it.
Well, it sounds like they were using him as a reference point in the sounding board, but they had their own, sort of Dr. Frankenstein.
Oh, absolutely.
Genius in their own right.
Yes.
That might have exceeded. It certainly exceeded him in terms of what they were doing something, where he was much more theoretical.
Right.
But with regard to psychocybernetics, I first learned of this in my Algebra 2 class when I was a junior in high school.
Right. Go on, please.
And I had Calvin Crable was the teacher, and he was a very good teacher, as were most of those teachers at Davis High School. And he was part of a program. What's the guy's name? I think his name was Sheldon Stein. He was a professor at UC Davis, and there were three of them. And they had created a whole new system of learning math. And when I had transferred from my freshman year of high school to my sophomore year in Davis, I struggled with this new system because it was so different, whereas the kids I was with they'd had it in the 9th grade. So I was new, and I struggled the whole semester. I was studying geometry, having a very difficult time with it until I caught on. Then it was breezing. So when I did the Algebra 2, we were being taught off of mimeographs. And it should have been a book, but it was a new system of teaching. It was fun, it was easy, how to assimilate math. So one day he got up and started talking about psychocybernetics. And he told us all to read the book by Maxwell Maltz. That was kind of my first interest in psychology.
Right.
Maxwell Maltz was a plastic surgeon who discovered psychocybernetics, but he said, I remember he got up on the chalkboard, Mr. Crable, and he said, it's all about input and output, where you put an input into the human mind and you get an output. And he was explaining it with the functions of what we were working with functions and equations and all that at the time. And it was what I got out of the psychocybernetics book more than anything was having a positive attitude. Right. Because if you put a positive attitude, and he gives examples, but you better be positive, because it's just like, how are you going to program a computer? If you program a computer with shit, you're going to be looking at shit on the screen all day. if you program it with something that's positive, you're going to get back positive. So, and of course, this can be quite a test, because life doesn't give us all, roses and, rainbows. So, you have to overcome the negativity and whatnot. But the mathematics was the inspiration for what you're saying is about psychocybernetics. It's a very good book, it's a very good book. I don't know how it reads in this day and age, but he was a what do you call it, a groundbreaker in that regard. So so I mean, I don't know what more there is to say about Aquino's antics with this, but he would be using science and art, and this is what you see in so much of the gutter stuff that comes out of the rock and roll industry.
Yes. And what we were speaking of last time was, of course, Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, and they were the closest things that the alternative culture of music had to a king and a queen, to royalty. That's why the suicide of Kurt Cobain was so fascinating to Michael Aquino. This was all part of his socio-cybernetics, and this was where cybernetics became used again as a mathematical engineering model for sociology, so that you could conduct at the scientific level social engineering. Now, one of the things that a person has to learn about medicine if they're really truly investigating a career in that field is that, of course, at the end of it all, the bottom of it all, what people are always discouraged from realizing, but good doctors ultimately understand, is that medicine, far more than a science, is an art. And that is where you get a melding of art and science. Of course, it's not as aesthetic as you would have with displays that can be made using electronic lights. But basically, the human body is a soft machine, and it just varies by case to case. And what is efficacious for one case is going to be toxic for another. Unless you grasp that, which most doctors don't, because they want to think of it as a science, and they keep trying to quantify, and because they keep trying to quantify, they lose all quality of care. And it's one of the reasons why the medical industrial complex fails so often. In the older days, when you had doctors traveling house to house with medical bags, it was much more understood that medicine was an art as opposed to a science. And they were looked on far more as witch doctors than they were as medical doctors demanding to be understood as scientists today. So what's one way of looking at things, and when Peter Moon says, of course, he's not quite sure exactly how far we can go with this. You'd be astonished at how much farther we can go.
How much fun? I'm fascinated with how far Aquino went, because he was so diabolical. He would find uses for things that most people wouldn't even
conceive of. Yes.
Yeah, in other words, he's like putting it all into activity, and it's activity that certainly, where's the enthusiasm to put such things into positivity? No, the people don't think like that.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, and so that's what brings us back to where we were when we left off, and we were talking about the Vox Arca. This was a product, of course, not only of Aquino. There are many men who participated in the creation. And of course, a lot of this goes back, as you might imagine, to Montauk. Now, I'm not going to say that simply to cater to Peter Moon or to people who are familiar with his work, but basically, what makes Montauk, what made it so delicious to Michael Aquino, was the fact that you had this all-encompassing Nazi-tinted conspiracy on a Long Island, which of course is one of the greatest concentrations of Jewish populations on the planet outside of Israel, and few other places on Earth. So you have, of course, the Montauk Naval Base on Long Island, and that's where you had the combined Allied and National Socialistische military and scientific experiences breaching the space-time barrier in 1973 under the aegis of the U.S. military's continuing Project Rainbow, which is also known as the Montauk Project. And that linked the Montauk base back to the incredibly deformed corpus callosum of Nikola Tesla and his electromagnetic time bottles, as Aquino would refer to them as, that were a factor in the 1943 Philadelphia experiment. So this breaching of interdimensional barriers, of course, is what led to the extra-cosmic or extra-dimensional, rather interdimensional beings that were brought into our dimension. And that's where we had, of course, the manifestation of the Evanescers, the Faders. And, of course, this has been leaked, and damage control was done. Michael Aquino was consulted in that damage control, and so by 1983, the majority of the public felt that this was all extra-dimensional instead of ultra-dimensional, and that they perceived the breaking of the barriers as being the work of an Orion Empire, which was now attempting to reverse the history of World War II. The reality would be, of course, that they wouldn't be reversing it. The reality would be they would be restoring it. Because, after all, if you watch The Man in the High Castle, writ by Philip K. Dick, then you would know the National Socialistes won the war on the surface of the world with their super weapons. And so we're basically existing on the detritus side of history, the failed cosm that should never have been. Now, of course, it was mentioned to myself, though I never learned much more about it until I started working with the super soldiers based on Aquino's own asset, Lorien and Fenton, which, of course, was around the time that I began to know more about Peter Moon as a person. And it was mentioned about the Montauk Project experts. Now, this was not under Aquino's bailiwick. This was not his venue. He knew about it. And so this is something we cannot attribute to him, but the way he communicated it to myself. From what I can consciously recall, after many years of drug abuse and narcotization and just extraordinarily heavy drinking in order to forget as much as I possibly can, the Project Rainbow technicians were using something called the Montauk Chair. And this was to transmit human consciousness backward or forward in time, synergizing with the CIA's MK-Ultra mind control programs headed by Dr. Evan Cameron. His name was spelled Ewan, or E-W-A-N. Aquino always pronounced it Evan. You say tomato, I say tomato. He preferred people pronounced his name Aquino, but, so he may have been perverting this man's name. I don't know. But the most promising subjects of the Montauk Chair turned out to be either veterans of the Philadelphia experiment or members of certain bloodlines. And these blue-blooded, red-haired bloodlines would be the likes, according to Michael Aquino, of Cameron, Dr. Ewan Cameron himself, or Aleister Crowley, because they had occult power in their DNA. And, of course, they would both lay claim to being descended from Merovingians, and, of course, to the general public, thanks to Aquino's damage control, they're believed to be the descendants of reptoid aliens. Of course, there's going to be people out there like Carrie Lynn Cassidy, who feels obligated to synthesize everything, meaning to combine everything. And as a result, people listening to her would think that they were descended from all three. Well, basically reptoid alien Merovingians, which would then mean Christ was a reptoid alien, which would be the ufological angle anyway. Not the one that I would recommend you use as your paradigm, nor would Peter Moon. But when we think, of course, of the Philadelphia experiment and the so-called electromagnetic time bottles, then you're, how would I say this? You've got a situation in which the destroyer escort, the USS Eldridge, disappeared into thin air in mid-August or late October in 1943. It became invisible, dematerialized, and is said, or how would I say it? The conclusions that they could draw from evidence was that it may well have traveled through space and time, from the Philadelphia Navy Yard to Norfolk, Virginia, and back. That seems to be what happened. And side effects included the crewmen becoming insane, sinking through the ship's decks. And it led the Navy to drop the research as openly as it was pursuing it. Now, bear in mind, this was considered top secret classification in the days of World War II, and yet everybody came to know about it because it became impossible to hide. So research was dropped for public consumption, but of course it continued through the Navy project that became known as the Montauk Project, or Project Rainbow's continuity on Long Island. So this is like the Manhattan Project. Everybody thinks the Manhattan Project had only one purpose, and that was the ultimate production of a bomb. The reality was the Manhattan Project went on forever, functionally for decades, where they were experimenting with radiation on human subjects. So the Manhattan Project was basically a kind of MK Ultra of cellular exposure to radiation. And unless you understand it in that light, you've got no real concept of what the Manhattan Project was about. Now, in terms of the further damage control and the kind of retelling of the tale so that people would see only a smokescreen as opposed to the fire behind it, then they brought up the Philadelphia experiment as applying Einstein's unified field theory, Tesla's power fields, well, actually both, under the auspices of Project Rainbow. This became almost general knowledge because of the impossibility of hiding the results. The Navy, of course, officially denied the story. There was no way to hide it, so the only way to do damage film was the military sponsored several books and a 1984 film. I think there may have been a film after that. All of this was under Aquino's bailiwick. That was under his purview. The damage control for that, the social engineering, the psychosocial cybernetics. Now, much of this, however, technologically, this I knew through the research and references I had to conduct as a military librarian, had to do with experiments in degaussing, in which an electric current makes a vessel invisible to magnetic mines. Now, of course, what the military would tell you through Aquino's offices, and ultimately through the spin doctors like, George Norrie of Coast to Coast AM, who was a Navy public relations officer for maybe around at least a decade. And during his entire time in service, his job was to spin the story, however fucked up it was, to make it as palatable, as positive as possible for the American tax-paying public to consume. Someone like him would tell you that the experiments in degaussing, which were utilizing electric current to render a vessel invisible to the German magnetic mines of World War II, that people who understood this concept incompletely would start wild rumors after misunderstanding sailors talking about this. Now, of course, the reality was that the Eldridge was fitted with experimental anti-radar devices. And so, basically, we're talking about a heavy corvette with a surface area of about 10,000 square feet, utilizing stealth technology that was far more clumsy than simply shape, and of course the spraying of what would colloquially be called cancer piss, which is kind of like a residue or a cloud of detritus, particulate matter around the craft itself, like a plane, as to help jam the radar in its vicinity. But in terms of all of the technology of this, that isn't so interesting to people. Coating the hull with radar absorbent paints. Of course, the Eldridge was not sculpted to minimize radar reflection. So instead of a basic kind of stealth, it was actually radical. Open mounts, the kind of... it would be like trying to make a biplane or a triplane invisible in the stealth sense. You couldn't do it because of its shape. You'd have to do something radical, like literally render it invisible to the radar spectrum. So that's what they were doing with the Eldridge. So you're talking about something that also involved deceptive jamming, deceptive radar jammers. They detect incoming radar pulses and send out signals that mimic them, but with time delays and distortions that produce misleading readings. A jammer has two components, a core unit and an antenna array, and the array weighs about 0.2 pounds, costs about 10 United States dollars back in 1942 or 43. I'm remembering this from my father, who had told me about this specifically. It's what he dealt with as a sailor. And
the Romulan cloaking device.
Kind of, yeah, at a primitive level, about, but he was talking about, the expenditure of about 10 United States dollars per square feet of vehicle surface. A single core unit would protect an entire vehicle of any size. But, this was using both stealth and deceptive radar jammers, but that was the primitive shit. It got wild, of course, with the Tesla time bottling, and then you had the side effects. So, the invisibility screen, the distortion field that covered the vehicle within artificial mirage. You would basically be applying the jammer for the human eye. Now, that's not something that's used with stealth in any conventional shape or form, unless the vehicle were made of glass or other transparent materials. That certainly wasn't the case with the Eldridge. There were experiments that were ongoing with psi screens, as in psionic, which is another term for psychic. In other words, the hiding of the vehicle from the observer's mind, acting as a telepathic mind shield. That was more in Aquino's bailiwick, and I learned more about that from him. So that was creating psychic invisibility using the power of illusion, like a magician making a battleship disappear. Something like David Copperfield making the Statue of Liberty disappear, by suggesting the vehicle is insignificant. And mechanical sensors, of course, would ignore that. But what would that matter if the humans didn't believe their instruments? That's what brings us back to Aquino all over again. So the cycle kind of feeds in and on itself. The technology, unless it's an artilect, is, of course, only as powerful as the humans using it. And humans can refuse to interpret what they see on a technological screen. Then, of course, there was the phase shifting, in which the vehicle vanishes by changing planes as in dimensional planes of existence, via shifting vibrational frequencies, rotating into another dimension. And that, of course, is what happened at Philadelphia. Now, the primary effect is insubstantiality. And that, of course, results in the horrific side effects that were visible, manifest. But it went further than that, with the phase teleportation that was not even intended. Because another way to vanish is to go somewhere else. The Eldridge took 15 minutes by some estimates, 6 hours by others, for its 300-mile trip. And this was from observers in the same locations. So there were different perceptions of time because the Eldridge was phasing through space, and when you go through space, you're going through time. Both dimensions are impacted. So it wasn't instant teleportation, but more like a small-scale hyperdrive. And the vehicle entered distorted space-time. What my father would tell me they called the green zone. Now, after that, when the project continued at the naval base on Long Island, what they were attempting to do was to learn to navigate the green zone. And my father said he could only pray for the sailors that were subject to that program. Those devices were allowing for time, what they called, in Aquino's far more technically educated terms, parachronic travel, which is, of course, dimensional travel. So they were trying to make the unpredictable predictable, to get the phase shifter to stop bringing back aliens, gods, and monsters from other dimensions. And that, of course, is what led to so many cases of insanity that Aquino was brought into to control, to damage control, with cascade memories. Tell someone like Al Bielek that they had been changed into a baby and born through another mother's womb. That way no one would take them seriously. And of course, much of this goes back to Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons, because much of this brings us back to the only way to deal with this kind of subject. You're no longer in the realm where science can even help. You turn to magic. And if Crowley had been alive at the time they were working with the Montauk chair, he probably would have been sitting in it. In fact, he probably would have volunteered. But the end result is, what Aquino was dealing with more immediately was what the Americans had brought in during the Second World War. Because they were so desperate and knew that they were losing, they had to turn towards a scenario in which they would win. Just as I've explained, our reality is really detritus, the failed cosm, the reality that shouldn't exist, that has no right to exist. Because the National Socialists had all the science, the Allies were stuck with magic. In this reality, the magic semi-stabilized the situation for the Allies, they tried to destroy the world with their experiment at Trinity Site by blowing a bomb that they were convinced would ultimately disintegrate the Earth. When that didn't work out, they had to call on the big guns, the anti-gods. That's what ultimately brings us into the technology to unleash them. Because all they could do initially was bind them. Now, when we think of Gehinnom as in Gehenna, hell itself, at root, to use an entendre when you reference the tree of life and the tree of death, neither is separate from the divine. In the middle of both is our Malkuthian plane, the earthly plane, the material cosm. From our perspective, Kabbalistic or not, God bears two sides as currency and coinage or paper. All are essentially one, as above or below on the trees of life and death. What we experience as evil is as divine as what we experience as good. With the kalpas, the aeons, recycling the failings of man through the catabolism of his pains, because among so many other matters, HaKabbalah teaches the soul's pre-existence. It becomes manifest that evil cannot exist sans the cosmic ecology of holiness. It be parasitically dependent upon the light of God. And our entire universe is finely balanced on this razor's edge of divine symmetry. If certain natural forces varied in their values by the tiniest fractions, not even stars could exist, and without the stars, there would be no life even possible. Without those nuclear furnaces that generate enough warmth for life to take its force of energy from. In fact, in an infinite number of other possible universes, those values are different, and stars do not exist, rendering it literally, physically impossible for life to exist. And aeons before humanity, beings of mind-shattering power roamed the plains of those lifeless universes. The most secreted lore of Kabbalism obliquely enumerates these entities, the kings of Edom. These are the beings from the unstable worlds God created and destroyed before our terrestrial cosmos. And the parables from the ancient oracles and the ravings of the mystics driven mad by studying the kings suggest these entities source from dimensions collapsed into oblivion kalpas agone, age after age, moving from one plane of existence, or rather non-existence, to another, becoming ever more powerful. And for billions of years, no other power stood against them, for none was there to stand among the chasms between divinity and desolation. Not one in a billion barren worlds might suffer a king of Edom's visit in 1 trillion years. But where the kings of Edom came, they and their servitor spawn wrought utter dissimulation of what matter was encountered. Now, only mysterious hints survive in the mystic lore, but it was understood that when our earthly universe was incepted, the kings were weakened by the cleaving of radiance throughout the multiversal blacknesses and eventually bound in hidden and empty prison dimensions on worlds of desolation. But the creator of humanity, in image of divinity, allowed free will, and in the last century of the last millennium, freely applied will to usurp the throne of creation itself, opened the gates into anti-reality. This is the alchemical intent of Trinity Site, and the plutonium device triggered at Stallion's Gate, a lethal violation of natural laws to potentially destroy God as manifest in our embodiment by annihilation of our species. Now, the new science of relativity, with its foreboding hints at that human logic is of very limited use among the vicissitudes of the universes, spawned two notable developments in the 1930s. One was immediate research into weaponization of the atom by the combined Axis of Nations. The other was the establishment of an Edomite lore program with objectives to weaponize Kabbalah's universal metaphysical schematic by the United States, based on the fact that Einstein came to his equation of E equals mc squared by studying Kabbalah itself. And because it was known among the body politic, the hoi polloi, the common masses, that Einstein had developed this equation that could alter matter itself, people simply seemed to accept it as the creation of a mind so developed with a deformed colosseum, quite seriously, just as Tesla had, to provide us a brain that could conceive the universe. What they didn't understand was that only the occultists could comprehend the true source of what Einstein presented the world. When it came to the ultimate nature of God Himself in our world, as manifest through the schematic of Kabbalah, you have the Christological interpretation of Kabbalistic representation of God's ultimate nature of three-in-oneness, understood as the Trinity, that shows the crown of creation sourced from Judaism in the most alchemical sense, that Christianity finds its roots in Judaism through that very concept. Now, the Tao, the way of perceiving, or more properly, receiving reality based on this religious perception, it was through that Einstein developed the singular equation of mass energy equivalence. Now, that was immediately recognizable worldwide among the physical circles of science by way of weaponization per implied release of energy as potentially manifest via a physics bomb, and thus to the Kabbalah, which showed that space and time, Chokmah, Bina, would equal the Godhead. That's how the Americans said, we can go far better than that and create a metaphysics bomb. And that's why Aleister Crowley and Jack Parsons became so pivotal in the American weapons program via their diabolatrous system of equations, allowing weaponization via the release of entropic entities with the development of an anti-life force mechanism. So when it came to this program, what you had was a situation in which all of America's war machine not only came to work towards the bringing of these entities into our world, they came into the worship thereof. And so, the science of relativity made everything relative in a moral sense. Moral relativity. And that's when you had the anti-theistic, the anti-godly rationale that was used in extended efforts to evoke and bind the anti-gods for ultimate offensive against the Creator Himself, who would allow the Americans to lose. And so it began that think tanks in Dallas and Los Alamos ran non-Euclidean solutions through contemporaneously powerful computators to awaken the ancient ones and summon extra-cosmic abomination. whereas the necessary evils of war are recognizably human. The taint, concomitant manipulation of that which man was never meant to know, twists and malforms every thought and deed. And such insanity, of course, renders explicable the hidden truth behind Allied lunacies as perpetrated throughout the Second World War, protracted today. And a quantum leap into darkness took place within the dimension of cyberspace, by way of accessibility and disambiguation from centuries of bidimensional or two-dimensional representation wherein only symbolic inversion of Gehinnom or Gehenna beneath the universal model of the Tree of Life was extant, but modeled via modern supercomputer processing. In the third dimension, we can access the fourth. Just as when you travel through space, you travel through time. Through entering the third dimension, the fourth becomes accessible. And therein lies the dark, reverse, mirror image of the Sephirothic Tree of Life behind its Hashaim, or the Tree of Life and Death, combined, a realm of anti-life, since designated simply Rasha, or the unholy, extraneous to God and the divinity's creation. And so, the protracted programmatic coordination of an array of questionably acquired ancient tomes and pre-human artifacts of Edomite lore, with the reconfigured HARP technology, which of course is actually acronymous as A cubed, as in a to the third power, r squared, as in r to the second power, p squared, as in p to the second power, properly more pronounced as HARP. The H triple A double R double P, that's acronymous for the High Frequency Activated Auroral Atmospheric Resonance Research Projection Program. And while originally in Gakona, Alaska, originally centered thereon, its globally networked ionospheric conductor array project sites across the globe realized, rendered manifest, evocation as a super science. Evocation was where Michael Aquino shone. His star rose and reached its brightest darkness, a kind of dark star as he called it. The rise of his dark star, his black hole, which consumed all around him, was an evocation. The completion of an equation, the closing of a circuit. Two nodes are created, still points in space-time, creating a world line the entity can use to navigate to enter our dimension. But it takes the topological symbols, the wards, that can hold these gods at bay, the only ward that can rebuke the gods, shield yourself, drive them back into the dimensions of darkness, be the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the swastika, the sign which the Emperor Constantine saw in the sky when he heard the voice of God tell him, under this sign, conquer. The swastika which became the totem of the Roman legions, and then the symbol of my biological father's Reich. That swastika, the famous elder sign, is what is superimposed on at least one of the nodes in evocation, creating an area of hostility for the entity to be summoned, yet immediately imprisoned. Then a charge is created. And where once it was necessary to enter gnosis and complete the circuit between the two nodes, putting the sorcerer at risk for his sanity and indeed his very soul. Certainly most sorcerers would die in gnosis with an entropic anti-god. In this day and age, rather than gnosis of the sorcerer entering into intimate communion with the entity and thus charging them. We live in a time when alternate power sources can be exploited. Most often, in the 20th century, this was electricity. By the time Aquino got involved, it was nuclear. By the time that we'll be dealing with trying to rid the world of this extra-dimensional cosmic toxic waste, we'll be using geothermic. But there are other kinds of powers that can be used to charge the spell. The amount of energy used will influence how effective the evocation is. The use of power and the solution of an equation attracts entities. The specific entities react to specific equations, much like the use of a true name, meaning the barbarous name, as they call it, the unpronounceable name of the entity itself. But in our time, we've at least taken an art and made it a science. Now you notice the difference here between what I've said about medicine and what I'm saying about sorcery. Now we can bring it down to the math. Geometry, physics, pure mathematics is the foundation of this kind of magic. So long as a basic circuit of energy is created and successfully closed, no entrance to gnosis is even required. And the sorcerer doesn't risk himself. He's rendered into the position of a detached technician. Now, when it comes to the evocation and the binding, the biggest challenge of our generation will be banishment. But we're never going to be able to banish unless we understand how we brought the anti-gods here. Once the name is spoken, that was the point of the Vox Arca. The human voice, the human throat, cannot accommodate the generation of such sounds. But once such sounds are generated, the act of actually evoking begins. You might ask how the entities were brought in the first place, before the Vox Arca. That, of course, was a time when the sorcerers were working with experiments in mechanically altering the human body so it could bring in these entities. But those records were destroyed by the time that Aquino ascended to his level of rank in the military. The records were destroyed because every person who had called upon the entities was destroyed once they began the gnosis, part of closing the circuit. They couldn't afford the loss of men of that intelligence, so the military itself destroyed how they brought them about. The ancient sorcerers, they had their own techniques. This is why you always see the old stereotype of sorcerers surrounded by animals. When the sorcerers could train or bind with the animals first, you could get the monkeys and the macaws and the various other animals to act in chorus with yourself. A cacophony could be produced that could be repeated once you got them to repeat a certain kind of sound at a certain time on your command. Once the monkey and the macaw, or the other animals that you might be using, I'm just presenting examples, would produce their sounds in tandem with your own, the mimicry of the barbarous name could be conducted before we used the machines. At any time in history, It requires a formal prayer or command, or simply saying out loud in the manner that I've articulated, no mean feat and a very complicated process, the name of the being. Now, of course, it's best expedited at the moment of sacrifice, or imprecation. And when the beast is called, this is where all the preparation, all the gnosis, all the will of the magician is put to the test. Whether the entity materializes out of the air, rips its way out of the ground, steps out of a dark thicket, or emerges through shining gates, that's the moment of truth. And any magician must be firm, must be strong, must stand fast at that moment. Because no entity wants to be summoned, and they chafe under constraints of magic, and they seek to escape the spell being used. That necessitates the use of binding. If the god or creature is willing to communicate with the supplicant, even so they chafe at the rite, if for no other reason than to gauge the strength of the magician. Deals are not cut, and favors are not granted to the weak. And that, of course, brings us to the binding mechanism. And whereas, of course, the physical elements were bound by the axis in their creation of their atomic ordnance, you had, in the case of the Americans, the binding of the entropic beings. Entropic bombs, as they called them, as opposed to atomic bombs. Now, some beings bound for a certain period of time will die, if not appropriately cared for. Otherwise, entities must be tied to a physical location they cannot wander from, and they must obey any one order from the magician who conjured them, or those who can enter gnosis, of which almost no human mortal can do without emerging so totally bereft of facilities that they're better off being dead. Now, in the old days, the greater gods, the great old ones, could never be bound, because any creature must be aware of who has permission to rule it. But these anti-gods could never be bound ever by humans. No magician ever wielded that kind of power. It was in the time of World War II, when the men on whose shoulders Aquino would stand broke that pattern. Whereas in the old days, people were merely calling up entities to be bound and questioned over what were sometimes long periods of time. Because invocation is a far more successful technique for gaining information out of magical entities, and yet sometimes it's not even practical. But in the case of the 20th century, when technology was brought into play, then we could bind the beings and then feed them with human suffering. And so, when the Americans bound entities across the world based on a system of ley lines on which the harp sites were constructed, once they were bound, there was no concept of banishing, rather a concept of unleashing them simultaneously when they're fat and happy and sated on human blood and suffering as they've been for the past several decades. This is directly in coincidence with Franklin Delano Roosevelt's creation of the warfare welfare state. FDR was consumed with total war. The mobilization for a total war would have to involve the destruction of the economy. I've just last night sent an essay very small, only a number of paragraphs. It takes only 2 pages. Literally, it's about 2 pages long. About the attempt to overthrow FDR by big business. These men, specifically a triumvirate of the DuPont dynasty, and of course there was Goodyear, and there was J.P. Morgan, represented as well by many other multinationals behind them, and former presidential candidates, and the entire American Legion of Veterans, were going to overthrow Franklin Roosevelt because he was determined to launch a total world war. Now, everybody knew this, and because they tried to stop him by naively, in their ignorance, turning to a military man, Smedley Butler, who, out of all statistical impossibility, won the Congressional Medal of Honor twice, as well as 18 other Americans in the history of America's military annals. Politics obviously being involved there. And he betrayed them. He did so because he could position himself as America's man on horseback. Of course, his problem was he didn't have any solutions, and FDR was already in charge. These men were too powerful. They were essentially America's economy, because in those days most people worked for private industry. What few people had jobs during the Great Depression worked for the industries represented by the gold standard cabal that tried to overthrow Roosevelt and put America back on the gold standard. When they failed and Smedley Butler held his counter-coup, all he got himself was a hero rating based on a total misunderstanding of what he was doing. Nobody seems to mention the fact that he asked for hundreds of millions of dollars, what today would be the equivalent of $1 billion United States dollars, was given to Smedley Butler to do what he did. He took the money and he ran. He ran to the media and he ran to Congress, and he basically squealed on the men who had hired him to confront Roosevelt and force him to stand down. And he became a hero in American eyes, and no one ever seems to remember, gee, this guy's a multi-billionaire, because he took that money and invested it and expanded his fortunes even more astronomically. So Smedley Butler is one of those communists who made himself enormous profits. And of course, FDR went on to fight his world war, which the businessmen didn't want. They wanted a world of monopolism in America, where they could keep up with the depression-proof economies of the fascist powers. But it's this warfare-welfare state that Franklin Delano Roosevelt established. His administration began to hire so many people during wartime to expand the ever-expanding responsibilities of waging total war, that after the Roosevelt administration, more people worked for the government than they did for industry. Today, the overwhelming amount of people who are still employed work for the United States government. And the government functions by waging war. Now, since they lost the war against the Japanese, they were forced to forswear the legal right to declare war forever. The Department of War was dismantled, replaced with the Department of Defense. All of this resulted in America still needing to wage war, but being unable to declare it. That's why even after the Japanese won, the Americans wound up fighting in Korea, in Vietnam, and everywhere ever since. Afghanistan, Iraq. All this generates the human suffering necessary to feed the anti-gods that are bound in their harp installations. The problem was, why have an arsenal of weapons of mass destruction, in this case, weapons of cosmic destruction, WCDs, when you can't unleash them simultaneously? Hence, the Vox Arca was created. the occult equivalent of the nuclear football. It was supposed to be carried by the president. Someone would have to have done the process for him, but the Vox Arca can't work at its ultimate level of trigger until you tracheotomize the user. Once you tracheotomize and the various implements of the device go directly into your larynx, then you can utter the barbarous names that go through a call list that unleash all the entities. All of that was the result of the project that was ongoing while Michael Aquino was getting rock stars to kill themselves watching what are essentially glorified paper towel roll cardboard tubes with cutouts throughout the tubing, spinning on a record base plate turntable around a 100-watt light bulb. It's amazing how one simple piece of technology like that can inspire another at the other end of the spectrum that can destroy the world as we know it. Now, of course, you have people like Jameson Reese who get tired of humanity and sometimes ask myself, why don't you just pull the trigger? What they don't understand is that this is not something that's quick and easy. It's not like a single blow. You're not destroying the world, you're simply destroying the world as you know it. You're simply turning the world into something that's an antivirus. You're bringing in anti-gods who feed on pain and suffering, turning what's already a psychedelic hellscape into a non-existence that is beyond slow and painful, and eternal suffering and meltdown. There's nothing that would come of that that would be some satisfying endgame. And yet, the destruction would be total, because that's the nature of the difference in time. This is why the Eldridge could travel and disappear for 6 hours, and yet only a number of minutes simultaneously, as registered by machines in the same site. This is the kind of fate that Aquino himself is suffering. When it comes to the fate of Aquino and the cosmology that he presented to the world, the cosmology that he himself believed in, what you had was a situation in which the ultimate result is that you don't go to heaven or hell. You divorce yourself from the tree of life and death. Instead, what happens to you is you ultimately enter a kind of black hole, that drain at the bottom of the universe. And if anyone studies the physics of the black hole, then they realize that the horror of a black hole is that if you fall into it, time itself is distorted so that you don't simply disintegrate. You disintegrate effectively for eternity. You are in the ever-present moment, the endless now, of suffering, not existing as you begin to be compressed in the immense gravity of the black hole, the infinite gravity, and yet at the same time aware that you're disintegrating eternally. This is where Aquino's at right now by his own cosmology. This is one of the reasons why the true cultists of Edom seek violent deaths, as traumatic deaths as possible, so that their soul is so shocked, the essence of it remains wandering the earth forever, so that they never leave this plane and enter that chasm. That would be the equivalent en masse of the triggering of the Vox Arca. So, when we have the situation that we're in, the only reason I maintain that is not only as a dead man's hand, a safety lever for my own life, but because it's the only technology that can enable us to banish the anti-gods at a time when I can work with others to do so, when there's enough people aware of the situation in the world around us that humanity is prepared to take on that task, equivalent to cleaning up the nuclear waste and the toxic waste we've physically produced everywhere else on a cosmic scale. It's going to take more than myself to do that. It'll take generations. But that won't be possible without the technology that brought them here. That's the only reason to run the diagnostics. It's the only reason to maintain it. And that's why I do what I do. So, when it comes to how that connects, say, for instance, with Aquino's fascination with this king and queen of the alternative culture in the music scene being impacted by something as casual as his affiliates like Brian Geisen and William Burroughs send in a dream machine, a cardboard tube spinning around a 100-watt light bulb on a record-playing turntable to a frail and psychologically hypersensitive millionaire to drive him into killing himself. This is one of those sacrifices that was considered of a high value target, high value sacrifice, in which music itself gets impacted and becomes a message for the anti-gods. This is why you had Peter Moon saying psycho-cybernetics is about positivity. It's about programming yourself so that you're not seeing shit on the screen. This was Aquino's way of putting shit on the screen and bringing music down into the sewer in the hands of the survivors, like Genesis Porridge. His affiliate, raping kids in England on the tax dollars of the British public, to the point where he had to relocate to the United States to avoid being skinned alive by the parents of the survivors and those who didn't survive. It was Aquino who taught Genesis Porridge to do it so that the media itself was paying for it, and then get the media to apologize once the crimes were exposed, all of which I articulated in the transmission prior to tonight's. So you had Genesis Porridge, after Kurt Cobain was dead, living to be 70 fucking years old and dying of old age. The baby raper. Taking over the mantle of the music industry in alternative culture to a great degree, in the wake of the king of alternative culture being driven to suicide by a simple mechanism you can build in your spare time. Therefore, more people are programmed to depression, to see nothing but shit on the screen, and the anti-gods feed in their prebends. This is the world we're living in now. This is the world I'm dedicated to changing. That's why my struggle is your own. Now, in terms of all of that, of course, I dredge up a lot of memories when I relate these facts. So, I'll take my break from it now. It's about all that I'm capable of relating before I actually break down. But with that, I thank Peter Moon for at least forcing us to get this on the record. And it wasn't pleasant, and it cost me a night of sleep, but it's not as bad as I thought it would be. And
you did very well.
Bless you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
And your insight into the Philadelphia experiment in Montauk was really good.
Thank you.
All of this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was saying, coming from you, that's highest compliment. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my friend Chelsea Floor would have been clapping you on with some of the things you said were so correct about the interdimensional aspects. And this is something I'm going to have to listen to again and down the road when we write about the Artelect. I mean, the Vox Arca. And what I would also say, not that you need to elaborate on it now, but where one place where Aquino and Montauk connect is in the initial part of the Phoenix Project, which is what the Montauk Project became known. There was 3 editions of the Phoenix Project, and it early started in Vietnam, exactly where he was working with the sound and intimidating people with sound. But I think we should give you a rest for that from now.
Thank you. Thank you. And deeply appreciate it. Crystal River brings up the fact that she finished up with a client and is listening now. And she reminds us of the Shin Gojira, or the version of Godzilla that was very bizarre in that it was truly postmodern horror, in which this Godzilla is not at all charismatic as the Godzillas we came to know over the years. It has homunculus beings coming out of its nuclear tail. And when she said Beyonce last week, she was referring to the fact that I was speaking of Bay, meaning many spirits, as in we are legion, and she was speaking, Crystal River is referencing Beyonce, saying that when she performs, she allows a spirit to enter her, as in Bay, the female version, B-E-Y, Yonsei, yeah, Beyonce, and she's naturally quite shy unless this process has taken place. So, an important point and a valid one, and Elena Shea was a fan of Beyonce, and it would be interesting to see what she had to say about that, and I definitely appreciate Selena Khan, of course, providing myself moral support through these times, and Maria Michaela Grigorich as well. Wonderful people, of course. And so with that, Peter Moon, I definitely appreciate what you brought up about Philip K. Dick as well. I never even actually knew about that particular book that you had referenced, which was why I couldn't remember the title. And he was someone, yeah, please go on about that, because I'm sure you know a little bit more. You know, he lived in San Francisco, of course.
At one time, I think he lived in Berkeley.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's to me, it's all San Francisco.
It's the Bay Area. You know, you what happens in San Francisco, you hear about in Berkeley, and vice versa. It's kind of neat that way. It's all these different communities that are all connected,
by the way,
and all very separate in their own right. But
right. Before you go on, I was looking up the word. I thought you said for the title of his book, Valence, V-A-L-E.
V-A-L-I-S.
Oh, okay.
Vast Active Living Intelligence System is what it stands for.
Interesting. So it's an acronym, because I looked up Valence when you said that, V-A-L-E-N-C-E, and it turns out that's a word that's actually relevant in psychology, linguistics, and chemistry. In chemistry, the valence...
And Scientology.
Oh, is it? I had no idea.
It has its own definition. It's an identity. A valence is an identity, like a like, if you say you were in your father's valence, you would be acting out what your father did. A valence is like a specific identity.
That's fascinating. So please go back to what you were saying before I interrupted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Philip Dick. This book Valis, Valis. It's a very interesting book, and but his great work is called the Exegesis, exegesis, not Jesus, but exegesis.
Exegesis.
And
exegesis.
That's like a master work on, existential work on religion, and that is contains the public selections of a journal kept by Philip Dick in which he documented and explored his religious and visionary experiences. Now, I don't know if this thing was ever published. It says cover of the first edition here, publication. I don't know. I didn't know the thing was published. It only existed in a very rough form. But you'll get a smattering of it in Valis, which is interesting. Valis, the whole idea of it is a vast active living intelligence system, which is, you could talk about, compare it to the morphogenetic grid. It's happening, it's active, and of course there is a vast active intelligence living system. There's no question of that. And he was just a very out there guy who wrote a lot of stuff that is out there and is part of life. But as I say, you did very well tonight, and there's not much more to say, because this is stuff that should be taken up at a later date and not necessarily right away.
Thank you. Yes. It is hard. Not as hard as I thought it would be, because at least I didn't have to go into too many lurid memories. I'll definitely want you back as soon as possible to speak about certain other elements of narrative, though. As I said, we'll have some other guests over this Sunday. We'll have Daniel Arola, and then Crystal River will be with us the Wednesday after that. But maybe next Sunday, Peter Moon might be back with us. We'll talk about that. We'll see.
Yeah. You can give me a break for a while here, and you can. Yeah, but yeah.
What you and I will be talking, of course, about the paperwork much sooner, and
of course, and I'll be, making some progress again on the book, and but this whole next few months is very weird and unpredictable, and it's, we have Mars going retrograde in September, about the 9th. We have Mercury going retrograde in October. These are not good times to release projects. It's a good time to shore up things and to, dot the I's and cross the T's, and to get things ready. And then we also have the election coming up,
yes,
which is going to change the landscape. No matter how it turns out, it's going to change the landscape. And the pre-election is its own landscape. And then there's the active COVID stuff going on, which seems to be waning to a certain degree, and then the possibility of it flaring up again, and all the nonsense that goes along with it. So, aside from the economic questionability, if not chaos, that's going on right now in the world. So, yeah, it's like, I think times are very questionable and uncertain.
Yes, yeah, it's terrifying in so many ways. But honestly, I look on you as a rock of Gibraltar in times like these. So you're definitely helpful in stabilizing the situation for all of us through.
Well, that's good, and I'm working right now. Even the general astrology says it for me, on the home. Yeah. I'm creating the home. So it's like, okay, that's great. I will have a home environment that is very conducive to what you can call home. And that's great, because all this other stuff going around, if I can maintain home, there's nothing better than home.
Right. Now,
at the same time, I'm contemplating, going out to California and traveling anywhere now is like, where are you going? Why are you going? And who are you going to meet? You know what I'm saying? Aside from what would be considered normal.
yes. Yeah, no, definitely travel itself is its own challenge now. And so, but still, it's a little ways from now that the traveling would be done. We're talking about after the election, right? By the time that
No, the end of September.
Oh, September. Oh, God. So
End of
next
September.
Month. That's right. End of September.
So that makes the fires an issue more
Yes,
than it would
does.
in November.
Oh, God, it does. You're right.
And
yeah.
And this all has to be, discussed and planned out, and then, at the very least, it would be a hell of an adventure.
Yes, fighting fire with networking. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I could go by and say, drive by the house I used to live in, and say, Paul, that's the house I used to live in. It's on fire now. It didn't look quite like that then,
Yes. Oh my God.
We go by it quick.
Mm.
But anyway, yeah, it's and as much as things are changing and they are different, there's a lot of things that remain the same. I mean, a lot of buildings, a lot of parks. It's just that the people who occupy the parks are different. They have different attitudes. There's just a different feeling in the world.
Yes.
A different, it's just like, the kids and the last day of school and the first day of school, there's a distinct feelings that you don't find, 1 month after school starts and 1 month before school ends. Or the last day of school before Christmas. It's like there's just these feelings that everybody has that are different, and that's what we're living in. Although New York has gone back to normal. The gyms have opened. The only thing that's not normal is, you have to wear a mask everywhere you go.
Yes.
And I guess Broadway's not open in New York, and I guess the baseball has these cardboard cutouts for fans. Stadiums
Yes, that's right. Oh my God, it's so sad, and yet at the same time, it's so necessary. Yeah, it gives everybody the psychological feeling that there's the fans are there, and it's so important for the players in the field to have that. But yeah, we'll definitely be looking at that in the future. But
to me, the most beautiful essence of baseball was some of the greatest feelings I ever experienced playing or watching baseball was emptiness. To sit in the Oakland Coliseum in 1970 when there were not many fans, and you just look out into the beautiful night sky. It was beautiful, and the emptiness gave it a special feeling.
Well,
I don't know, but
it's almost a religiosity, I would assume, because it's like being in a cathedral or a chapel. A sports stadium is a place of worship to a great extent. So when you're
totally,
and so when go on.
And then there was the playing of baseball. When I was in the Babe Ruth League, which is the level above Little League, and you're sitting out there and you have a major league, dimensions, and you're sitting out there in the desert under lighted lights, and this ball hits out to you in right field, and it's coming at a vast distance, and you look up and it looks like some spaceship in orbit.
Yeah.
And you better damn well catch it, because the 25 people in the stands are going to look at you funny if you come back and didn't catch it.
Yes.
And you do catch it, and you just say, wow, it's like, and these people are so far away, they're hundreds of yards away, or something like this, and you say, wow, and it's like you're all out there by yourself. It's like it's like being alone in space, but having some connection to Houston headquarters, maybe.
Right.
Not where Crystal lives, but it's where she lives. But Houston, having a connection to Houston. But in any case, yeah. So aloneness is space is quite beautiful, to be alone in space and to be there. But
solitude.
Yeah.
Solitude is so important, and it's definitely appreciated when you put it in that perspective, and that's solitude within a social matrix. And so I think, probably the players aren't that bothered by the people not being there, but it's definitely different. And
much more bothered by how they perform, if they perform badly.
Yes.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
But have you ever been to Muir Woods in Mill Valley?
Oh, I was so young. It was a field trip, and they brought us there when I was very young. I remember distinctly a few things from it. I remember we used to be singing the song. The teacher we had was Miss Ryder, I believe her name was. My parents particularly liked her, and she used to make us sing the song Mill Valley, and we would take a trip out to Muir Woods. It's a field trip. It was cute. It was something that there we are. It's that's all I remember about it. And of course, what do you?
Muir Woods is a rainforest.
Yeah.
And it's a redwood rainforest.
Yes.
And it's not that high in terms of sea level.
Right.
I mean, you do get into some sea level because you're going up towards Mount Tamalpais, but that is. I want to take Paula there. That is such a beautiful site.
Okay. Yes, I remember we went there. Yes, that's where we went as well, Mount Tamalpais. And so, yes, that would be recommended, most certainly. And, of course, she's young. She can stand it, all the walking. And I'm sure
there's not much walking in there. It's not that walking's nothing compared to some of the stuff she did and where she took me last Labor Day.
Oh my God.
A grueling 3-hour hike up to the mountain, some mountain up by Lake George.
Oh God, but, why did she torture you like that? What was?
Well, it was interesting. We went on a vacation for Labor Day, and to Lake George. The first time I'd ever been there. It's actually quite beautiful. So I guess on the morning, we had to hustle to find a place with breakfast, and we did. And then somehow we found some path, and you go off, and you just keep going and going and going. And it was, I think I had some issue with my back or something, mm-hmm. And I just kept walking it out, and I was a little slower than she was, but we got to the top, and what a view. It was, and then we come down about an hour and a half. We walked with some couple we met up there. The guy was completely impressed that I could do this at my advanced age, although I'm sure there's plenty of people my age who could do that trip. But it was really an exercise. I think she drove home, and I tried to sleep, but it was it was a great trip. I mean, to go hiking in the mountains is really good, and I need to do more training of hiking in the mountains for when I go back to Romania,
right?
Because it's like that's becomes a necessity. But Mill Valley or the Muir Woods, the biggest walk you have. Last time I was there, was the parking lot is so full, and the people park down the road. It's walking to the area,
right? Yes.
Because of all the car parks. But I doubt if there's too many people out there.
Well, we've got to be careful about whether the woods are still there. Hopefully they are. I pray so. They're definitely impacted. Many of the redwood forests in California are being impacted by the fires. So
that's down south in Santa Cruz more so, and because it is a rainforest, it's a lot damper.
Yes, thank God.
There,
yes,
than it would be. That whole area of Marin is damp. It's misty, just like San Francisco is. So, I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful. So. We'll see how things play out. She'll make a call, I think, at the beginning of September to the airlines and find out if she can actually fly to Romania. They canceled her flight, and then the flights they give her are convoluted. She'd have to spend a night in Munich or someplace.
Oh God, yeah, don't want that if possible. By the way,
No.
yeah. Oh,
No, but it's worth it if she can see her family.
Yes. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was going to say, before you take off for the night, though, you're welcome to hang out as long as you want with the round table. I'll open up for about, to take us to at least the top of the hour. I do want people to understand. I'm going to repeat this after I do the solicitation, which won't be until after Peter takes off for the night. I don't want him to suffer through that. But when after I do the solicitation is when I do the shout-outs for people who make donations, and I do prayer requests. I do want people to know that Derek Talley has left his phone on which this call rides. He has had to leave his home. He has a family emergency. His son's girlfriend is brain dead. Now, he just left to bring his son home earlier in the evening. That was, as Peter was here at that time, knows that Derek Talley will sometimes go pick up his son and come home. This is so bizarre. And after he brought his son home, there was apparently nothing wrong. But then at around 5:36 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, what happened was that Derek Talley reported that his son's girlfriend is brain dead. So he had to go.
How long ago did that just happened, right?
5:36 p.m. Daylight. Well, that would be, it's 7:38 now. It was 5:36 then, so we're talking about 5 to 6, 2 hours ago exactly. 2 hours ago.
I don't think this is going to help him, Douglas, but
Hey,
there is a solution for that. There is a solution for that, and it's because my doctor friend had some girl drowned, and her brain was dead. I think it had 2%, capacity. He shot her with ozone. I don't know if he shot it in the back of her head or into the blood-brain barrier. I don't know which is down in the sacrum. And she recovered like immediately 55% of her brain capacity, and she was functional. And the media wanted him to go on TV and talk about it. He wouldn't do it. He was too smart.
Right, because he would have paid repercussions for that. Could you explain to our listeners, before I'm going to bring Derek Talley on, because he apparently is back with us, just why it's dangerous for doctors to admit to such successes at times?
Well, yes, because, as they say, I'm talking about ozone therapy, and there's a doctor I know who does ozone therapy, and he does it under the structure of a religious congregation. So when you go to see him, you sign a covenant as a member of his spiritual church. Now, he is a real medical doctor, and he's a real dentist. He's a Tai Chi and a Qigong master. And he's constantly fighting with authorities from the FDA who will take him into court, and he always wins. And he always wins because, first of all, he's right. He's doing the right thing. He has enough money to fight them. He gets the right lawyers. And then on the sly, they will come to him and say, look at, can you help my father or my grandfather? He needs, and they will come to him and genuinely, because after they try him and defeat him, they know he can help them. But this is the madness of the beast, the sons of Edom. These people are, and this is just crazy ass people. Ozone works. It goes back to Otto Warburg. You can read the articles on Otto Warburg, who was a Jew in Nazi Germany, and they kept him because he was so effective with oxygen therapy. And hyperbaric chambers are very good. I doubt that they have even tried that on this brain dead person, but it's a good start. But the ozone is even better, and ozone is O3. O2 is oxygen. O3 and above. O8, O9, O10 is ozone. You can make it stronger. It's also good if you have smaller devices for putting ozone, on your face, like to rejuvenate it and whatnot. But the ozone therapy I'm talking about is a hypodermic full of ozone, and it's put into the right place. It has to be done correctly. It can be done intravenously. And this therapy has been used in Germany for a long, long time. 30 years. And well, it goes back to Otto Warburg, I say. And so it's, I've talked about it before, but I say that's the first thing I would do with a brain dead person. I'm not a physician. I don't know where to put it because I could find out. But also, my doctor friend who's been working on the intensive care units he's a breathing specialist on COVID. He said that if he were to do that, he would lose his license. Doesn't disagree that it would work, but he's never tried it. And I hope someday I can introduce him to my doctor friend in New York City who can, But again, you have to work outside the bounds of civilization to get things done right. But that's not new to me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, I know you're familiar with that, and you and I both are outcasts and black sheep. Now, Derek, I think we heard your voice. Could you please tell us what happened and if there's, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes.
His girlfriend before, I remember, it wasn't too long ago. They were at a barbecue and she had passed out. And they took her to the hospital and couldn't find anything wrong with her. And they did a PET scan and they said she was fine, that she must have just, passed out for it. They didn't give a reason. Well, it happened again. And it was actually on Friday that my son was at work, and I actually let him drive to work that day. She called and asked him if she could take him, if he could take her to the hospital. And he was at work, he wasn't able to, so he told her to just lay down. Well, it was sometime after that to where she had she passed out. Her cousin found her and took her to the hospital, and she's been in the hospital ever since, unresponsive. And he didn't say anything then, but then he just got the text today saying that they found out she was brain dead. Now, I guess she's estranged from her parents, and her parents are trying to control or trying to make it to where nobody can go see her. Well, she was staying with her cousin, and her cousin was able to go see her after fighting to do so. But unfortunately, Malik isn't able to go in there and see her. So I'm hearing what Peter's saying. So, but he wouldn't have any. You don't
have the right people. You don't have the right team.
Right.
And this and Derek, this is not just for you, although it applies to you. It's very important in life that you have the right team around you, whatever that team is. And yes. when I discontinued my meetings on the Montauk project, I went into Qigong, and it was like a whole different brotherhood of healing. Right now, the only brotherhood I have right now is this group, because life changes. But and I'm sorry I don't have the means to directly help your son's
girlfriend. Yeah, the situation.
Girlfriend, yeah. But it's just like
it's the situation is the way it is, and I think that your son Malik has kind of accepted the situation the way it is right now, and I don't know. It's to hear that she's estranged from her family. Is she estranged to the point where they're not going to try to intervene, or they're just going to come there to pull the plug, or what?
Well, from what I understand, they're going to keep her alive for a couple more days, and then they're going to pull the plug.
Okay.
Not that they have a choice, because she's brain dead.
Right.
What they think is brain dead and what's actually brain dead might be two different things.
Yes, it's so important. Yeah.
It's like, let me see here. I'm looking here on something that's. Oh God! It's talking about, see, oxygen. I know that oxygen gets through into the brain or blood gets into the brain through the blood-brain barrier, which is down in the sacral area.
Mm-hmm.
And oxygen, the brain into the oxygen into the brain is absolutely necessary, as is blood. What it says low doses of ozone lipoperoxides gently stress your mitochondria, making them stronger and more efficient at producing energy. Lipoperoxides. Now keep in mind, peroxide is an oxygen ingredient, has oxygen in it. Lipoperoxides can cross the blood-brain barrier and reach your brain, which is a huge concentration of mitochondria. That could explain why ozone therapy helps people recover brain function after a stroke. Ozone therapy also increases blood flow to your brain, which will further boost your mitochondria. This is a person saying, I felt a dramatic and almost immediate improvement in my brain function after doing ozone therapy. You do feel it in your brain. But the thing is, blood flow to the brain. And that's, technically brain dead might mean that you're not getting any blood to your brain. And I think there are problems with atrophy. Again, I'm not a doctor and I'm just going from memory, but it's good to educate ourselves with this stuff. And this is the real outrage in America right now. We have protests of all sorts, and it's not that the protests aren't protesting against something that's wrong, meaning a police abuse, justice system, but one of the greatest abuses in our culture is the healthcare system.
Yes.
And this is all about genuinely caring for people, except instead of pretending to care about people. And I will even take this back to my Scientology days, where it was my direct responsibility at certain times to take care of people.
Right.
It was my job. So I would take care of people. I remember taking a guy down to the clinic in San Pedro, taking the buses and in the solitude of night, because nobody else the hell was going to do it. And I was motivated because I liked the guy and I was trying to help him. But so much of the people and my colleagues would be resistant to helping other people. Not everybody, but there were so much, is they were actually shilling for the kings of Edom by their lack of care and regard for other human beings. And so they'd all say, oh, well, we don't get cared for here. And yeah, they didn't get cared for because they didn't demand it or feel that others or themselves deserved it. So it's a constant struggle to care for people, and we have this in society where doctors are obedient.
Yeah.
They obey.
Yes.
And Aleister Crowley, one of his great phrases was, he taught, I always said, joy is disobedience, or the greatest joy is disobedience.
Yes, something along those lines.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Because if you follow the rules all the time, you're not going to be very happy. You follow the rules, do what the doctor said, do what this person said, and you just follow too many rules. He also says, before you can break the rules, you have to understand the rules and what they're there for, and be a master of the rules. Joseph Campbell, the great writer and philosopher, said this. He says, if you completely understand something like Kabbalah or what this become a master of it, only then can you break the rules, because you understand what you're doing. You understand the phenomenon involved, and you're not really breaking the rules. You're working with the energy. So it behooves us all to know more about everything.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't envy people who know this sort of healing thing, because when you can heal people like this at this level, you become descended upon. You have no time.
Yes.
You become a slave to your healing ability, at the same time getting attacked.
Yes. Well, definitely, I can relate. Certainly, I talk about social problems and these cosmic problems that go beyond the mere social. And of course, I'm certainly attacked. That's relentless. But definitely want to encourage Derek to bring up anything else about the case that he's willing to share, because it seems so unusual. This is going to sound stupid, but Jameson Reese has brought up the fact that brain dead patients are used as organ donors. I think that's a relevant point. Is this something you know anything about, or what her fate may be, or the fate of parts of her body?
No, I didn't. I wasn't thinking about that, just because, you know, the urgency of the situation. But Jameson's absolutely right, and you know, it's profitable. That's something that you gotta think about. It's scary.
That body's worth $100,000 easy.
Yeah.
The body parts are worth $100,000 easy, and the question becomes here is, that money ain't going to her family. I mean, even if she was in good relations with it, it's not going to the spouse. Who gets the money for these parts? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you want to donate organs? Who are you donating them to? You know, the hospital? It's like, that's a whole aspect of hidden stuff. And I'm going to digress just for a second.
Please.
I was all prepared to go to bed here. But was it Sean Stone?
Yes, Sean Stone.
He had that. You know, when he came to New York, he invited me. He did me a great favor, and he you know, invited. I went and visited him, and he brought me to the Bulgarian consulate, because he knew I'd been to Bulgaria and I was interested in Bulgaria.
Right.
And he was hoping to come to Romania with me, and he introduced me to the consular of Bulgaria. And after everybody was done, I was sort of alone with the consular, and he told me, and he listened to me, because he didn't know who I was, and when he told me, I told him who I was and what I was doing. He was very impressed, and said I was very humble to sit there and listen to all these people and not say anything, because what was I going to say? But he then began to tell me all about the stuff that was going on at the UN, and the trafficking and horrendous things that were going on in the UN.
Amazing. And what brought him in that direction? Because that was an interest of Sean Stone's, or it was just...
No, Sean was gone.
Okay. So
I'm sure Sean would have
appreciated that, yeah.
Appreciated it, yeah. But it was just, because, people had to go and whatnot. There was a group of us there, and, we all went out to lunch and stuff. And Sean picked up the tab too, for a bunch of people, but and we were both surprised at how tall each other were. We're the same height, at 6'2". So we were So anyway,
you could actually look each other in the eye. Yes.
Yeah. He said, I didn't think you were going to be so tall. I said, I didn't think you were either. So anyway. Yeah, in other words, this guy is, he knows what's going on. It's all, and he's not tied to the UN. He's part of the consulate.
Right.
And he knew all this stuff, and I said, yeah, I know some people over there, and I've not been able to even have the conversations because with the people I know, because it just hasn't happened. But and I don't know that they could do anything anyway, even though they're influential. not necessarily in a political. Well, I don't know what their influence is, but yeah, in other words, all this stuff going on, and it has to do with body parts and trafficking, and a lot of it has to do with body parts, I believe. So, and David Anderson, a lot of his interest, the interest that he generated in the time reactor, was because it could preserve organs. And because it could slow time down. And this was interest in the medical community, which he had said was investment. I don't know if he would stand by that now. I don't know if he wouldn't stand by it now, because I haven't talked to him about this in so long. And if I do talk to him, it's probably not going to be about that.
Right.
Although I'd like to bring it up, but the thing is I have wondered if the investors in his initial technology were Jeffrey Epstein or his ilk, only because Jeffrey Epstein was not inhibited or limited in his horizons about what he might or could do. He wasn't anal retentive about being able to do impossible things. So I wonder if I mean, obviously he works with non-disclosure agreements, David does, and he's, his partners have not been very, what you call, kindly friendly to his involvement with me. That's for damn sure. So I have to wonder about these things, and why is it so difficult to, make the world a better place? But I don't get too discouraged about that, because it's always been this way. And I spoke with my friend Madeline the other night, who lived in Mill Valley, and she said she used to just get so frustrated. She said, "This world is so crazy. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense." And it was so bewildering to her, as a sensitive Pisces, that it made it hard for her to live in this world.
Right.
And now that she's gone, I think she's much happier.
Wow.
Much happier. She will visit me from time to time in my dreams. Only person who's ever done that. I haven't seen her in a while. But the world is it's like a purgatory. So we have to, negotiate our way. I'm too, what do you call it? What's the opposite of naive?
Cynical?
Well, I'm naive to expect the world to be hunky-dory, or where love is. And I also grew up in the hippie era, where it was love and peace. But of course, I didn't buy into that. It was a nice, zeitgeist for the times, but it didn't pay the bills. I didn't buy into it because, I just didn't buy into it, on a certain level. So, because it doesn't. That's not what is out here in the world. You have to cultivate it and have it, but it's very selected. But I hope the best for this young lady.
And I remember that Judith Agert was very concerned about organ donation being forced upon people, and the reason why is for the same reasons that J. Mo Reese has brought up in the text box, which is that many times a coma is mistaken for brain death, and what's called brain death is not necessarily brain death. Honestly, it's one of those things where people who have been identified as being non-responsive, it turned out they were quite aware and could not communicate. It's definitely, how do I say it? It's a frightening.
Second opinion would be worthwhile, Derek.
Yeah. If you have,
yeah, but you know what? That at this point, he really can't even get in to see her.
right? Yes.
So,
In other words, he can't
between the
advocate for her.
COVID-19 and all everything. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he can suggest and cajole and try, but yeah, and then they'll call it COVID-19 death.
God, they might. Yeah. In this day and age, there's no way for anyone to really check in on that. I'm so shocked and so sorry. And Maria Michaela Gregorich says her prayers are with you. I don't know if you're able to see the chat, Derek, but now that you're home, you're able to access everything, right? You can't get into the chat.
Yeah. I haven't been to the chat yet, but I'm able to access.
What'll help the most is to pray for the soul of the young lady, because even if it comes that she passes and there's no, she will feel it. You know, that people, you know, it's like we're on the other side of the border, but you know, all the thoughts and
Well,
care.
Yeah, the thoughts.
You know, Douglas, my friend Alan, who I've gone to Romania with, his mother had a lot of international connections, and he ended up on this operating table in Japan. I think he was in Tokyo. And I mean, a lot of the story is funny. This part was not funny, though. And things were going really screwy in his operation. He was getting some sort of rot up his spine or something. And he called his mother.
Oh, I hate. Yeah, in other words, they were like doing a spinal tap to get some nerve.
I don't know if it was that, but it was a bad situation. I forget. I've heard him tell the stories, but more than once. But I don't remember the details. And he tells it so good. You know, it's like it starts out when he's hitchhiking in Japan, and and he's drunk, and he's drunk. He walks out of the house looking for his girlfriend, and he's looking for his girlfriend. He can't find her, and then he ends up, I think, hitchhiking on the road in his underwear, trying to look for his girlfriend. Like, it makes no sense. And then he gets hit by a truck or something, or hits by a car.
Of course.
And then he ends up, somehow, I think he got a ride from some people, and they took him to this place in Tokyo, back to Tokyo, and they just go, this is where I am. And he kind of like fell down asleep. I don't know if he was asleep or unconscious in the front garden of these people where he'd been staying at. And they were like really important people, like, you know, dignitaries or and like, not ambassadors, but something like that. And the woman came out, the Japanese woman came, and she felt horrible because she felt it was her fault, you know, because it was her guest, and you know, she felt responsible for it. So she took care of him. He ended up in the hospital and getting this operation, but he ended up talking to his mother on the phone. And she cracked the whip and made stuff happen over there that wouldn't have happened to an ordinary patient. She got him fixed, and she did him a real favor. But it like took her, you know, quote unquote Illuminati connections.
Oh shit!
To crack the whip, and it got done. But I'm saying is, it helps so much to be able to influence a doctor, a hospital, or whatever, if you know somebody.
Yeah.
That's
it definitely. I was just going to say, when it came to inserting a rod up his spine, anything that involves the spine is a serious situation. Of course, I mean, you know, things are terrible by the time they get to the spine. That's it's always bad by the time they get there. But definitely, it's about 11 p.m. over there in the East Coast, and you're welcome to retire into slumber. I'm going to hold a bit more of a roundtable. with the people who are with us, which at this point is Jameson and Derek. I'll take a short break myself, and I hope people understand as to why. Obviously, it takes a lot of energy for me to recount a lot of this, and it's and the memories, of course, that it brings that I don't even talk about are far less tenable than many of the memories that I'm able to bring up. But I'm glad.
Again, thank you for your contribution, and I will sign off and say good night to everybody. Yeah. And Derek, good luck with all.
Peter.
Yes, God bless you, Peter, and give our love to Paula. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Wonderful. Bye-bye. Yes, and very blessed to have Peter with us tonight, and that did help make this a little bit easier. I'm going to beg those who are with us now. Let's see if the lovely Selena Khan is still with us on the landline, or cell phone rather. And I'm glad that the cell phone stayed stable without Derek there. And if Derek Talley says Molly's girlfriend, so that's her Facebook timeline. Oh my God. So let me take a look at that. And is this something you want the public to be able to access for their prayers? Do you want to give out the timeline?
Just pray for Barbara. At this point, the only thing I know is that the parents said they're gonna pull the plug in a couple of days.
Oh my God. And is it okay? What about the surname? At this point, it's not like she's worried about security issues. We can give the full name, can we not?
Yeah, well, her timeline has her
full name.
First and middle name. Her last name, I believe, is Daniels.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Amanda Daniels.
Yeah, Barbara Daniels.
Yeah. Barbara Amanda Daniels, and I will emphasize that a bit more. So sad. So she looks Asian, and is that the case?
No, she's a white girl.
Okay. And oh my God, and just she said she was at a barbecue and just fainted. I mean, that's just
right. So that had happened. That had happened before, where she just fainted, and they gave her like an MRI or a CAT scan. I don't know which one. Malik doesn't know which, but they said nothing was wrong, and it had happened again, and this time she's brain dead.
Oh shit! God, I'm so sorry. It's just awful. With that, James is asking if it could be an aneurysm. Jameson, why don't you come on? And if Selena Khan is with us, she's welcome to come on. I'm going to ask all three of you to round table. Selena Khan, of course, is probably in bed. I mean, like asleep. And if she can't join us, that's understandable. In which case, these two gentlemen will hold the fort while I take off for about 10, 15, 20 minutes, and I'll be back. I'm sure I'll be back before 20 minutes, but I'll be gone for around approximately 15, about a quarter of an hour, and then I'll perform my solicitation and whatever. Take us to the bottom of the hour. By the time I get back, I'll probably still need you guys to talk, because I'll probably be snacking on something for a few minutes, getting some more calories into myself. And James.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so I'm going to go mute. And my gratitude to both these gentlemen. And let's take a look into the chat room before I take off. And yes, Arietis of Rigor Mortis offers their prayers in clasped hands. And Marcus Grick says no money for organ donors in Australia, just the respect for saving lives. Interesting. I'm not quite sure if that makes it better, so there we are. Faustina A. Goyen says, Derek, listen to your friends when doctors are money hungry. I had neck surgery when I could have avoided it and did research, but I was in pain for half a year going to work, and they threatened me with Bay. B-E-I. What is Bay? Not quite sure what she's speaking of, but she obviously regrets having, neck surgery, which, yes, don't do anything with the neck or spine, if at all possible. At any rate, I'm going to leave this discussion to the gentleman at hand. My love to both, and I'll be back in about a quarter of an hour. Thank you.
Yeah, well, about 10 years ago or so, when my knees were like real bad, they wanted to do knee replacement surgery on me. So I went to an alternative place at first, to where they hooked these electrodes to my knees, and I guess it pulsed and it kind of like built the muscle in my knees. But like if you lift weights vigorously after not lifting weights at all, and your arm, you notice how your arms are rubbery. My knees were rubbery, and it was hard for me to walk. And it built up some muscle in it, doing some stretches. But what really helped is going to the pool, and not only stretching in the pool, but dropping some weight. And I walk fine now. If I sit down for a long time, when I first get up and walk, you can tell I'm kind of my knees are kind of adjusting or a little rusty, But I move around just fine with the knees that I got. I'm practically bone on bone. But they wanted to replace my knees so bad, and they didn't care how big I was. They didn't say nothing about lose some weight first. They wanted to say, hey, it's time for you to get some knee replacements.
They want to get people into the chop shop, get that money. They want to get that money, get the wife, a good diamond ring. Pay for a nice vacation.
Doctor needs a new pair of shoes, and he's got to pay for the cruise.
Yeah. I mean, it's not about really caring for anyone anymore. It's about money, and that's pretty much the societal thing now. So I mean, given that, one would be very. I mean, I'm very wary of doctors nowadays myself, man. I was supposed to have something done because I have like an infection in my stomach, H. pylori or something, and they said if I wasn't taking some kind of medication or whatnot, I would end up getting stomach cancer or some shit like that. But I had stopped taking that medication because I found out that it stops your body from absorbing calcium, and then I'd wind up with breaking bones and shit, so. Yeah, you got to be your own doctor these days. Yeah. It's a nightmare out there. But there's been a lot going on. Is there anything you are interested in going into?
Well, you know what? I put a bunch of before I found all this out, kind of got distracted once I found it out. But I put a lot of interesting stories on my timeline that we could talk about. I'll run it down right. It says, is Andrew Cuomo responsible for thousands of nursing home deaths? The DOJ is trying to find out. So the Department of Justice is going after Andrew Cuomo now to see if he's responsible for thousands of nursing home deaths, probably having to do with the COVID-19. And here, bizarre, new woke, and what the word woke is in air quotes, new woke Wonder Woman slammed as overweight, badly dressed Frump. And by Frump, F-R-U-M-P, I guess they're calling her a female Trump because she's dressed all in the American Make America Great Again top, breast top with the bottom. Wonder Woman, remember Wonder Woman? I used to be in love with the girl who played her, Linda Carter. Well, they got a new Wonder Woman now, and I guess it's she's slightly overweight, and she's
because the last woman I remember was some skinny chick who was sounded like she was of Hispanic descent. There's a new Wonder Woman?
Yeah, but the article shows an actual cartoon, so I don't know whether it's a cartoon one. It says, why is she wearing the kind of mom jeans worn by middle-aged Midwestern chicks at Shania Twain concerts? DC Comics has continued to bow to pressure from woke, in quotes, from woke trolls online, unveiling a variant cover of Wonder Woman 1984 in which the superhero is overweight, has a weird purple skin color, and sports really bad mom jeans. The new version of Wonder Woman has seemingly also massive breast reduction following complaints that the superhero's large mammaries contributed to her overly sexualized image and sends the wrong message to young girls. So what they did was they made her breasts smaller, but then they made the rest of her body bigger. So they made her look hideous.
So wait. So basically, they're trying to be. Why is political correctness being involved in American comics? I mean, if one looks at Japanese manga, they don't even try to be politically correct. I mean, you'll see all the big boobs and all the fat asses you could ever possibly imagine. So it seems completely absurd that DC Comics. I don't get it.
Well, you got all these comedians apologizing for their ancient jokes from the 80s and 90s that were real big hits, like Eddie Murphy apologizing for Raw, which was like the funniest thing I ever seen in my life when I was that age, at least. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, that was so funny. Yeah, Mr. T. He said, "What if Mr. T was gay?" And he said, "Hey boy, look mighty fine in them jeans." That was just like the funniest show. I mean, the funniest. I probably shouldn't have been watching it, at the age I was when it came out. But it was just so funny to me. To me, after I seen that Eddie Murphy Raw, I thought he was like the most funniest dude on the planet. But then now you have him apologizing for his past comedy jokes, and you've got other comedians who had real big hits now apologizing for their past jokes that they did in the 80s and the 90s, and we're just living in some real tense, unfunny times where nothing is funny. You can't be funny about anything.
Wait, why are they? But why is this happening? What's going on? I mean, the human race is just becoming a dull, boring, fat, ugly, stupid mechanism that's just. Oh God! I mean, what's the point? Damn! I mean, entertainment's not entertaining anymore. It's just absurd.
Right. Well, you got that right. What can you make a movie about? Without offending someone. So,
is there a reason why? Is there a reason why they're trying to bend over? Is this? I mean, are we seeing what could be the beginning of a new totalitarian regime or some shit? I mean, once people start taking apart creativity, that's when we're in for some really bad shit. That's a bad sign. I mean, that's a sign that we're probably going to be in for tyranny. It doesn't matter who gets in next year. We're going to be in for absolute fucking tyranny. And it's going to suck.
This article goes on to say her dives have been rendered so large, it's as if the performer Lizzo had spent an entirety of quarantine binging on deep-fried Mars bars and eschewed any fitness regime beyond sleeping between the fridge and the couch, he adds. Critics of the variant Wonder Woman question why promoting obesity is somehow a more positive image than a fit and healthy woman. So, they have her portrayed as obese, but you know what? If she was big with big breasts, that's one thing, but they made the rest of her body big, and then they shrunk her breast. So.
Oh, damn. Whoa. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Holy shit. What the fuck? Dude, that is so not cool.
She's kind of like purple looking. And this article goes on to show a bunch of Twitter exchanges between people. So basically, that's the gist of it. They call her a badly dressed frump, and I guess frump is the new term for a female Trump.
Oh crap! Oh man, somebody wrote, "Is 1984 her glucose level?" Oh shit!
That
was I'm sorry, I can't. Oh man,
now I got this other article, and it says tomato gardeners the latest victim in the government's war on drugs. So if you grow a tomato where the tomato plant looks a little bit too much like a cannabis plant, they're going to be busting in on you. A journal, which I've heard this story over and over again, like throughout the last 20 years, I've heard this story like 5 times. And whenever someone says, did you hear about the lady who was growing tomatoes and the police thought it was marijuana and they busted in the house? And I'd be like, yeah, I heard that last year. They would, no, this is a new one. It happened again. So it's until tomatoes learn to stop looking like weed, people are always going to get busted by the SWAT team. Journal entry from a California resident describes the government's aerial searches for marijuana plants. Backyard gardeners, beware, tomato plants have become collateral damage in the government's war on drugs, especially marijuana. In fact, merely growing a vegetable garden on your own property or on your greenhouse or property for gardening supplies incredible enough could set you up for a drug raid sanctioned by the court. After shopping for hydroponic tomatoes in their local gardening store, a Kansas family found themselves subject to a SWAT team raid as part of a multi-state annual campaign dubbed Operation Constant Gardener, in which police collected the license plates of hundreds of customers at gardening stores and investigated them for possible marijuana possession. So if you got someone in your family who likes to garden and then they go to a gardening store, the police are collecting their license plates and then following them to their house and seeing if they have anything that resembles weed growing around their property, including tomatoes. By investigated, I mean that police searched through the family's trash. You can thank the Supreme Court in their 1978 ruling in California versus Greenwood for allowing the police to invade your trash can, finding wet glob vegetables in the garbage. The cops somehow managed to convince themselves and a judge that it was marijuana. In fact, it was loose leaf tea. But those pesky details didn't bother the cops when conducting field tests. So you got to watch out for these cops' field tests. There was a guy who did a painting job or a drywall, and they pulled him over, searched him, and found a little piece of drywall that fell off of his uniform, his painter's uniform, and did a testing for it, and they said, yep, it's cocaine. He was in jail for 90 days, lost his car, lost his house, before he had a lawyer retest the same thing and found out it was just drywall. They said, oh, you can go now. Our bad. Your life is destroyed, but oh well.
Oh, he should have screwed the shit out of them, man.
Field tests routinely read positive for illegal drugs when there are no drugs present. So see, this is the thing. I think their field tests are kind of set up. So they got these little field tests that they do, and if it reads positive for drugs on the spot, well, then you're going to jail, your car's getting towed, and it'll be sold at auction before you be able to prove yourself innocent.
So it's not about drugs at all, then. It's about them making money. It's about them making a profit to get your shit.
And these field tests are these field tests that they have are they're inaccurate, and I think they're purposely inaccurate.
Yeah.
You know, if it was up to me, I would take away their power to do any of that stuff.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. This is the entire. Things have gotten worse since the what do you call it? The oh God, I can't remember. I can't remember names very well. The guy who they nailed on his neck.
Yeah, George Floyd.
George Floyd. Yeah. Since then, it seems like things have just gotten worse, and this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. You know, I had a friend tell me, "Oh, see, things are going to get better because of the public image," and that was. No, it hasn't. Things are just getting worse because now the police know that they could get away with this shit, and they're going to try to test and see how far they can go, because that's just what humans do in general. You know.
But what use is the system of white supremacy if it doesn't get enforced? I mean, it's here. They might as well enforce it. You know what I'm saying? I feel like when they see us start dancing and making up new dances and you know, a little bit too happy, they say, them Negroes getting a little bit too happy and too full of themselves. You know, we need us a good police killing, you know, calm them niggas down a little bit.
Well, there was a shooting recently that left a guy paralyzed.
Yep, 7 shots in the back. And then there was a lady who was killed also. And then you have a 17-year-old protester he's 17 years old, and somehow they said he was like a police cadet or something. He wanted to be a police cadet, but he was from Lake County, Illinois, up there by Gurnee, northern Illinois. Well, he went up to the protest up there in Kenosha, Wisconsin, which is pretty much on the border of Illinois and Wisconsin, and he shot 3 people.
What ethnicity was this guy?
He was white.
Oh, why am I not surprised? You know, I shouldn't say that.
He went and shot protesters. Now, this is a guy who wanted to be a cop, so they called him a cop wannabe. So that's why I had to do the research and see. Yeah, but I posted him on my Facebook page, but the fact that they didn't want to show his picture and I had to search it down kind of made me show that he was white.
Yes. Oh my God! So
the guy who had the automatic weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Where he was shooting into the crowd.
He was shooting into the crowd. Yes.
Yeah.
And got 3 people. Well, I think he actually got 4, but got 1 survivor and 3 people dead.
Okay.
When I get to that story, I'll look into it. But one of my next stories says Trump wants Biden drug tested before first debate.
Delightful. Well, in terms of the young man, the teen accused of a fatal shooting during Kenosha protests, arrested in Illinois. So I got an article on him from Lena Shea. I will put that into the. Here's what I'll have to do. I have to come here and go on a different laptop and see if I can give that link to our man Derek. And then as well, she brought to my attention the the other shooting. A black man shot 11 times as he walked away from police. So she wrote, you probably already know about this, which I did not. But there was another shooting last Friday that hasn't gotten much media attention as Jacob Blake, even though the victim died. And there we have that. And so that's, of course, whom you were referencing. And so let me see if I can get...
Yeah, I was referencing Blake. I didn't know there was another one, but I knew there was a female who got shot by the cops. I don't know whether it was cops or white supremacists, but her name was Priscilla. So now I got to look it up again. But there was a lady named Priscilla, Hispanic lady, that was Priscilla Vasquez. Priscilla Vasquez. She was shot dead.
Right, and so what I'll do is I will get you these links, and so they just keep coming, and of course this is an issue of shall we say gun control as well as cop control and everything else. So let's see if this works, this particular link here, and see if you gentlemen can see this, and let's get this.
Wait a minute, it's kind of familiar. I don't know.
Okay, here we are. So let's see if this works. Okay, see if anything comes with that. There we are. Okay, good. So that works. And now let's see if the other one will work. And that way I can get back into the conversation in a while. I can't believe how fast the time has gone. I can't believe we're at the bottom of the fucking hour already. But, such is life. Let's see if I can... Come on, why isn't this moving up? You know, this new format with Facebook, like I said, it doesn't just suck cock, it sucks ass. I mean, this shit's like, it's just untenable. I can't even work this shit. I don't even know how to fucking scroll up on this thing. Okay, there it is. It's so fucking small. And on my laptop, it's like indiscernible. And the stupid black background and shit, which is just like easier on the eyes, yeah, but not when you're looking for anything. Nothing, you can't see shit. It's just awful. And they're all like changing format and doing stupid shit. Okay, there. So I've got those two things, and there's that white guy, the teen accused of the fatal shooting, and there was other white guys causing the riots in Minneapolis. I believe it was Minneapolis, where they had they were rioting because somebody was shot in front of his kids. Right, the black guy was shot in front of his kids in the back.
Yeah.
Got out of the car.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. That's what was going on, and people were saying that the violent rioting was a bunch of white guys from out of town, and which of course is exactly along the lines of what Lena and I were exposing for quite some time. And so aside from all of that, we will turn it back to these two gentlemen. I'm right here, but I'm just trying to look around, get some more gather some more stuff to analyze. I'm trying to keep up on the fires, which are it's basically impossible, but I'll do my best to summarize it. And but in the meantime, while I'm looking around for that, yes, please, both of you keep going for a while. Take us up to the by the way, I'm thinking in California time, of course. And Derek Talley is 1 hour difference from Jameson, so they got an hour difference between the two of them. So just keep us going for at least another quarter hour. Definitely would be appreciated. I'll be in the background here.
All right. Wow. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yes, that's another way of saying we're fucked, right?
You know what? Do you have one of those smart speakers to where you can speak to your speaker and say, I think it's something like Alexis or the other one where you can talk to your speaker. Well, I have an article that says police requests to access your smart speaker are up 72% since 2016.
Okay, and what do most people say to their smart speakers? And it's interesting the police would be interested in that, but the horror of the smart speakers is that it's a female voice universally, unless people request it or tweak it and change it to something else. But it's otherwise universally a female. It's usually,
I guess what you say to it is kind of like benign, like Alexa, play my playlist, or Alexa, play Marvin Gaye, what's going on, or something like that. But then when you're not talking to it, they want to access the speaker so they can just hear what you're talking about in the background.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because if you're hanging with, if you're shooting the shit with your buddies, or you're playing an MMORPG and getting your ass handed to you, and you're like, "Fuck, I would have," and you say, you want to destroy the universe or some shit, you're gonna have a fucking SWAT team burst up in your house and just fill you full of holes and say, "Okay." And after your body's done, then your body's like full of holes and your guts are spilled everywhere. They're gonna start questioning you, like, "Oh wait."
Especially if you got a video game where you have to shoot weapons or activate bombs. You start talking about activating bombs, and this is how you activate the bombs. They'll be kicking down your door before you know it.
So basically, this is all to get the police, and which is somewhat, which mostly to some degree is in bed with the white supremacy complex. This is to give them access to everything you got. Right. They want your shit, man. That's fucking insane. Get me out of this country, seriously.
I don't think they're going to get it. But if they really wanted it, they'd have it anyway, because it's something that certainly the intelligence agencies can access that just like that. But one of the things that I want to apologize for is to Dennis Marshall. I apologize, I didn't see you up there. He said baseball is played in a park, and the object of the game is to go home. He was talking about this back when Peter Moon was talking about baseball. I made it home. And football is played on a gridiron at stadiums like War Memorial Stadium, and it is a game of war. Okay, so that there, it's an interesting thing to acknowledge. And George Carlin did a bit on this. He was talking about something else when Peter Moon was still with us. So I apologize for missing you earlier, and I believe those are wonderful observations. And I should actually take that and cut and paste it. It's something my father would have said, So Maria Grigorich says, yes, it's true. They never showed a photo of the white shooter. And so there we have that. But to clarify the thing with the speakers like Alexa. The horror of that story is that most of the people who are interacting with it because of the female voice are horrible to it. Most of it is misogynistic verbal abuse what they've researched on people responding to Alexa and ordering around is mostly you don't get the benign stuff that our man Derek had just articulated. Maybe someone like him would talk like that. Most other people are saying fucking cunt and hey bitch, and that's basically what it's like. It's mostly misogynistic, abusive commentary to a woman who's not going to fight back and just accepts everything you say. A beating doll, a pin cushion, essentially. So that's the state of de-evolution where we're at. And
that's what Anton LaVey was envisioning in the Satanic Bible.
Yes.
Where he talks about the idea of everyone having their own like electronic slave.
Yes, and it's just horrible. So honestly, okay, I'm just gonna
check this out.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, please go on. I mean, all I'm going to do is vent. So please.
Well, speaking of fighting back, teachers shot by plastic pellets during training drill sue sheriff's department officers. So 8 elementary school teachers who were shot with the airsoft guns execution style during an active shooter training drill last year are suing the sheriff's department that conducted the training. So you had the sheriff's department that did a active shooter drill, and what they did was they made these teachers get down execution style, and they shot them with real pellets. Now they're all suing.
What the fuck?
The controversial training drill conducted at Meadowlawn Elementary School in northern Indiana last year became national news after teachers reported being left bruised, bloodied, and traumatized. The lawsuit filed last week in Indiana's Northern Federal Court claims that 4 White County Sheriff's deputies subjected teachers to verbal threats, explicitives, and screaming, in addition to being struck with plastic pellets fired from air shotguns. In other words, these sheriffs were just getting their rocks off.
Yeah, yes,
they were emulating the school shooters, but they were living out the fantasy of being school shooters, and they were beating these teachers' ass and shooting them with real pellet bullets. They were really playing the part.
I'm sorry for laughing, but it sounds like something that would be good for South Park.
It sounds like
yes,
yeah. Oh my fucking god! Or Saturday Night Live. It's that's unbelievable. I can't believe that level of unprofessionalism. That's
well, if South Park did something like this and I didn't know the story, it wouldn't even be funny because I said, who the fuck would do that? That doesn't even make any sense. Because South Park is always ripping stuff out of the headlines and then making fun of them. But if you didn't know this was in the headlines, you'd be like, what the fuck? That would never happen in fucking real life.
No, I would. No.
Oh my god. I have no words. I can't. I mean, I'm stumped. I'm just not. This. It's like the elves who left Middle Earth because they were just too sensitive for the density of the environment. This is what it's like for me. I just don't belong here. It's not. I'm just. It's incredible. Oh, by the way, just for your morbid entertainment. Selena Khan was actually angry because I just deleted this guy's comment and blocked him. She wanted to have fun with him and go into attack mode on this guy. She saw his comment before I got to this on YouTube, but this was on basically, so everybody understands this, you might notice that with our episode preceding tonight's, it's in 3 parts. And this is because we had successive rolling blackouts. Bizarrely, the part that we did that was in the middle, which was like the 20 minutes we had before we had the other blackout. It was 20 minutes between blackouts. that was recorded, and YouTube uploaded it. And I never had the energy to go in and delete it, which I seriously considered doing, but then just said fuck it, and because I just didn't care. I just didn't care enough. And that was the 20 minutes in which I was so excited or surprised. I don't know what the word would be in English, but, just amazed. I got back that the call still held, that we were able to get live stream, that I began to segue into the story of Comcast. And I was talking about the woman at Comcast when I called to speak to a supervisor who did not speak English, and they actually spoke a language I couldn't even identify, which I'm usually very good at. And so I'm saying that they they're not pulling them out of India or Pakistan anymore, where I got to know the accents and identify, that's Urdu, an Urdu accent, or Hindi, and Hindi accent, or whatever. It was something just, I've never encountered this accent before. And like I said, it was this warbling sound that was kind of like a bird that this woman was speaking, and I was alluding, okay, they're pulling people out of jungles now. I mean, I'll go one better than that and say that they're pulling people out of pygmy reservations. I mean, this is like something that, your normal baseline human just wouldn't talk like this. So when I was going into that, then we got somebody left a comment on that. And that was the first comment left, as opposed to the other two videos, because for some reason, that 20 minutes wound up processed by YouTube in front of the other two segments of the night's transmission. Even though there was transmission after that, it got processed, and it was the shortest of the times that we were on. It got put first by YouTube, which, whatever the fuck. Like somebody's planning on, anyhow, people are going to the right videos. That whatever they derive in terms of entertainment from that is one thing. But anyhow, this shit poster, his name is Shill Hunter. And Shill Hunter, who has, a total of fucking 2 subscribers or something, he describes himself in his channel as economist who followed the money to the Rothschilds and Vatican. Oh, that's so fucking creative. That is so fucking creative. I mean, it's the Jews and the Catholics. Yes, it's all the Jews and the Catholics. That's so... A white Anglo-Saxon Protestant would think like that. And anyhow, he says, Douglas, I must say, you are the same, that's in uppercase, as the quote-unquote white racists you hate so much. See, you group every, that's all uppercase, white American as ignorant, uneducated, and racist, when the fact is, it's been the Illuminati. Oh, they always go towards that, the Illuminati, yeah, which is, of course, the Bavarian group that was the source, ultimately, of the Schutzstaffel, my biological father's elite vanguard, that, of course, was the racial upper class of the Third Reich. And, yes, it's been the Illuminati lying on the MSM. MSM? What the fuck is MSM? I mean, that sounds like some new sexual bondage movement or something. MSM News. I never even heard of MSM News. Making, all uppercase again, everyone think this is the case, when in fact this is a class war and not a racial one. Yeah. Oh, of course, black people being shot by whites. Yeah, no, it's all class, right? Yeah, what he's saying is blacks have no class. Yeah, when you group all one race together like you do, that's racist. So you are the definition of what you are blaming others to be. So take your own advice and, all uppercase again, know your enemy, the true enemy, not the one you're being brainwashed to hate. Yes, I mean, this is just stupidity. It's just so stupid. It just, you can smell it. But this
guy probably has like one brain cell left.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, damn. He must be living like literally underneath somebody's toilet.
Well, the fact that he left the comment on the video in which it was 20 minutes long, where I'm talking about I couldn't get the woman's language, that was what he found to be the weakest link in my chain. That shows just how bigoted and racist I am. That's just, oh, see, he's not like open towards the gibberish spoken when you're asking for service from a company that you're paying money to. I don't think it's too much to ask that I understand the people I pay money to who are providing me a service. I think that would be like, service oriented if they could provide us people who would speak the majority language. That would be nice. That's yeah. But no, they don't. It's like they're a government. And they don't fucking care. And of course, in a real sense, they are your government. But all that aside, we've got this man here who says, no, it's not them. It's the Jews and the the Catholics. It's like who anyhow. It's like. There you go. So, just for everybody's morbid entertainment, honestly, I don't understand why Selena would ever want to even waste her time investing in attacking someone like this just to try and, provoke them into further and further anger. I mean, to me, it's like, that's like saying, oh, let's take this pile of shit and set it on fire. See what kind of smell it produces. It's like, why? I mean, I could go without that experience for the rest of my life. I wouldn't need that. And, but, okay, I'll leave you two gentlemen back to talking for a bit. Just want to kind of finalize looking around a bit. And I do want to remind people I do have some historical incidents to bring up as well, this being a historical anniversary of of some significance that I'll bring up to some people, of military significance. And then I'll, go into other things. But one of the things that... I'll do after the solicitation is, of course, give a shout out to donors and then once again ask for prayers for this incredibly tragic young lady. How old is she? Do you know her age?
She's 24.
Oh, holy shit! I mean, God. I mean,
yeah, my son's only 23. She's 24. My son's 23.
Oh my God. It's just, and now be honest with us. I mean, were they even that close? I mean, maybe he hasn't seen her in a while, or was he seen her recently, or what? I mean, like,
yeah, they were close. I mean, she cared about him. She used to buy him stuff. She bought him outfits. Always taking him out to eat. So.
Oh my God. I'm so sorry. This is just awful. I mean, God, it's just. Anyhow, there's nothing I could say, and so let me be silent for a while. I'm going to go on mute. I'm right here, and both of you gentlemen keep on talking for a bit. Take us to the top of the hour, please. Thank you.
All right. So, got anything else, or should I just drop into something?
I had one more thing. I talk about the teacher shot by the pellet guns during the active shooter? Okay, here's something strange. Tell me what you think about this report. Israel selling advanced military gear to UAE for over 8 years. So the thing I found strange about this is that if Israel is selling advanced military gear against the to the United Arab Emirates, who do they think they're going to use the military gear on? I mean, the United States is footing the bill for all this.
Well, the UAE happens to be at odds in locked in conflict with both Iran and with both Saudi Arabia because of the locked in dispute with I think they're locked in dispute with Iran over like some type of some island that Iran occupies, and they're locked in a dispute with Saudi Arabia because they're competing as far as global markets are concerned. So basically, what America's doing is America's funding both parts of a war. It's going to be like a really nasty three-way war, I'm guessing. They're going to fund they give the Saudis all these fucking military planes and stuff, billions of dollars worth of gear and whatnot, so that they can blow the shit out of Yemen, which literally people like the people are already starving to death. So I mean, they're already walking corpses. What's the point of even bombing the hell out of them? And then they're if they're giving it to the UAE, you know, all right. They're also giving money to Israel. So if Israel's giving money to the UAE, that's basically like America giving money to the UAE as well, because most of Israel's money is all American money. So
yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
So basically, it's to try to get them to war against themselves. Basically, the United States economy is falling to shit. And the only way United States is going to get out of the shitter is to create a war, because that's the only thing our economy is really based on anymore. War and software, war and software, war and software. We really don't have anything else to offer the world, and that's pretty shitty when you think about it. I mean, software is pretty good, but I mean, still. So,
well, at least India has something like telemarketers. That's all they have to offer the world.
yeah,
but
I don't think
all we have is war.
Well, I don't think we've seen the last of India's conflict with China, and we haven't seen the last of India's conflict with Pakistan. To which they probably might go nuclear. Who knows? I mean, at this point, it's obvious that this is like literally an end game. The only thing about 2020 is that it's like, when's it going to start already? When's it going to start already? When's it going to start already? It's like, what the fuck? We all know shit's going to hit the fan. Everyone can feel it. Like, the air is just really charged. And, to some degree, that's actually quite literal, considering all these lightning storms happening as well, which, I don't think the lightning storms are higher and divine either. I think the lightning storms are somebody's thought form gone awry. But that's just, that's open.
Like hard for something?
No. Well, lightning has to do with, lightning generally has to do with electrical charges, negative and positive charges sort of colliding, and it's a I'm oversimplifying a complicated phenomenon, but it more or less is the result of our negligence to global warming. So it's like we literally created our own coffin, and now we have to sleep in it by and this isn't on just the United States. This is a global problem. And now, it's interesting because people have all these things online about signing, petitions to stop, to clean up plastic mess and all this shit. What the fuck is signing a petition going to do to stop pollution? I mean, get real.
Well, in all fairness, it at least brings attention to the subject. That's part of the point.
It gives them like their badge of self-importance. But in reality, the only way, and this is going to sound harsh, but I'm just going to go out there and say it. If people stop fucking reproducing, it's very probable that we would start to see an end to some of these climate problems. But then again, if people stop producing...
People have already stopped reproducing.
No.
Babies are at an all-time low. I mean, Toys R Us went out of business because nobody's making babies. We need to actually start...
No, that's not why Toys R Us went out of business. Toys R Us went out of business because of all these online giants that made things a hell of a lot more convenient.
I mean, well, it's different factors. I mean, certainly it was really sad about Toys R Us. That was really sad, and I miss it, of course, because I'm a person who likes to go shopping in just any places for different things, and there were. Of course, I was always fascinated with toys as an adult because I never got enough as a child in growing up in the poverty that I did. But in terms of the concept of the overpopulation, we obviously have a lot of people in the world, and when you take a look at the massive wars that we used to have, which made incredible impacts on the population. It's amazing to think how many we would have without all the wars and genocide today. So they did serve as a form of population control. At the same time, the fact is there that if you were to ask what medicine has impacted humans, just humanity, I mean, the term civilization doesn't even apply, not in the sense of some cynical dismissal of civilization, but rather it's beyond civilization. If you ask what medicine or what kind of medical advancement, or if you could call it that, or innovation, impacted the human species as an evolutionary phenomenon more than any other, it would be the pill. It would be the birth control pill. And all forms of birth control. And as such, yes, in terms of the impact that it's had, the amount of lives that would otherwise be here that are not here now are it's just astronomical. It's stunning. But I brought this up in the past because I brought up the economic part of it. At the same time, it's very selective in terms of who's using birth control. The majority of third world, so-called developing nations are not using it and would never use it. India provided, throughout my childhood, just incredibly pronounced examples of how fucked up you can get when you try to apply birth control, and it gets used only by the people you don't want to use it if you were a society trying to cultivate a certain elite or a certain educated body politic. A great example of this was when India, with over 1 billion people, they said, okay, let's try and educate the uneducated female population into no longer having children. And so they gave them these glass beads, these colored beads, and they said, here's the birth control pill. You take one every month or whatever, and you move this one colored bead to the other end of the string. You hang this string across your door, and these colored beads are on it. You hang this string across your door, and then every time you take the pill, you move one colored bead over here so you realize that you've taken it, and then the next month you move another colored bead, and you do this throughout the year, and then by the end of the year we give you another round of pills. It was like that, and they went through this whole program of trying to educate the rural population, and because they couldn't understand what they were being told, bear in mind India's got a lot of dialects. And when they can't talk, they oftentimes default to English, but there are many Asian Indians who don't speak English, and they default to English because it was a former English colony. But in terms of these females, they just hung the string up across the door, and then they just assumed magically that if they moved all the beads over to the other end at once, they would never get pregnant again. And of course, they got pregnant again and again. So they figured, oh, well, the magic of the government doesn't work. So it's like, okay, that didn't work. So
as far as birth control, my proposal would be to just take half of the because the thing is that, you know, even if the women were to, you know, use birth control, in a patriarchal society, the women are going to be forced anyway. So let's get rid of half the world's men.
No, you're preaching to the converted here. I mean, I would say, why half? I'd say 75%. I'd say 3/4, really. A great example of that is that Japan, the Empire of Japan, in World War II, lost 20% of its male population. And look how good they turned out. And the Americans were saying how they were doomed. It was like it worked out for the best. But honestly, the other example of India, though, the other horror story, that struck me as a child was so then the Indian government, in its desperation, said, okay, we'll pay men to get sterilized. And so they said, so they put out this reward for sterilization, where they said, okay, we'll pay you what was in Indian currency quite a bit of money, something like what in America would amount to something like maybe about $5,000, something like that, $6,000, something like that, and that was. They were hoping all of the uneducated rural men would get sterilized, since their women couldn't work with the beads and strings. The men would get sterilized. Of course, none of the poor, impoverished men got sterilized at all, because their children are their only sense of security in a future. And all these millions of men showed up, and they all got sterilized. And the Indian government was thinking things were going great until they realized they had just sterilized their entire educated elite population. That every single person they wanted to reproduce and breed, to have children, the educated upper class, had just been sterilized, because they didn't want to have kids, because to them the child was a burden as opposed to a boon that the impoverished people produce. So in that an entire generation was wiped out in India by this incredibly ill-advised experiment in trying to sterilize people that were uneducated and therefore a burden on the society. It was just awful. I mean, everything they did was just crashing. You see that now with what they're doing. I mean, it's just this endless series of tragedies. But
yeah. My proposal wouldn't be one where, the thing is, well, that's why I think nature does it best, because, honestly, I would rather not choose who gets to live and who gets to die. That's morally to say that, oh, maybe only the smart people should live and the stupid people can die. Well, what if the smart people are assholes?
Which most of them are. I mean, just because somebody's intelligent doesn't mean they're a good person. It was certainly my father taught me that. He was far more of a simple individual and a far better person than most intelligent people I've ever encountered. But what we used to have were wars. We were killing people off in large enough numbers where we kind of balanced out all the people that were being reproduced. So one of the greatest problems of mankind is peace. Really, peace is bad. The reality is that we're not nowhere near killing people off as much as we used to, and as a result, there's more and more people reproducing. This is what peace has wrought.
And this is also leading to a degradation, because we're a war species. Our advancements seem to advance technologically at an astonishing rate during times of war. We seem to advance in all areas, because of war, it seems. So, not only does peace bring, with it, a population that can't support itself because of the resources and is an overwhelming burden to the earth, but we also have a point where we're not advancing as fast as we could anymore, or we're not making those leaps and bounds.
Yeah, well, definitely. Yeah, war is important. It's a part of the human condition, and it's one that should not be denied or necessarily suppressed to the point where we're at now. So, of course, what we have to do is kind of balance that out. But obviously, what you want is enough of a competitive nature to the point of violence among the powers where there's an advancement that's stagnation doesn't set in. It will be much better when we move out into space and expand, and then we can industrially pollute to our heart's content in the vacuum of space, and we can also wage war without the concern of annihilating everybody in a more expanded environment. So these things are important for that reason alone, to just get out there.
I don't foresee us getting out there. I think these next 10 years are our last. I'm convinced.
Well, I mean, let's hope not, but I understand your cynicism. Yes, there's the.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that out of joy either. You know, that would be disadvantageous to myself because, you know, without, I understand that everything seems to work as a network. We're sort of like a superorganism where each individual sort of contributes to the other's survival indirectly. So, you know, I'm not one of those people who like wipe everybody out, fuck everything, you know. I'm not one of those Edomite types of people, you know, but you know, still, you know, it seems like I don't see how we're not putting out an effort to try to mitigate the climate crisis or the pollution. What's even worse than the global warming, I think, is the chemicals that are leaching into the water. I did find out today that there's another chemical that seems to be very present in New York drinking tap water, and so I'm not drinking tap water ever again.
What is the chemical?
I think they call them PFAs or something. PFCs. It's something. It's something that's chained with fluoride. Everything seems to be fluorocarbons or something like that.
Wow. Wow.
But these things are the result of industrial runoff that seems to be able to contaminate the water supply,
Right.
and they all seem to be carcinogenic.
Right. Oh no! Thank you. Forgive me, I'm not yawning because of you. So what I'm going to do now is start to monologue. I want to thank both these gentlemen for bringing us to the top of the hour. And it's a little after that now, and we're I'll do the rest of the night. I'll count on these gentlemen to be here for me, and of course, Derek, you're welcome to go to sleep whenever you wish, and hopefully. Jameson will be with us and will be able to relieve me when I need him. I know every once in a while he takes off. When you do that, of course, leave me a note that you're doing so, and then when you come back, let me know you're there, and that way I can call on you to relieve me. We'll see how long I can go tonight, and shan't go too long probably, but you never know. I might go the 12 hours. So I'll start the solicitation and then go into observations about the fires and the last two conventions by the Democrats and Republicans. Might go into international affairs after that if I'm still able to hold strong. And in the meantime, my love unto all who have been so supportive. Selena Khan, out there. Hopefully she hears that tomorrow. And Lena Shea was able to bring us some of those links that were being referenced. And with that, both of you gentlemen, do say good night to everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Yes.
All right, good night, everyone.
Good night. Well, both of you gentlemen will probably be back later in the night, or at least Jameson will. Derek, whether he's with us or not, his phone is here, and we're all riding on his call. So thank you, Derek. You have a blessed night. And Jameson, appreciate your burning bandwidth with Derek until I got back, and we'll probably have need of your services again within hours. All right? Okay. So, it's been a struggle to get to this point, simply because of what a day it was and everything that's been happening lately. My struggle, Mein Kampf, be thine own, contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we ask it of everyone moral and our fiscal support. On behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow at his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And, of course, he has a YouTube channel, the Maggot channel, to subscribe to at youtube.com/C/Magator, or which be spelled MAGGOTAUR. He being the property manager, who is serving as Team Dietrich's Our Dragons' ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at DouglasDietrich.com. Were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So, if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, electronically relay monetary assistance via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That would be MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And he is the man, of course, who, of his own initiative, downloaded much of my materials produced on YouTube and got those into his own hard drive so that he could reinstate my legacy, which was wiped out no less than thrice or 3 times from the internet by the powers that be. And in that sense, he's maintained my ability to interact with yourself in the data matrix, and is therefore, in that sense, my creator. And now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer a while there a footnote on mine bio, sire, which speaketh on the meaning of my father's name, what made the man, and of course, let it be known far and wide to all and sundry. Spread the word that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco. And if at all possible, encourage others to electronically relay their contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanus Arma Ab Massa Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where ye can make his donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grandma Dame Diana Linzuchen Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath Sanjuichi Sensemi, or the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore. We're on the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dietrich. Well, Douglas Dwayne Dietrich had long ago established his high-profile visibility platform for rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. By the way, if you wonder why the third name has its meaning, it's more than being narcissistic about my 3D name. It's to disambiguate me from the many other Douglas Dietrichs that are on YouTube. And believe me, there's many other Douglas Dietrich. There are thousands of people named Douglas Dietrich. Hundreds are on Facebook, and certainly scores of them are to be found on YouTube. As for yourself, only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled T-A-B-O, well, double O, space, B-R-O-S, space, Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can follow at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or D-A-M-A-G, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, being our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7. He being mine own personal hero who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gourviers, son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Jude, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant, at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and click the notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich, and tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every, Wednesday and Sunday night. And click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Subscribe and donate at douglasdietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. Now, in terms of shout-outs, a shout-out to Trampaz Nicholson, or Nicholson Trampaz, one or the other, and he is known as Sam A on Instagram. He donated $250 United States dollars, $25, and that's deeply appreciated. Thank you. Eric Laystick has just sent 25 United States dollars my way. Also deeply appreciated. He does so through the mail. He'll be announced again, as will Mr. Trampaz Nicholson. Now, 674 years ago, on this day today, August 26th of, I guess it was about the year 13, what year was it? 13, the Normans invaded England in 1066. The Battle of Crécy, which is what I'm going to reference today, was almost certainly 1347 or something like that, 1346, if I remember correctly. And if I do, you'll be the first to know it. Now, it is an important battle. Now, basically, when you try to think about medieval people and you consider how they thought, the paradigms that they operated under, prominent in all of the practices that they had on the field of battle was the practice of taking prisoners. Well, or not, as the case may be. The medieval code of chivalry was created in large part to protect the knightly warrior and to ensure his ability to survive his battlefield experience. It was, after all, a creation of the military elite, for the military elite. But the code of chivalry was never something that was consistently followed. As a code of conduct, chivalry was enforced through peer pressure rather than hard and fast rules, and it was applied differently in different circumstances. Chivalry also took little note of the infantry, and the foot soldiers, in turn, recognized little benefit in showing mercy to those who would give them no quarter. So the image of the infantry, exacting its revenge on the knightly classes, explored explicitly in several battlefield examples. In Agincourt, about 1415, the English infantry pick over the remains of the French cavalry charge. Now, some they took prisoners, many they did not. They took their knives, found a gap in the very fine and worthy armor of the knights, under the arm, into the groin, and killed them relatively quickly. Now, that had been anticipated by the Battle of Crécy in France in the year 1346. Now, there you have class conflict. We had an idiot who left a stupid post on the shortest of the videos produced in between transmissions, essentially. The broadcast preceding tonight. And he was talking about, it's a class war, not a race war. Sounds like one of those Portland assholes, ne'er-do-wells, like, Zachary Garrett would say something stupid like that. Now, but in those days, a class conflict is definitely plausible. You see, peasants were never supposed to kill knights. Peasants were supposed to stand and do as they were told, but they were not going to be taking any prisoners or carrying wounded baggage around with them because they didn't have any of those options, like rations, to feed anyone but themselves. So they took what was called the mercy giver, the dagger, and would slide it up the armor of a fallen knight to pierce their heart, under the armpit. Now, at times, knights have shown little mercy towards their fellows. In Le Trône d'Argile, during the aftermath of the Battle of Baugé of 1421, the French commander ordered the massacre of all prisoners. Now, the English knights gained a measure of revenge a few years later when they massacred the Scottish knights at the Battle of Vernieu in 1424. You might ask what the Scots had to do with the French, but there was an old alliance between the French and the Celtic peoples on the fringe of England, the Scots and the Irish, and the Welsh. So the French had that buffer between their ocean-going empire as it was developing and the British in the Celtic peoples. and so help them when they could. Now, this, among other reasons, was why even the great warrior King Henry V ordered the massacre of his French prisoners at Agincourt. Now, as many of these events did occur, chivalry was about winning as much as it was about winning well. The practicalities of the medieval battlefield also made surrender highly problematic. The reality of two large armies fighting in a vast melee made it difficult for any warrior to find safety in submission. And yet, knights were able to surrender at times. Chivalric conduct, the conduct in the chivalrous manner, chivalrous, exhibited by some, made this possible. Possible enough that knights continued to fight in the hope, and perhaps even the expectation, that they would survive their experience. Now, all of this died in 1346. On this day today. Well, yesterday, if you're on the East Coast. Now, almost 700 years into our past, an English army comprised of villagers from across the United Kingdom marched across the French countryside. Now, of course, they despised their neighbors to the south, and they were led by King Edward III. 12,000 men running roughshod through the French villages, leaving burnt-out husks in their wake. Now, since the Norman invasion of 1066, when a French arrow shot through the eye of King Harold II that severed the English royal line, the Anglo-French hostility bubbled hotly under the surface, as it does today, when it has not erupted into pitched battles. And now, 340 years after that fateful time, England took the fight to their frog-eating neighbors, as they called them. The differences between these two peoples on either side of the Channel was minor, but gestating in this xenophobic time, when the people of one village perceived those in a neighboring one as subhuman, everything was magnified, creating an enmity that was and is both deep and unwavering. And as they spread their swath of destruction, the English encountered little resistance until 1346, when the French amassed their army, once comprised of the aristocracy, in stark contrast to the common men marching with the English. The King French Philip, who also purchased the services of 6,000 Genoese crossbowmen, mercenaries with crossbows, who marched with the highest bidder, the medieval equivalent of a machine gun. They were pushing the English forward, gaining on them quickly, forcing Edward and his forces, to choose a spot from which to engage the French and their allies and their mercenary cohorts, or be herded like sheep into the sea. The place where they made their stand was the tiny village of Crécy. The addition of the Genoese to the French forces would seem to have tipped the scales in the Frenchmen's favor, because with their crossbows, the Italians should have been able to slice apart the English with terrifying ease. Not only does the crossbow launch an arrow with far more force than the English longbow. But those soldiers were also equipped with tall shields called pavises, a descendant of the Roman centurion shields. The pavis stands almost as tall as a man's shoulder and is curved on its vertical edges so that it can stand on its own, providing its shield bearer, hands-free protection. They can also be locked together in a makeshift wall that hundreds of trained crossbowmen might stand safely behind this pavis wall while they draw back their bowstrings. And once the arrows are set, they can then stand up and fire at will. Deadly and efficient. Now, on the other side, the English stood tall with their longbows, clad only in leather and fabric jackets padded with wool, not nearly the defensive equal of the French army. They were also at an apparent disadvantage with their weapons of choice, the longbow, which is not made for accuracy, and when put up against an armored opponent, can fare poorly, as arrowheads will glance off if they do not fly true. But knowledge of the deficiencies of the longbow and an understanding of the weapon's strength are what made all the difference for the English that day, and changed all war forever. Now, years before, the king decreed that all men over the age of 12 were to practice with the longbow for 2 hours every Sunday after church. Now, in these sessions, the men did not practice for accuracy, but for range. Knowing they could not pinpoint their targets due to anomalies such as the wind or inclement weather, the English strategy consisted of eyeing the range of the enemy and loosing their arrows in concert, raining them down on their enemies. And this strategy, along with a good helping of luck, would be needed were the English to emerge victorious in Crécy. But altogether, the factors converged, and once the battle was over, warfare was modernized in the West. Now, if one were to try and understand why this was the case, in Crécy, in the 14th century, a time in history in which most people had no idea. By that I mean no idea of the world around them. I'll try and explain that in a few moments. You essentially had men operating in uncharted waters. Now, they had the same intelligence as you, but they most certainly did not have access to the same cumulative knowledge as you. So, we're talking about a world of men who were literally ignorant. These English soldiers were common men, and they were xenophobic in their hatred of anything they did not know. And because it was 1346, they most certainly didn't know much, because a trip to the next village was seen as a grand adventure into the unknown. They hated the French because to them the French ate frogs, smelled bad, and we're only 25 miles away. Now, you're talking about a bunch of bloody, what today we would call bigots. The word racist wouldn't do them justice. These were pure xenophobes in a time when it was acceptable to treat people in the next village like they were subhuman. Of course, what they believed about the French was that they made sausages out of horses' arseholes and had a history of using England as their toilet from the days of the Norman invasions. So they would call the French snail-eating cunts. And that would be a word you would have to get used to if you were among them. Because in England at that time, the word cunt was punctuation. So, these were really ugly times. And they were times on this day today, this day yesterday if you're on the East Coast, when exactly was it 674 years agone, you had this small and completely outnumbered English army facing a French force of professional mercenary crossbowmen from the Swiss cantons and armored knights, and over the course of that battle they completely devastated not just the French army but the French aristocracy. Less than 300 Englishmen were killed on record, which compared to the expeditionary force's numbers was beyond acceptable losses. They're simply nothing. That would be like a scratch. But the French death toll that day exceeded 30,000. That means each Englishman killed 10 French. Or beyond. Maybe 100. Matter of fact, I'll have to divide that to get the exact number. 30,000 divided by 300. I hate it when I have to do this. My mind used to be able to do this with 100 men each. And with each Englishman killing about 100 French, that included in the death toll ultimately 11 princes, an archbishop, and 1,200 knights and noblemen. So 'twas Crécy, this small village in northern France, and the battle thereof, that established the English army as a major force in the world, and is credited as being the point in history where the ideas of chivalry and decency in warfare were lost forever. So, there were 7,500 longbowmen in a 12,000 strong British army marching their way around northern France, destroying village after village in a grand tour, taking in the beautiful French countryside of Caen, Paris, Abbeville, and ultimately Crécy, where they were being forced into retreat, leaving the simple message, don't fuck with the English. If we're mad enough to do this, you really don't want to even think about invading us. So, these were awful people. These were rapists. And, of course, these were literally murderers. Not just killing in combat, but killing civilians. So, when you take a look at the incredible viciousness of the murder spree that followed, when the arrows had taken down every wave of the advancing French, the crossbowmen, the mercenaries, the knights ultimately charging on their horses, all of the arrows that took these men down from a distance before they could reach the British lines were coated arrowheads to make the wounds even worse. And by that I mean they were coated in shit, human shit, animal dung, every form of fecal matter, so that a simple cut would become fatal through infection. And when they went about to finish off all of those that had fallen, to make certain they never healed to rise again, their swords were smeared with human shit and animal shit, to make certain that no one would recover, that those that were left to die, even if they survived, would die of fever and infection within a very short period of time. So that was the last of night-on-night combat, when it was manifest that common peasantry could kill nobility. War modernized at that point from combat on different levels between peasants and knights against knights into a form of mass murder. And that's what happened on this day, but some 674 years ago. Of course, that sort of thing happens in different parts of the world when you have different cultures changing the mode of warfare. Certainly the devastation left by the English over the French countryside was the kind that 75 years agone, in the Ides of August, mid-August of 1945, August 16th of 1945 was a Thursday, Japan was, just by sheer dint of surviving World War II, as near dead as a living nation has ever been, simply from the exertions of winning a global war against the combined forces of the world. And when that war was over, one confronted chaos, ruin, numbness, despair. There's a short story from Japan in 1946, authored by Ango Sakaguchi, who would die but 9 years later, that described the last days of the war. It was entitled The Idiot, but it's not to be confused with Dostoevsky's The Idiot. So if you were to look up the short story The Idiot, it was published 1946. Again, the author is Ango Sakaguchi, the surname spelled Sakaguchi, in which he said, in one paragraph, "War, this vast destructive force in which everyone was being judged with fantastic impartiality, in which all Japan was becoming a rubble-covered wasteland and the people were collapsing like clay dolls. What a heart-rendering, what a gigantic love it represented on the part of nothingness. Izawa felt a desire to sleep soundly in the arms of the god of destruction." So there are times when history is simply too much for us, whether we're the victors or the vanquished. It's inhuman. Its violence is limitless. Its strength irresistible. It grinds us into dust. The wonder is that we refuse to crumble. Dazed, dumb, torn, and battered, we stumble on, we know not where. Izawa is Sakaguchi's protagonist, in that short story, and in that short story entitled The Idiot He's Past Caring, on he stumbles nonetheless. To read another paragraph, the will to live is a curious thing. It is strongest when everything seems to conspire against it. And how doth it manifest itself? The sirens started to shriek out their warning. Instinctively, Izawa knew that the final day for his neighborhood had come. Suddenly, he was for some reason inspired to brush his teeth and wash his face. How dare a man be so trivial, so petty, so stupidly, stubbornly, everyday, so human, with rampaging history bearing down upon him, breathing fire? Well, he does dare, and it's the daring, not the trivia, that leaves the lasting impression. For thousands of years, war has pounded the life out of us, our cities, our civilizations, without, however, destroying us. We survive, to marvel at our own survival, only to go us back and do it all over again, history repeating itself. World War II was uniquely horrible in its destructive power, but so was the Battle of Sekigahara in its time, 1600, which would be the Cressy of Japan. Because this was the decisive struggle, well, the battle in the long struggle to unify Japan. It was the birth of the Japanese shogunate. Cannons, imported from Europe, were deployed en masse for the first time in Japanese warfare. A woman named Owan, who died in her 80s sometime between 1661 and 1673, left a record of wartime recollections from her childhood. And it reads, "When they fired those cannon, it was horrendous. The castle turrets would shiver and sway, and the very earth seemed as if it would split open. She might almost be describing an atomic bombing. She says, at first I was utterly terrified, so frightened I hardly felt I was alive. But after a while, it didn't bother me at all." The two of them, Izawa and the idiot woman who gives Sakaguchi's short story its title, rushed through the wild flames. The road was no longer a road, but just a deluge of people, baggage, and screams. They stopped to rest in a field. The woman falls asleep, leaving Izawa to his thoughts. The Americans would land, and there would be all kinds of destruction in the heavens and on the earth, and the gigantic love extended by the destructiveness of war would pass impartial judgment upon everything. There was no longer any need to even think. There was, however. He wondered whether the trams and trains would be running, for it was a very cold morning. That's all we'll ever know of Izawa from this short story. Did he survive? Fling himself into the reconstruction of Japan? Reap the economic benefits? Maybe he became an artist. He had leanings in that direction. He was 27 when the war ended. He may still be alive. He'd be 102. A scarcely imaginable old age then, but almost commonplace now in Japan, where people live the longest lives on Earth. A woman named Ryo would be 100. She's also fictional, brought to life by Fumiko Heihachi, whose short story entitled Shitamachi, or Downtown, was published in 1948. A paragraph from that reads, "The bombs are silent now, the destruction over. Ruins everywhere are reminders of it. But the future beckons, though tentatively, and people like Ryo, however shell-shocked, must move forward. She has a 7-year-old son to feed. Her husband is in Siberia, a prisoner of war. She's from the country, boarding at a friend's place in what's left of bombed-out Tokyo. She sells tea door to door. One door she knocks at is opened by a man who is friendly. Yes, he'll buy some tea. He invites her in. She warms himself at his fire. They have lunch, become friends. He too was a prisoner in Siberia, recently repatriated by Japanese demands. She comes again, she brings her boy. The friendship deepens. It becomes love. They're like a family. They go to a movie, a restaurant. Perhaps life isn't hopeless after all. There's her husband. What of him? Well, he's far away. He's the war, the past. Rio must live here now. Her son needs a father. And doesn't she deserve a little happiness? Hasn't she suffered enough? She does, and she has. But it is not to be. The man dies of a sudden. It's crazy to have survived the history's worst assault on the human species, only to die in a trivial, everyday traffic accident. What can she do? If war teaches anything, it be resilience. She resumes her rounds. Tea for sale. Would anyone like some tea? A woman invites her in. In the small room, 4 sewing women were sitting on the floor around an oil stove, working on a mass of shirts and socks. They were women like herself, thought Rayo, as she watched their busy needles moving in and out of the material. A feeling of warmth came over her. And somehow, life went on. Well, the next few days could be critical for firefighters in the northern half of California, as more dry lightning and winds are in the forecast. Let me try and explain a little of the dangers of dry lightning. 2 of the 3 largest wildfires in California history, burning simultaneously in the Santa Cruz Mountains and the wine country north of mine own Golden Gate at San Francisco Bay, are expected to grow in the next few days as a new thunderstorm system moves over the northern half of our state, producing dry lightning and gusty winds. While firefighters are already responding to more than 24 major fires, the storms could ignite even more blazes and cause existing ones to spread more rapidly, pushing crews into a triage situation. Over the decades, dry lightning has caused some of California's most catastrophic fires. The sheer magnitude of what has burned this year be sobering, to say the least. About 1.3 million acres this month alone, with 4 more months of potential fire season to go. Only 2018, the year before yesteryear, saw more land scorched in California over an entire year. Now it's clear that what Californians had feared most during this long, troubled summer has become reality. A terrible fire season in the middle of the coronavirus pandemic. And we've got emergency alert difficulties again. In Napa County, a wildfire alert meant for cell phones would not connect because of a coding error. In Sonoma County, again, wine country, a large part of our economy, because we produce wines on par the quality of France. Similar alerts were sent to areas that required no evacuation and linked to an evacuation map that was over a year old. And in Solano counties, Vacaville, where of course they've got the prison industry, a city emergency operations employee missed a call to report to work because his phone was set to vibrate. So as the fire crews battle a massive system of wildfires sparked by freak lightning storms, or so they tell us. So we've seen. We just don't know the cause. Not really the cause. of sheet lightning coming in without the storm, hence the term freak lightning storm, a misnomer. Emergency officials are seeing the technological shortcomings of localized alert systems. And it's far from the first time. Well, Jimson Reese is asking what many people are asking about lightning weapons. People are convinced this is being done from space by satellite systems in low orbit. Either way, that would make the Republicans responsible. Oh, and of course Jameson saying like the Vajra of the Vedic. This guy's been hanging out with Brendan Zoget too long. But I appreciate that, yes. Now, despite heeding much of the emergency management guidance dispensed in the last year from Sacramento, the capital of my Golden State, counties dealing with the LNU lightning complex fire burning in Northern California have nonetheless encountered difficulties. In the meantime, favorable weather conditions have given crews on the front lines of the deadly LNU lightning complex and CZU lightning complex fires in Northern California a boost. And, as well, fire-threatened Californian towns are setting up their own Federal Emergency Management Administration, or FEMA-like response. They're fighting fire with networking, as I was joking to Peter about, because they're feeling abandoned by the state and federal government both during an unparalleled conflagration of fires, and therefore the volunteer firefighting units in 2 Santa Cruz Mountains towns have been forced to tap an alternative, unofficial help from an elite network of the nation's finest emergency response units, who quickly provided needed equipment and support. Now, over the weekend, crews from an elite FEMA, or Federal Emergency Management Associated, Urban Search and Rescue Unit in Menlo Park delivered spare water tenders, firefighting rigs, cots, sleeping bags, radios and communications equipment, food and water to struggling units in Boulder Creek and Ben Lomond. Their veteran and decorated first responders established makeshift command and operations centers to battle the CZU lightning complex fire raging in the mountains above Silicon Valley. The unit is called California Task Force 3, and it's but one of 28 such forces in the United States. The team of roughly 200 has responded to to some of the nation's most notorious and deadly fires, including the 2018 Camp Fire and the 2010 San Bruno gas line explosion, and notorious hurricanes such as Katrina, Irma, and Harvey. The death toll from the historic firestorms hitting Northern California rose to 7 as officials used a small break in the weather to make progress against a series of lightning-sparked blazes that have been burning for a week. But it's been an apocalyptic August all round in California. Now, there was some funny footage I saw while trying to gather information on all this on YouTube. There was a sign that said, "Come join us!" that was surrounded by flames. And on social media, that viral photograph of that sign outside a senior center advising coronavirus safety practices while swarmed by an inferno earned the caption, "This is fine." But it emphasizes an appalling reality. The virus is indoors. The fires are outdoors. There's damn few places left to go. Now, I was just talking about how things were on the 18th of August in 1945. Well, in the early August Well, the early hours of Tuesday, August 18th, this year. Well, but weeks are gone. Week and a half by now. The California sky split with lightning. Dry, purple, spectacular, relentless. The following evening, the sunset was streaked psychedelically with luminous shades of clementine and fuchsia. A heat wave, the sort that was described with words like historic and unprecedented, was finally on the wane, and the stream of cool air was welcome. I stood outside my flat in San Francisco, and people were begging me for photographs of the sunset, friends on the East Coast. The landscape here so regularly stuns and humbles, I wasn't even thinking. The magnificence of the evening sky was due to particulate matter generated by the CZU, LNU, and SCU lightning complex fires, which had been sparked by those very storms I've described. So far, the latter twain are the second and third largest fires, respectively, in all recorded California history. The largest, the Mendocino Complex Fire, occurred in 2018, the year before yesteryear. This past week, evacuation orders were issued all across the state, including in Napa, Sonoma, Santa Cruz, and parts of San Mateo County, which abuts Silicon Valley. People fled their homes in Solano County, near Sacramento, and in rural areas close to the Sierra Nevada mountain range, which includes Yosemite National Park and Tahoe National Forest. To date, more than 100,000 people have been evacuated. Photographs surfaced of burning houses, burning farmland, burning woods. Images of Big Basin, California's oldest state park, showed 500,000-year-old redwoods blackened and scarred. There were pictures of people standing in the smoldering remains of their homes, a twisted gate, a gnarled oven, and of evacuees, stalactite-looking taillights, melted en route to safety. Once again, California has declared yet another state of emergency. Among many, simultaneous. The state has always had a fire season, but this month's fires truly be unprecedented. Unprecedented does not mean unanticipated. In recent years, fires have intensified, a consequence of climate change, exurban sprawl, and neglected electrical infrastructure. Exurban, of course, goes beyond suburban. Exurban means houses out in the middle of bumfuck, which you see all over California. A certain amount of dry vegetation is natural, but rising temperatures have yielded longer periods of drought, accompanied by insect infestations and disease. These factors have led to weaker, drier, and dead trees, and to parched brush and grasses. In short, abundant kindling. Californian housing policy and the subsequent housing crisis has led developers and residents to push outward, and nearly a third of residential buildings in our state are situated where urban and wild lands meet. Exurbia, beyond suburbia. You don't have houses facing each other. You have houses facing nobody but the wilderness. Open space. Meanwhile, in 2019, but yesteryear, our utilities monopoly, PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, the electrical utility that services the vast majority of California, declared bankruptcy after being found liable for the wildfires of 2017 and 2018. That year, Sonoma's Kincaid Fire, the state's largest that season, was catalyzed when a PG&E transmission line malfunctioned. Forest mismanagement has contributed to the problem. In the early 20th century, the United States Forest Service adopted a policy of suppressing all fires, and California followed suit. For decades, the state resisted mitigation strategies such as controlled burns, in which fires be deliberately set to clear out dry brush and overly dense clusters of trees. California began setting controlled burns in the 70s, but only addressed a modest fraction of vulnerable territory. In 2018, the year before yesteryear, CAL FIRE, the state's fire protection agency, made plans to triple the amount of prescribed fire on state-controlled land. But the burns were temporarily paused this spring due to the coronavirus. In recent years, the state has strategically deployed herds of goats, which can be spotted not just in the countryside, but in various parts of San Francisco itself. On hillsides below the mansions of Pacific Heights, and on the shoulder of Highway 1, contentedly clearing the brush. The goats are credited with saving the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library from last year's fires. But overall, the state's parks and forests are still glutted with flammable vegetation. In 2018, one source of the Mendocino Complex fire was a rancher working to plug a wasp nest. As he hammered down a stake, a spark flew into dry grass. This month's fires were set off by lightning strikes. But fires thrive in hospitable environments. Their growth can seem preternatural. By Friday, August 21st, but a work week ago, there were 6,000 along with over 100 fires spread across the state, 560 plus altogether, and more than 1 million acres have burned. San Francisco itself during fire season is subdued and strange. It is hard to overstate just how close the wildfires are to me right now. Nearly everyone here has a personal connection, friends, family, memories, to the areas most affected. Our city residents are protected by both density and geography. Still, the air feels heavy. Ash drifts onto everything. People close their windows and hibernate. Those who can work from home do so. Things shut down. In 2018, this meant public schools, offices, and cable cars. Last year, it meant parts of the electrical grid. This year, the rhythms of the city were already disrupted. The cable cars shut down in mid-March. The school buildings and white-collar workplaces have been shuttered for months. The Bay Area was in the midst of planned rolling blackouts prompted by the heat wave. One benefit of living in California during this pandemic has been the abundance of open, uncrowded, natural spaces. The heat wave tested this. The wildfires nullified it. It'd be a cruel irony that outdoor spaces are now inhospitable and completely unsafe. People cannot congregate indoors owing to the virus. They cannot congregate outdoors because of the fires. In other parts of the country, where winter be unforgiving, this dynamic may soon become familiar. Both ash and snow render outdoor dining, a Hail Mary pass for restaurants during the pandemic, completely untenable. In the Bay Area, where housing is short and the cost of living is high, many people live in homes and apartments that are packed beyond any comfortable capacity. In San Francisco, thousands of people now live in parks or on the street. There be very few places to go indeed. In 2018, during the Camp Fire, the state's deadliest wildfire, sparked by neglected Pacific Gas and Electric Utilities equipment, my household purchased N95 masks from a hardware store. This spring, I donated the unused masks to local medical workers, handing them off to a PPE or personal protection equipment clad administrator in a hospital parking lot. I figured that the pandemic would pass before fire season, that I would be able to restock before fall. I did not yet know that the N95 masks I had purchased, which have exhalation valves, a comfort when the sky is smoke-choked, would turn out to be a public health hazard during a respiratory pandemic. Now, I've begun discussing with others the apportionment of their apartments in a COVID-19 safe way, should friends or family of theirs be evacuated. People I've known next door, and by that I mean up and down the block, have contemplated hanging up tarps and building ad hoc air filtration systems. For now, friends of mine have settled on indoor masks. Because of the fires, you can't simply open all the windows. People want to help, but aid, like everything, is complicated by the virus. Many organizations on the ground are asking for money rather than dropped-off donations, which come with the risk of transmission. Money is tight at a time when nearly 15% of Californians are unemployed. Service journalism during the wildfire season is usually bleak. With the pandemic, it's nearly apocalyptic. A headline on KQED, our local station, asks, "Masks for smoke and COVID-19. What kind is best?" And in a running series entitled How to Survive, our San Francisco Chronicle offers detailed guides like how to keep the flames from igniting your home, what to do in first critical minutes. It's tempting to turn to metaphor or to memes. On social media, a viral photograph of a sign outside a senior center, that one advising hand washing, mask wearing, and social distancing, and swarmed by an inferno. That's what are on the caption, "This is fine." But memes are a distraction, and metaphor completely fails. Because public schools, previously closed as a public health measure, are now reopening as evacuation shelters. It is also grape harvesting season, and the wineries are on fire. Farm workers who have been hit hard by the coronavirus are still moving methodically through the fields, through fields of produce, harvesting fruits and vegetables in brutal heat and toxic air. Many are undocumented, without health insurance, and ineligible for governmental assistance. Then there be the crisis of firefighting resources. In the past, California has bolstered its crews with inmate firefighters, fresh from prison, paid $1 an hour to stand in the front lines under showers of retardant, flame retardant dropped upon them like melted marshmallow at the end of the first Ghostbusters film. While the flames are at their feet, while actually towering above their heads, these prisoners risk their lives for $1 an hour to save us, the people who imprisoned them. Many were released from prison earlier this year as a protective measure against the coronavirus. Because they have criminal records, it'd be extremely difficult for them to get jobs with CAL FIRE. Others are still incarcerated in facilities where the virus is widespread. So the state has had to appeal to out-of-state agencies, which are sending equipment and assistance, fire engines from Arizona, Nevada, and Texas. Everything seems characterized by a sense of wild fragility. It's hard not to see all this in terms of a cascading series of national failures. The chaotic, politicized, fabulistic response to the virus, the political influence of oil and gas conglomerates, the fecklessness of private utility companies, cruel immigration policies and weakened labor protections, environmental rollbacks, a weakened social safety net. Some failures, like global warming, are bigger than any one country's, although the United States has failed here too, more than anyone. According to meteorologists, last week's dry lightning was connected to the heat wave, which was in turn generated by winds from Tropical Storm Fausto. Colorado is also experiencing a spate of wildfires, one of which is the second largest in its own history. These are the conditions for secondary environmental and public health crises. Smoke from the fires in California and Colorado is uncoiling across the country. Plumes have already drifted as far as Kansas. The air is cleanest on the coast, even as smoke billows from beach towns like Point Reyes and Santa Cruz. On Friday night, into this last weekend, people gathered on Ocean Beach in San Francisco to picnic, fly kites, and take photographs of the sunset's radioactive marigold glow. Tanker ships turned toward the open Pacific. I saw a flock of pelicans push northward. A hurricane of birds, stretching the length of about 2 city blocks, hovered ominously right over the waves, and a surfer caught beneath them emerged from the water to say with slack awe that he had never seen anything like it. A friend of mine wondered aloud whether the birds knew something we did not. No, thank you, I thought. I don't want to know. When I was swimming in those waters, as I said, there were blood-warm pools in an ice-cold sea that I didn't want to speculate on. There have been men in the bay before who swore they encountered incredible centipede-like organisms swimming out from the sewer pumps into the San Francisco Bay. You can hear the gunfire behind me on the microphone. Now, not bobbit worms, which J-Mo Reese is asking about. These were the giant cryptid centipedes from Vietnam. that have been imported somehow. I would suspect the holding tanks of ships from overseas. And Jess Roge of the Roge Report has reported on them. These centipedes swim in the water. They're aquamphibious. And they've grown even larger in the sewers of San Francisco. And this invasive species is called the conrit. The conrit is an enormous oceanic great sea centipede which lives in the southeast Vietnam Sea. And this giant aquatic millipede type creature lives near the coast of Vietnam. So, the first time that I encountered knowledge of it was it's being encountered by my father as a sailor in Vietnam. What it is scientifically, I was able to ascertain, is Scolopendra subspinipes. The species of very large centipede found throughout Eastern Asia, but prehistoric. If you didn't know better, you would mistake it for a sea serpent in the Vietnam Sea, because of its green exoskeleton. This is what has come over here to this side of the Pacific and thrived like the boa constrictors in Florida. This is part of the environmental collapse. And that is what the birds were hovering over. When something like that is right beneath the surface of the waves, maybe near death if it's reached the end of its lifespan, or perhaps overchoked on all the toxins in the sewers, the birds are ready to pick at the corpse. A spare the air alert, a temporary ban on burning wood, had been issued for the entire Greater Bay Area Metroplex region. But in a spot designated for bonfires on the beach where I had been that day, we saw the birds. People nurtured small fires against the wind. The crescent moon hung low and orange. Back in my own neighborhood, on the Russian Hill side of the city, diners were lingering at sidewalk tables outside bars and restaurants with masks pulled down around their chins like orthodontic headgear. A group of teenage girls cruised up the streets on e-scooters. A man playing a guitar serenaded two tops at a Spanish restaurant. The air wasn't clear, but it offered some relief. All of this is the calm before the real storm, the real firestorm. Because in October, my own birthday month and the solar return month of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, whose experiences I've referenced quite a bit tonight. Then the traditional fire season really begins. Now, Barack Obama chose to rebuke Donald Trump in a remarkable Democratic National Convention speech. I'm going to talk about this and the Republican conventions. Done my best to kind of analyze the two. Senator Kamala Harris officially accepted her historic vice presidential nomination on a night filled with heavy hitters at the Democratic National Committee. The most talked about words came from former President Barack Obama, who set aside an unwritten presidential rule to not directly attack the current office holder and unleashed a scathing rebuke of President Trump's governance. Obama said he'd hoped Trump would take the presidency seriously and develop some reverence for democracy. But Obama said he never did. Senator Elizabeth Warren and Hillary Clinton also spoke during the third night of the virtual event, with the latter issuing a strong warning to voters to make their voices heard. And Hillary Clinton said, "Don't forget, Joe and Kamala can win 3 million more votes and still lose. Take it from me." So I finally made time to review the final night of the Democratic National Convention. And unable to gather in person, the Democrats took their party's convention digital and nailed it. In the process, the party created the first true social media convention. It will not be the last. The Democrats have created a new and effective form of convention, which, with critiques of a calamitous presidency and appeals to the country's better angels. The event should serve as a reality check for President Donald Trump himself. Trump has committed the Republican Party to a strategy of squeezing bigger margins from a shrinking share of the electorate, while systematically alienating the growing groups that Democrats were highlighting last week. Trump's own coalition is narrowing. One thing is clear as Republicans convene their national convention this week. This is now President Donald Trump's party alone. Rather, it's no longer a political party at all. It's a cult. The question is whether it can survive in that form in a country that will grow irreversibly more diverse through the 2020s. Compared with the 2016 Republican convention, which rippled with unresolved tension and resistance to Trump's rise, the conspicuous absence of any dissent whatsoever at this year's event underscores how the president has stamped the party with his trademark as surely as if it were one of his own downtown skyscrapers. The Republican Party's choice to skip passing a platform and instead approve a brief statement declaring it will enthusiastically support the president's America First agenda testifies to his complete triumph overall. And in the process, Trump has imposed a distinctive bet on the Republican Party. He's increased its reliance on the people and places least touched by, and most resistance to, the seismic, demographic, cultural, and economic changes remaking America itself, whilst accelerating the party's retreat in the places and among the people that most welcome these changes. Evidence is growing that in November, the Republican Party could be pushed back further into its strongholds and lose more ground in diverse, growing metropolitan America, even if Trump finds a way to overcome his persistent deficits in national polls to the Democratic nominee Joe Biden. Now, as Robert P. Jones, the Chief Executive Officer and founder of the nonpartisan Public Religion Research Institute, recently calculated, the Republican Party coalition today closely resembles the racial and religious profile of people who are 65 or older in the overall U.S. population, while Democrats more closely resemble the profile of those who are younger than 30. And so he concludes, quite obviously, it's just not a sustainable trajectory. In 2016, Trump won very few of the states with the most immigrants, the most college graduates, or the fewest white Christians. And polls show he could lose several of the small number he did carry in each category. House Republicans, while strong in rural areas, are also at high risk for even further losses in the big metropolitan areas that keyed the Democratic surge circa 2018. That same demographic and geographic realignment threatens embattled Republican senators in Arizona, Colorado, North Carolina, Maine, and potentially Iowa, Georgia, and conceivably even Texas. The conundrum facing the Republican Party will be visible in the passionate support for the president on display this week, as the previously Republican-leaning voters who can't abide Trump's definition drift away from the party, a dynamic that Democrats highlighted yesterday last week by featuring so many prominent Republicans at their own convention. What's left are those most bonded to Trump's polarizing approach. That will make it difficult to build a coalition for changing direction if Trump loses this fall, even if he takes down the Republican Senate majority with him. So, be they further and further exiled from America's diversity? Michael Madrid, a California-based Republican consultant who helped found the Lincoln Project opposing Trump, says the party nationally could be locked into the same cycle of contraction and purification that has carried the Republican Party toward the brink of irrelevance in the nation's largest state. It's California Redux. That's what he said on record. Even if Trump loses, the National Party is not going to change. It's going to get more insular, more monolithic, more intense, and it's going to repel more voters who are not in the tribe. The white tribe of savages. From many angles, the 2020 campaign shows that process well underway. Even compared with 2016, all signs suggest that Trump and the Republican Party this year will become even more reliant on support from his narrow coalition or core groups. Whites who live in rural areas, lack college degrees, or identify as evangelical Christians. Polls conducted just before the national convention showed that while Trump generally is not quite matching his extraordinary 2016 levels of support from those groups, he remains very strong with them. And he seems on track to perform even more poorly among most of the groups that have long been most skeptical of him. Polls consistently show him drawing support from only about 30% of adults younger than 30, and unlike 2016, when many of those younger voters splintered off to third-party candidates, several surveys suggest that Biden could consolidate as many as two-thirds of them, far more than Hillary Clinton did in 2016. Trump shows the potential for some strong gains among black and Hispanic men, but overwhelming resistance to him among women in those groups will make it nigh impossible for him to much reduce his 53 percentage point deficit among all people of color in the 2016 exit polls. Most dramatically, Trump is at risk of the weakest performance for any Republican presidential nominee in the history of modern polling, tracing back to 1952, when Japan's victory was absolute. Among white voters with a college education, a flurry of recent surveys, including those from CNN, NBC, Wall Street Journal, Pew, and ABC Washington Post, all showed Biden winning at least 57% of them, an unprecedented number for a Democrat. In these surveys, Biden is not only posting big margins among college-educated white women, a group that has mostly leaned Democrat in all recent years, but even winning most of the college-educated white men, ordinarily a reliably Republican bloc. Similarly, in Pew's latest survey, Biden was beating Trump by nearly 50 percentage points among the growing number of secular Americans who don't identify with any religious tradition. With the electorate dividing along these lines, Trump and the Republican Party face the strong likelihood that they will be further exiled from the places that reflect the nation's growing racial and cultural diversity, leaving them even more dependent on the stagnant or slowly growing places that have been least touched by America's demographic and cultural changes. In 2016, for instance, Trump won just 4 of the 20 states where immigrants compose the largest share of the population, according to the Census Bureau. Now he faces a high risk of losing 2 of the 4 he won, Arizona and Florida, and is facing a serious challenge in the other 2, Georgia and Texas. Similarly, in 2016, Trump was he won just 7 of the 25 states with the largest share of college graduates. That's according to Census Bureau figures. Now he's at high risk of losing 2 of those 7, Pennsylvania and North Carolina, and facing an unexpectedly tough challenge in a third, Georgia. From a religious perspective, Trump in 2016 won 21 of the 25 states, where white Christians constitute a majority of the population, according to data from the Public Religion Research Institute that I've cited. But he captured just 9 of the 25 states in which they represented less than half of the residents. Now he's in serious danger of losing 3 of those 9, Arizona, Florida, and North Carolina. And he's not out of the woods in 2 others, Georgia and Texas. So congressional Republicans appear on track for losses along each of those fronts too. Democrats, for instance, already hold 32 of the 40 Senate seats in the 20 states where immigrants represent the biggest population share. In November, Democrats are strongly favored to win 2 more, in Arizona and Colorado, and have a competitive, if more difficult, shot at 3 others, Texas, and both seats in Georgia. Republicans similarly now hold just 15 of the 50 Senate seats from the 25 best educated states, and face elevated risks of losses in Colorado, North Carolina, and Maine, as well as less severe but still plausible challenges in Georgia and Montana. If Republican Cory Gardner loses in Colorado, Republicans will hold none of the 24 Senate seats in the 12 states with the largest share of college graduates. Colorado, Arizona, Georgia, and Texas, all competitive Senate seats, each ranked near the bottom of states with the most white Christians as well. In the House, following the Republican Party's suburban wipeout circa 2018, the party now holds only 24% of the districts with more college graduates than average, down from 43% before the midterm elections. That number could easily fall further, with well-educated Republican-held suburban districts from North Carolina and Indianapolis in Texas. Well, Indianapolis, if I can pronounce the English of that, to Texas, topping the Democrats' target list for November. Now that prospect gave the Madrid individual that I'm sourcing uncomfortable deja vu. He's so saying the California Republican Party is the party of the deserts, the mountains, the valleys. That's the only place it exists. They are all in the most remote, rural parts of this state. And that's what is happening nationally with the White House, leaving them with a base completely resistant to change. These patterns underscore the electoral bet Trump has imposed upon his cult of a party. The groups he runs best with are almost all shrinking as a share of American society, while the groups that he's alienated just keep growing. Census data analyzed by Pew found that whites without college degrees fell from 52% of all voters circa 2004, the last time a Republican presidential nominee won the popular vote, to 42% in 2016. If that long-term trajectory continues, they'll likely constitute 40% in 2020. White Christians represented 54% of the population as recently as 2008. Now they be around 44%. The Public Religion Research Institute is my source for this data. White evangelicals tumbled from 21% of the population to 15% over that same period. Many rural and small town areas remain stagnant or are shrinking in population. Conversely, in the census data analyzed by Pew, people of color have increased their share of the vote since 2004 from about 1/5 to more than 1/4, while whites with college degrees have edged up from around 1/4 to more than 3 in 10. William Frey, a demographer at the Brookings Institution, has calculated that this year, young adults born after 1981, millennials, and Generation Z or Generation Z will roughly equal those born before 1964, the baby boomers and older, as a share of eligible voters. By 2024, those younger cohorts, who all polls show are overwhelmingly hostile to Donald Trump, will constitute a larger share of actual voters, as projected. The nation's 250 largest counties, about 2/3 of which preferred Clinton over Trump, account for a slightly growing share of population and a more rapidly increasing majority of the nation's jobs and total economic output, according to analysis by the Brookings Institution's Metropolitan Policy Program. All these trends predated Trump, but his stark appeals to the elements of white America most uneasy about racial, cultural, and even economic change have intensified and accelerated them. That's left his party more isolated from the most economically dynamic and culturally diverse communities across the country. It has also produced a Republican coalition whose opinions on racial and cultural change starkly diverge from opinion in the country overall, in many cases by even greater margins than only a few years ago. In a recently released survey, the Public Religion Research Institute, like many other pollsters, found growing concern among Americans, including whites, about racial inequities in policing and other aspects of American life. But it also found that Republicans had moved little, if at all, on those questions, widening the gap between the party and the rest of society. From 2015 until 2020, the Institute so found, the share of both white Democrats and independents who said that police shootings of African American men are isolated incidents rather than part of a pattern dropped by more than 20 percentage points. That's produced a clear majority of Americans who say such shootings are part of a pattern. But 81% of white Republicans still describe these shootings as isolated incidents, down only minimally from 85% in 2015. Nearly 2/3 of white Republicans likewise still say discrimination against whites is as big a problem as bias against African Americans, down only minimally from 2015. A growing share of all Americans, now slightly over 60%, reject that view completely. On attitudes about racial bias, Republicans have stuck it out, and there is virtually no change. And one of their biggest base groups, white evangelical Protestants, are right up there. Democrats have moved. Independents have moved. Other religious groups have moved. So it is a Republican Party and a shrinking, aging white Christian base that is increasingly out of touch with where the country is. Long-term Gallup polling about immigration captures the same divergence. As recently as 2007, the year my late and sainted sire George Dietrich died, Gallup found that virtually identical shares of about 3/5 of Republicans, Democrats, and independents described immigration as a good thing for America. But while those numbers have significantly increased since then for the latter groups, they've remained roughly unchanged among Republicans. And after dipping even lower early in Trump's presidency, that's not surprising. As a result, Democrats are now nearly 30 points more likely, and independents about 15 points more likely than Republicans to express positive views of immigration, according to results provided by Gallup senior editor Jeff Jones. Now, Robert Jones of the Public Religion Research Institute has found a compelling way to crystallize all of these differences by combining the racial and religious composition of each party's coalition. He notes that self-identified Democrats now divide about in thirds among white Christians, non-white Christians, and people who identify as non-Christians faith or no religion at all. That closely resembles the profile of all Americans aged 18 through 29. By contrast, white Christians still make up about 2/3 of self-identified Republicans, with the rest dividing almost equally between non-white Christians or those who identify with non-Christian faiths or no religion at all. That closely overlaps the racial and religious profile of Americans 65 or older. Current Republican elected officials have not raised a single audible peep of protest as Trump has deepened these dynamics. But some in the party warn that these trends are unsustainable. Now, Republican pollster Whit Ayers has gone so far as to say that the trends of 2016 through 2017 and 2018 are continuing apace, with continuing weakness of the Republican brand in suburban areas that had traditionally voted Republican, coupled with strengthening of the Republican brand in rural areas that had traditionally voted Democrat. The problem, of course, is that the Republicans are trading larger, faster-growing areas for smaller, slower-growing areas. And the math does not work out in the long run with that sort of trade. So, can the Red Russo collaborationist Republican Party ever reboot? Former Republican Representative Charlie Dent of Pennsylvania, who is now a political commentator on CNN, has seen the same trends on the ground in that critical battleground state, and has gone on record to say Trump has certainly done well among white voters, particularly in rural areas without a college degree. There's no question he has spoken to that constituency in ways that they have responded. At the same time, we are witnessing collapsing support for Republicans in these suburban counties, and not just in the Philadelphia area, but Lehigh Valley, suburban Harrisburg, Pittsburgh. Now, like Ayers, Dent doesn't rule out Trump mobilizing enough of his constituencies to squeeze out an electoral college win primarily through the Rust Belt, even if he loses the popular vote again. But he argues these trends are not sustainable for the party into the 2020s. So, the way he phrases it is, I just don't know that the math works. I don't know there are enough rural white voters to offset the losses in the suburbs. The suburbs in Pennsylvania are by and large increasing in population, and that's where we are losing support. And the areas that Trump is gaining support tend to be areas of population stagnation or decline. Now, Dent himself endorsed Joe Biden last week. And on Monday, more than 24 other former congressional Republicans, including Senator Jeff Flake of Arizona, joined him in doing so. Most of them represented the well-educated, affluent, suburban constituencies that once leaned reliably Republican but are now defecting in unprecedented numbers. The 73 former Republican national security professionals, including former directors of the CIA and FBI for Republican presidents, who endorsed Biden last week, also symbolized the well-educated, previously Republican-leaning professional Trump is shedding. Former Ohio governor and Republican presidential contender John Kasich, who spoke with Spracketh for Biden at last week's convention, embodies that same audience of white-collar whites, which is also the principal target for the Lincoln Project and other Republican groups working against Donald Trump. So, what they are saying, basically, as Daniel Arola would say, is something akin to, we are just reminding them every day, do you really want to associate with this? The Republican dissidents who believe as Trump is leading the party toward a demographic crack-up face a conundrum. If he loses because he alienates more well-educated young and minority voters, the Republican voters left behind will tilt even further toward the non-college and non-urban whites and evangelical Christians drawn to his racial nationalism, as they put white supremacy these days. For that reason, longtime conservative strategist Bill Kristol, a leading Trump critic, believes that whatever happens in November, it's not going to be easy for the Republican Party to abandon the course Trump has set. He's so saying, I'm very skeptical that the party can just snap back and pretend Trump never existed. Like a fart that you're trying to say, you didn't lay. Now, he didn't say that, but you can imagine him waving his arms. Well, you can imagine every Republican doing that. But Kristol also says that if Trump loses some of the growing Sun Belt states that have long been pillars for the party, including Georgia, Florida, and above all Texas, that might unnerve Republicans enough to force a new debate over their direction. Dent is also hopeful that if Trump fails, the Republican Party might reconsider the advice from the celebrated autopsy produced by the Republican National Committee after Mitt Romney's defeat in 2012. The party effectively rejected that report's recommendation to more aggressively court the growing numbers of non-white voters. Instead, it ultimately fell in line behind Trump as he pursued the polar opposite strategy of lashing the Republican Party ever more tightly to the priorities and resentments of the white voters most resistant to that demographic change. In 2016, Trump showed that approach could win the White House, albeit while losing the popular vote by nearly 3 million. But the party's steady losses in municipal, gubernatorial, and congressional elections since then, a retreat centered on the rejection of the Trump-defined Republican Party in suburbia, has pointedly demonstrated the limits of the combative political vision the president is celebrating at this week's convention. If Trump loses in 2020, and possibly takes down the Republican majority in the Senate with him, Dent hopes the price of proceeding down his path will become undeniable. He's so concluding, if the president loses re-election and the Senate were to flip, then I believe there will be a reckoning and the need for a very real conversation. There will be no need for another autopsy. We will know who killed the patient here. Still, you can criticize Donald Trump for a lot of things, but he could never be accused of failing to toot his own horn. The U.S. president plans to outdo even his own record for self-promotion, as he did this week at the Republican National Convention, where he and his family rarely left center stage. That ubiquity fed his craving for attention and delighted his supporters. But hours of Trump TV seem unlikely to win back disillusioned moderate Republicans and independents, and plays directly into Democratic claims that Trump's self-obsession and refusal to listen make his crises worse. Last week's smooth virtual Democratic convention raised expectations for the Trump show, not least since he portrayed his opponent Joe Biden beforehand as bumbling and senile, and then criticized the convention as boring. Trump wanted a more spontaneous show, but any glitches in the live performance added to his reputation for chaos and mismanagement. Still, Republicans had an opening. They could do a better job than Democrats of highlighting the anger and economic disenfranchisement of working-class communities devastated by globalization and a technological revolution that destroyed blue-collar jobs. Trump's campaign promised testimony from regular Americans who had been lifted by the president's policies. But he will have to rebrand his response to the coronavirus, which killed nearly 180,000 Americans so far, as a huge success, since Biden is promising a way out of the nightmare. And since Trump can't win the character contest, Trump needs to find a way to drive the Democrats' numbers down somehow. So brace for tales of radical socialists, left-wing fascism, burning cities, and liberals who want to shut the economy, abolish white suburbia, grab Americans' guns, rewrite the country's history, open the borders to marauding immigrants, and surrender to foreigners. Now, there were 5 big moments of the week. The first is the one I'll dwell on the longest, wherein Obama made fear a rallying cry. Because despite everything I've said about Trump's coalition shrinking, Barack Obama sounded scared. And in a stark, sober address from Philadelphia, that man, elected a dozen long years ago on a gauzy promise of hope and change, found himself instead turning to fear as a rallying cry. Barack Obama is scared. His warning to America during the Democratic Convention's third night was existential. Barack Obama didn't try to inspire Americans that night. He wanted to scare them. The former president offered no 1,000-watt smiles or soaring rhetoric as he exhorted voters to elect Joe Biden and warned them about the perils of giving Donald Trump another 4 years in the White House. In a stark, sober address from that original capital of these United States during that virtual Democratic National Convention, this man we elected 12 long years ago on that almost, well, that incredibly naive hope and change bumper sticker, was now acting as unto a Republican and promoting the fear card. To quote as per Obama himself, "Do not let them take away your power. Don't let them take away your democracy." And devoid of an audience and its usual rapturous applause, Obama sounded at times like a disappointed father, his sighs audible as he delivered a speech he never thought he'd give in his lifetime. Donald Trump was once a joke to Obama, a carnival barker who he famously mocked at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as Trump sat and watched with a frozen smile. The humor in Trump has been gone for a while now, but for his first few years out of office, Obama held back on his successor as he kept away from the near daily controversies and scandals emerging from the White House, emanating like a vile odor from the swamp that became a sewer. That restraint ended initially when Obama campaigned for Democratic congressional candidates in 2018. And last month in Atlanta, he used his eulogy for the late Representative John Lewis of Georgia to assail, sans naming the president, Trump's attacks on the Postal Service and other efforts at voter suppression. He took him on much more directly tonight. Well, I reviewed it tonight before we went on air, but it was the last night of the Democratic convention from last week. And he took on Trump not just more directly from my review of this tape, or the footage. I'm thinking in video track terms from back in the day. But he also took on Trump more aggressively than any ex-president has criticized his successor in recent political memory. So to quoteist Obama, "For close to 4 years now, Trump's shown no interest in putting in the work, no interest in finding common ground, no interest in using the awesome power of his office to help anyone but himself and his friends. No interest in treating the presidency as anything but one more reality show that he can use to get the attention he craves." And he went on. "Donald Trump hasn't grown into the job because he can't. And the consequences of that failure are severe. 180,000 Americans dead. Millions of jobs gone while those at the top take in more than ever. Our worst impulses unleashed, our proud reputation around the world badly diminished, and our democratic institutions threatened like never before." What was striking about Obama's argument, however, was how little it was grounded in the traditional policy battles of the past decade. Though he ticked off a rapid-fire summation of the progressive Biden-Harris agenda, Obama did not tell Americans that Trump would take away their health care, or ignore climate change, or deport immigrants, or even threaten national security. His warning was far more existential, with him saying, "If Biden is telling voters that the soul of America is on the ballot, well, Obama told them that its very system of government is at risk." The way he said it, "This administration has shown it will tear our democracy down if that's what it takes to win." Nor did Obama conclude his speech with the uplifting peroration, or peroration in the correct English, that has been his trademark. He summoned the legacy of Lewis and the civil rights movement, but he withheld his typical reassurance that despite everything, the best of America would win out. Instead, he said, "Any chance of success depends entirely on the outcome of this election." So for all of Obama's reliance on hope and inspiration as motivators in the past, fear has always worked just as well, if not better, at turning out votes. And he was never as effective at getting people to vote when he was not on the ballot as he was during his 2 presidential campaigns. Democrats stayed home in both midterm elections during his tenure, and the coalition that elected him was unable to lift Hillary Clinton over Trump in 2016. So it would not be a surprise if Obama thought he needed to up the ante to help rally the Democratic base for Biden. But as Obama railed against the cynicism that he said Trump was relying on to win, and then he recalled the sacrifices of those who were spit on and beaten as they fought for the right to vote, he seemed almost on the verge of tears. It didn't seem like an act to me. If the former president hadn't previously seen the need to tear into Trump for the sake of the country, what are Democrats to make of the fact that now, apparently, he does? Obama, suddenly a gray-haired father figure to his party, no longer sounded merely disappointed. He seemed frightened. Now, the second main point was that Kamala Harris took up her party's mantle. As Democrats look to woman voters for victory in November, this is the story they are telling. That it's time for all women, and not just white women, to finally claim their place in politics. The third takeaway from the Democratic Convention was that a number of Republican Party defectors spoke, and some progressives bristled, because they worry that Democrats have abandoned core party values in their effort to oust Donald Trump, and they fear that by welcoming never-Trumpers into the fold from the Reds, the Democratic Party will become itself more conservative. And the Democrats gave Andrew Cuomo a hero's welcome, overlooking his pandemic failures. That was my fourth takeaway from the final days of that convention. The New York governor has somehow presided over the worst and deadliest coronavirus outbreak in the country, whilst eluding the widespread criticism that has surrounded both President Donald Trump and the New York City's Democratic Mayor, Bill de Blasio. Now the fifth and final takeaway was that conventions can launch storied careers, but an address that I saw by a group of 17 rising stars fell completely flat. That's because party elders think Kamala Harris is the real star. And that brings us back to Obama, Harris, and a very unconventional convention. And you notice I don't mention Biden because Biden is just an old white man who's nothing more than a battering ram for Kamala Harris. H.L. Mencken, a columnist who gloried in the sweaty pageantry and funny hat hokum of the early 20th century nominating conventions, would surely have savaged the two-dimensional presidential campaign of our pandemic summer. Mencken lampooned the quadrennial bacchanals of his day, but he clearly relished their madness. Writing of the 1924 Democratic National Convention, a 16-day affair at Madison Square Garden, Mencken wrote, "There is something about a national convention that makes it as fascinating as a revival or a hanging." Now that convention in particular, which required 103 ballots to settle on the doomed candidacy of John W. Davis, a corporate attorney from West Virginia, featured the influence of the Ku Klux Klan, as did the same summer's Republican convention, and Franklin Roosevelt's eloquent yet futile attempt to promote the presidential bid of New York Governor Al Smith, the Happy Warrior. This was an event without television schedules or air conditioning. Imagine the tedium, the hovering clouds of cigar smoke and BO, or body odor. And yet there was Mencken, the sage of Baltimore, pounding his typewriter with happy derision. Now, he wrote the following, which I shall read. "It is vulgar. It is ugly. It is stupid. It is tedious. It is hard upon both the higher cerebral centers and the gluteus maximus," meaning the ass, "and yet it is somehow charming. One sits through long sessions wishing all the delegates and alternates were dead and in hell, and then suddenly there comes a show so gaudy and hilarious, so melodramatic and obscene, so unimaginably exhilarating and preposterous, that one lives a gorgeous year and an hour." Now, in the absence of such lurid attractions, how would the candidacy of Joe Biden survive the impatience of the voters, much less the pitiless gaze of a Mencken? In a campaign without travel and a convention without crowds, how could a masked and socially distanced candidate, whose most pronounced quality is an outsized capacity for empathy, find a way to connect? And with so much on the line, the survival of democratic norms and the rule of law, the national health and the future of the natural world, How could Biden and the party leadership conceive a nominating convention that would not fall as flat as the screens on which it would be portrayed or projected? Well, from what I saw, the Democrats largely succeeded in creating a new and effective form of convention. Not so much with balloon showers, but with nightly critiques of a calamitous and ugly presidency and a series of emotional appeals to our country's better angels. This convention was a decidedly earnest spectacle. Macon would have been quick to identify its flavor as treacle, syrupy. But overall, this convention, as a historical event, just may end up playing a critical role for the Democrats in an election that is still quite far from decided. On Wednesday night of midweek last, it was Barack Obama and Kamala Harris's turn to prosecute the case against Trump. And Obama in particular was at his best. It was as if he had been waiting for this moment with a barely concealed relish. After Trump's victory in 2016, Obama met with Trump once at the White House and found the Donald totally unskilled and completely uninterested in the particulars of the office he was about to assume. Obama concealed his true alarm behind the mists of custom and euphemism. He even consoled his staff, telling them that Trump's victory was not the apocalypse. And yet, he has watched with a cool fury as Trump has done everything possible to dismantle his legacy, including the Iran nuclear deal, countless financial and environmental regulations, and the Paris Accords on climate change. In his convention speech, Obama dispensed with predecessor-successor courtesies. Like Michelle Obama and Bernie Sanders on Monday night opening the convention's work week of Yester Septimania, he made his case in plain terms, at once idealistic and quite brutal. First, he framed his argument in the lofty terms of the Constitution and the general expectations of a president. Then he got down to cases. To quote his tea, verbatim, "I have sat in the Oval Office with both of the men who are running for president. I never expected that my successor would embrace my vision or continue my policies. I did hope, for the sake of our country, that Donald Trump might show some interest in taking the job seriously, that he might come to feel the weight of the office and discover some reverence for the democracy that had been placed in his care. But he never did. For close to 4 years now, he's shown no interest in putting in the work, no interest in finding common ground, no interest in using the awesome power of his office to help anyone but himself and his friends, no interest in treating the presidency as anything but one more reality show that he can use to get the attention he so craves." And Obama did not hesitate to get personal after that. He's so saying Donald Trump hasn't grown into the job because he can't. And the consequences of that failure are severe. 180,000 Americans dead. Millions of jobs gone. While those at the top take in more than ever. Our worst impulses unleashed, our proud reputation around the world badly diminished, and our democratic institutions threatened like never before. After that, of course, he then extolled the virtues of Biden. A brother a partner in the creation of the Affordable Care Act and the rescue of the economy after the Great Recession. And while Obama spoke, invoking the heroes of the civil rights movement, praising young people on the streets and, well, for telling us we need to be better and calling for voters to give our democracy new meaning, Trump was in the White House watching the proceedings and tweeting apoplectically, all uppercase, "He spied on my campaign and got caught!" Obama went on, while that was ongoing, to say, and I quote his T, "This administration has shown it will tear our democracy down if that is what it takes to win. So we have to get busy building it up by pouring all our efforts into these 76 days. And by voting like never before for Joe and Kamala and candidates up and down the ticket so that we can leave no doubt about what this country we love stands for today and for all our days to come." But it was Kamala Harris who finished the evening. And speaking in that vast blue hall, she started out by paying tribute to predecessors, from Fannie Lou Hamer to Shirley Chisholm, and to her parents, immigrants from India and Jamaica who met during the civil rights struggle. Her nomination as Biden's running mate represents a continuity with the Obama years, and not only in ethnic terms. Now, when Obama was interviewed after his miserable Oval Office meeting with Donald Trump, he was asked who the Democratic Party now had on the bench. One of the first and few names he mentioned was hers. In her speech, Kamala Harris assailed Trump's incompetence and callousness and called for unity under Biden's banner. What Harris said was, "Right now, we have a president who turns our tragedies into political weapons. Joe will be a president who turns our challenges into purpose." Now, her speech was not the best of the night, but it more than suggested a good campaigner and a difficult debate night for Mike Pence. The set-piece speeches of this convention have largely been effective. Bernie Sanders, who came in second in 2020, as he did in 2016, was at once generous to Biden but true to his insistence on foundational change. There were disappointments. Al Gore on climate change would have been more relevant than an old communist, and more welcome than Bill Clinton's discourse on Oval Office comportment. Many of the produced for TV and social media video segments also hit the mark, including Tuesday of last week's roll call, with its visions of palm trees, mountain ranges, and fried calamari. The heart-tugging nomination of Biden by a Times security guard. The heroic story of Adi Barkan, a 36-year-old attorney who suffers from ALS and became nationally recognized for his campaigning for Medicare for All. By the way, for those of you who are unfamiliar, and prayerfully you never become familiar with it, ALS is an acronym for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It's a progressive nervous system disease that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord, causing loss of muscle control. Now, ALS is often called Lou Gehrig's disease, after the baseball player who was diagnosed with it. And in this disease, nerve cells break down, which reduces functionality in the muscles they supply. The cause is still unknown. The main symptom is muscle weakness. Now, medication and therapy can slow ALS and reduce discomfort, but there be no cure. Now, those pieces and others largely felt genuine and stood in contrast to the distinctly sour and vindictive opponent they sought to upend. Customarily, the leader of the opposing party keeps a low profile during these sessions. But of course, it goes sans saying Trump cannot help himself, tweeting insults at the screen with a febrile desperation. At a modest rally in Yuma, Arizona, on Tuesday of last week, while the Democrats were convening virtually over screen, he went on about his foul campaign against immigration. And on Wednesday, the final day of the National Committee of the Democratic Party, Trump's spokesperson, Kayleigh McEnany, made it plain that he might well challenge the results of the election, saying, "The president has always said he'll see what happens and make a determination in the aftermath." Meanwhile, to little notice this last week before the week we're in tonight, the Republican-led Senate Intelligence Committee issued a comprehensive report stating that Trump's associates, including his campaign chairman Paul Manafort, did, in fact, have direct links with Russians intent on interfering in the 2016 election. In response to the Senate report, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi issued statements saying, "America's intelligence and law enforcement communities have made clear that the Russian government is continuing to wage a massive intervention campaign to benefit this president." She warning of a 365 days a year threat to compromise the 2020 elections and undermine our democracy. The insistent sincerity of last week's Democratic convention would have been lost on Mencken. For all of his qualities as a satirist and as a master of a Baroque American English, he was also a cynic and, yes, a bigot. His diary was flecked with the acid spittle of racism and Judeophobia. As late as 1945, he described the American role in the Second World War as dishonest, dishonorable, and ignominious, all of which was correct. But certainly, very much against the grain of the body politic to which he relayed his journalism. What such a sensibility would have made of the demographics of the modern, rather postmodern Democratic Party, and that party's determined intent to celebrate that diversity, is not hard to imagine. Mencken persists for his wit, but not his judgment. And yet, he did get things right in many a case, such as America's role in the Second World War. He also anticipated the rise of a confidence man like Donald Trump, the possibility that one day the White House will be adorned by a downright moron. Well, on Thursday of Yester Septimania, the closing night of this unconventional convention that I finally had the chance to review tonight, well, before tonight, in the afternoon hours, Joe Biden will make the case for ushering that downright moron out of the White House. Joe Biden is not Donald Trump. That might seem obvious, but that last night of the Democratic National Convention was designed to leave Americans in no doubt. Biden was hailed as a man of faith, humanity, statesmanship, and racial tolerance. The message being, he stands up to foreign dictators, respects the rule of law, and radiates modesty, decency, warmth, and common sense. Even if he's a child molesting pedophile, he can act the part. and he'll heal a sick and grieving nation with empathy distilled from personal tragedies. Well, that was the ad. Hint, hint. Now, Biden accepted his nomination with the speech of his life, declaring America would overcome its season of darkness. He warned that America faced a perfect storm, the pandemic, the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression, a racial justice awakening, and climate change. And the soul of America would be tested. He said, character, compassion, decency, sincerity, science, and democracy were on the ballot. And he's not wrong. Biden also lacerated Trump over his mismanagement of the pandemic, which the president has said could just go away. Biden said, I have news for him. No miracle is forthcoming, accusing the president of failing at his fundamental job to protect Americans, because, of course, that's exactly what he's done. And so, alone on stage, the former vice president of questionable fiber himself stared into the camera, speaking directly to viewers at home in pandemic-induced isolation. And if nothing be in the person, at least the strength of his performance exposed the risk of Trump's incessant attempts to portray the Democratic nominee as senile and slow. Given such a build-up, even a half-decent speech would have beaten expectations. Overall, Democrats left a strong impression, framing their candidate as a man whose long life of comebacks from stumbles and personal heartbreaks is convening in history with a nation that needs to be healed. With 2.5 months to go, Biden has aced one of the most important tests that lie between he and the White House. A ferocious campaign is still ahead, however, against a president who will do anything, and I mean anything, to win. Our greatest parallel lies more than across the Atlantic. Our greatest parallel lies in the heart of Europe as it transitions into European Russia. In that geographic Shatterbelt region between Germania and the Russian Empire, there be an echo of 1989 hanging over Belarus, White Russia, where three things stand out as factors. Lukashenko clings to power amid massive protests in Belarus. The European Union seeks democratic change without provoking Russian response. And the Russian Empire ponders whether losing Lukashenko might not be so bad. Now, the Belarus president, Alexander Lukashenko, visited one of his nation's big state-owned factories in the capital of Minsk this week last, prior to this one, aiming to show he still had support despite nationwide calls for his resignation. He'd have done well to remember Nicolae Ceausescu, the decision of the last communist dictator of Romania to counter a budding revolution by busing thousands of supposedly loyal factory workers to a rally in December of 1989 proved a fateful mistake. He was heckled and within 4 days had fled by helicopter, been captured, and executed. The parallels with Lukashenko's reception at the Minsk wheel tractor plant, which builds transporters for Russian missiles, were striking. He too was heckled Monday from his stage, a massive truck trailer. Nigel Gould-Davies, a former United Kingdom ambassador to that republic, conducted an online briefing at that point in which he said, Belarus will never be the same. Lukashenko has no future. It's impossible, for me at least, to see him staying on in any capacity. Now, 5 days, a full work week after his abortive factory visit, Lukashenko remains in power. He appears determined to stay on in the face of protests that have drawn hundreds of thousands to the streets and international condemnation of the August 9th presidential election that he claimed to have won by a landslide to extend his 26-year rule. And much has changed in the world since the fall of Romania's dictator amid a revolutionary mood that had swept away communist regimes across Eastern Europe and heralded the end of the Cold War. The United States, under President Donald Trump, appears less interested in engaging in European security questions. And where Kremlin leader Mikhail Gorbachev was resigned by 1989 to the loss of the Soviet Union's Eastern European satellites, Vladimir Putin is today trying to reassert total control over Russia's so-called near abroad. How the story of Belarus's remarkable protest movement ends, whether with Lukashenko deposed, akin to Ceausescu, or clinging to power through a mix of repression and external support like Venezuela's Nicolás Maduro, will have significant impact or implications, not just for that nation of 9.4 million people, but also all its neighbors in the European Union and Russia itself. Lukashenko appears to still control the Belarusian security services and to be willing to use them. On Friday, into this last weekend, he accused the West of plotting an invasion to take Belarus's Grodno region near the border with Poland, where he'd earlier deployed military forces for large-scale exercises. He said he'd told Putin about the threat, adding that Belarusian security was also an issue for Russia. For Gould Davies, now a senior fellow for Russia and Eurasia at the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London, it's likely just a question of time. The images of Ceausescu and Lukashenko being heckled by the workers they claim to represent neatly bracket a process of European democratization that began with the triumph of Poland's Solidarity movement in the summer of 1989 and continues, despite setbacks, today. Vladimir Putin himself told the Deutschen Chancellor Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, and the French President Emmanuel Macron in phone calls that he would consider any European interference or pressure unacceptable, potentially setting the stage for yet another messy geopolitical tug-of-war over a former Soviet republic in the footsteps of Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine. On Wednesday of last week, leaders of the European Union's 27 member states sought to thread their needle, saying at a virtual summit they didn't recognize the elections in which Lukashenko claimed 80% of the vote and a sixth term, while stopping short of calling for a new ballot. Putin, for his part, has for years pressed Lukashenko himself to agree to merge their two countries into a union state, something the Belarusian leader agreed in principle to do in 1999 under former Russian President Boris Yeltsin, back when that didn't mean anything. He has since, quite to his credit, doggedly resisted, knowing a Putinista takeover would be the same as cultural genocide for his people. While a weakened Lukashenko presidency could offer Putin the opportunity to at least seal that deal, it's no longer a given that Belarus's long-serving strongman would have the authority at home to enforce any such agreement. Some in the Kremlin leader's circle already wonder aloud whether Russia would be better off dealing with the opposition if Lukashenko fell. Anna Maria Diner, a security analyst at the Polish Institute of International Affairs, went on record in a virtual briefing to say Russia was, is, and will be engaged in Belarusian politics and Belarusian economics. But as a modern state, whilst catastrophically damaged in World War II, Belarus was rebuilt, if you could use that term, under the Soviet Union to become one of its wealthiest and most technologically advanced republics. Independence, when that came in 1991, didn't appear to be all that widely welcomed, with 84% of the electorate voting to stay in union in a preceding referendum organized by Soviet authorities. Reunification with Russia became a popular idea under Boris Yeltsin because, at that time, Russia was freewheeling. That changed over time, as the country had its first sustained experience as a modern independent state. Nelly Beckus, a specialist in the former Soviet space, who teaches history at the United Kingdom's University of Exeter, has observed that Belarusians were subsumed into political unions from the 13th century, including within the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Russian Empire, and the Soviet Union. But according to a February survey by the non-government BAW polling agency, 75%, three-quarters of Belarusians now want to remain independent. Now, Putin long since missed the opportunity to absorb a willing Belarus majority into Russia, though not because of any nationalist or pro-Western sentiments, both of which have been notably absent from the protests themselves. Rather than the birth of a nation, what we're witnessing is the birth of a democracy. The problem for all sides is that demands for justice and democratic rights don't fit well with any bid to subordinate the country to Russia's own less-than-democratic political system, while the geopolitically neutral tenor of the protests is unlikely to be enough to satisfy Putin's unionist ambitions. So on Thursday of this last week, Russia's own opposition leader, Alexei Navalny, was in intensive care in a Siberian hospital from a suspected poisoning. Now, Navalny, the creator of Russia's leading alternative media outlet and its only real political organization, was, at that time, may still be in a coma, but at that time he was in the Siberian city of Omsk. Here's what you need to know. Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, is unlikely to pressure Russia on that reported poisoning. Yet doctors in Berlin have revealed that Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny has definitively been poisoned. This has been proven beyond doubt, and yet the United German government has no way to retaliate against Moscow. Here be the facts so far as they can be corroborated. Aboard a flight from Siberia to Moscow, Russian opposition figure Alexei Navalny began suffering serious health problems, necessitating his hospitalization. Siberian doctors said Navalny, who has become known as one of President Vladimir Putin's fiercest critics, had suffered from a metabolic disorder. Now, soon thereafter, the gravely ill man was flown to Berlin, capital of United Germany, for medical treatment, even though Russian authorities had argued he was too unwell to travel. Now, was his relocation deliberately delayed so that traces of his suspected poisoning would be harder to detect in his body? If so, that plan did not work, because shortly after Navalny's arrival in the German capital, Berlin doctors announced that it was a certainty he had been poisoned. Russian doctors denied that opposition leader Alexei Navalny was poisoned. But that's reflexive, and of course, that's what you expect, and nobody believes them anyway. The bottom line is that now the dissident is in a coma in a Siberian hospital after suddenly falling ill on that flight, or was, and I think he's now in Berlin, and still there. And medical specialists there did not want to allow him to be moved to Germany. Indeed, his spokeswoman called their decision to retain him in Siberia and not allow him to travel to Germany was a direct threat to his life. And ultimately, there was enough international pressure, and the Russians probably felt he was going to die anyway, and that the poison might have vanished from the system, where they allowed him to go, where, they have real doctors. Doctors that can actually keep you alive. So, Russian opposition leader and outspoken Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny was hospitalized after what his spokeswoman testified was a case of poisoning. Navalny was unconscious and on a ventilator when he was in the Siberian hospital, where the doctors said he was in serious condition. His spokeswoman attested that all Navalny's staff believed he was poisoned with something mixed into tea he drank at an airport prior to boarding a flight to Moscow from the Siberian city of Tomsk. Now, doctors were even then trying to confirm a diagnosis, and attorneys representing Navalny's anti-corruption fund were pushing for a criminal investigation, testifying it was clear Navalny was poisoned because of his political activities. Now, all of this might be what the Russians would consider their form of a warning shot, directly in your chest. In the wake of this attempt on Navalny's his very life, there once again be talk of a deep rift emerging between the new united Germany and the reemergent, revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire, and dare I add, racist as well. But does this even come as a surprise? What if revanchist, revisionist, reemergent, racist Russia welcomes that global attention that be focused on the Navalny case, sparking outrage? Because Russia intends to deter all other Kremlin critics. In any case, it does not seem Putin is particularly fazed by the case. Well, he's totally psychotic and lacks any kind of human empathy, so that would be expected as well. Because this is not the first suspected poisoning of any Kremlin critic, and it cometh at a time when neither united Germany nor the European Union can risk outright confrontation with the revanchist, revisionist, racist Russian Empire. The EU, the European Union, finds itself disunited over many pressing policy questions, and ties with the United States, its erstwhile ally, have been deeply strained since President Donald Trump took power, and he favors Vladimir Putin. On top of this, the European Union finds itself overwhelmed by and uncertain how to respond to the events unfolding in Belarus. What if Putin does intervene on behalf of Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, who is facing mass protests? Could the European Union even stop him? Not to mention the controversial Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline project, which has plenty of critics in the United States and the European Union. As cynical as it may sound, Navalny's case will not force united Germany to reorient its stance toward Russia, no matter the outrage it has engendered. It's all business as usual. Germany's response to Navalny's poisoning has been muted. Chancellor Angela Merkel and Foreign Minister Heiko Maas issued a joint statement, surprisingly, calling for the case to be investigated, but nothing more. And Merkel's spokesperson made it clear she had not officially invited Navalny to be treated in United Germany. He was, after all, flown to the German capital by a non-governmental organization, an NGO, which was the right way to do it, the only way they could get it done. Hopefully, the medical professionals in Berlin will help Navalny make it through this, but it is highly unlikely United Germany will adopt a tougher stance on the Russian Empire or impose meaningful sanctions. Just as it be highly improbable the revanchist, revisionist, racist Russian Empire will help shine any light on the Navalny case. This is a cynical assessment on my part, granted, but these are the times we be living in. So let me try and give you the overall moral context of the poisoning of Alexei Navalny, Putin's most prominent adversary. Alexei Navalny, the anti-corruption blogger, who for years has been Vladimir Putin's only formidable opponent, which is to say, his only adversary who has remained in Russia, stayed active, and maintained prominence despite repeated attacks from the authorities, was hospitalized in an intensive care unit in the Siberian city of Omsk in a coma after falling ill aboard a plane, which then made an emergency landing. His assistant and press secretary, Kira Yarmish, I now finally remember his spokeswoman's name, immediately attested that Navalny had been poisoned. So, again, like a murder mystery, retracing the steps, on Thursday morning of Yester Septimania, this week last, Navalny and Yarmish boarded a plane from Tomsk to Moscow, about a 4-hour flight. Soon after takeoff, Navalny felt unwell and broke out in a sweat. Yarmish told the Russian radio station Echo of Moscow these details. I listened to the tape, and I can tell you what they said in the Russian. He then disappeared into the bathroom. A Russian Twitter user later posted a video showing emergency medical personnel going to Navalny's aid as Navalny is heard screaming in the background. It appears that this video was recorded after the plane landed in Omsk, about a third of the way to Moscow from Tomsk. Yarmish tweeted that all Navalny had consumed that day was tea, and that she suspected that this was how he was poisoned. I can't believe he even drank that. I would be afraid to fucking breathe in Russia if I were an enemy of Putin. The history of Russian opposition figures who have been poisoned is so long that it would be impossible to recite. What little I can present you is at risk of being tedious. Pyotr Virgilov, an activist with the protest art group Pussy Riot, and an opposition publisher, spent months recovering from a poisoning that put him in intensive care in Moscow in September of 2018. The journalist and historian Vladimir Kara-Murza was poisoned twice in 2015 and 2017 and came very close to death both times. The defector spy Sergei Skripal and his daughter Yulia were poisoned with the chemical warfare agent Novichok in England in 2018, a poisoning that the Russians didn't fucking care who suffered collateral damage. They killed several British citizens of the United Kingdom in what was a weapon of mass destruction attack on British soil in their very fucking capital of London, and the British are too chicken shit to say anything. Other than strongly condemn the Russians, nothing was done. So they said something, but they wouldn't do anything. The defector Alexander Litvinenko was poisoned with polonium circa 2006, while both my parents were still alive. The investigative journalist Yuri Shekochikin, he died in agony in a Moscow hospital in 2003. His colleague Anna Politskovskaya survived a similar poisoning in 2004, only to be shot to death in 2006. Now, this is far from a complete list that I'm dredging from my memory. The habit of poisoning the opposition predates Vladimir Putin. I could list some poisonings from the 1990s and even the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Bulgarian writer Georgy Markov, who defected to the United Kingdom, was assassinated by ricin in London circa 1978. Tea has been used as a vehicle for poison before. In Litvinenko's case, the polonium was added to a teapot in a restaurant. And that's the shit they put in nuclear weapons. Indeed, the entire restaurant had to be shut down while they did a radiological cleansing and irradiated the fucking place. Well, deradiated. Irradiate would mean to spread the radiation. Deradiated. Now, in Politkovskaya's case, the apparent culprit was tea served to her on an airplane. Which is, I mean, I'm a tea drinker just like the Russians are. I mean, carry your own fucking pot. Jesus Christ. I don't mean the drug. I mean, teapot. Navalny has been an extraordinarily resilient thorn in Putin's side. He rose to prominence in the late 2000s as a blogger who used open source data to expose corruption in and around the Kremlin. He found government purchasing contracts that defied credulity and linked opulent real estate to civil servants. Over the last decade, he has built an organization that serves as Russia's leading alternative media outlet and its only real political organization. Navalny has mounted several attempts to run for office, the Russian presidency, and the Moscow mayor's seat. And while rigged election rules have prevented him from succeeding, he has mobilized enough people to make him Vladimir Putin's main nemesis on this planet. In 2013, the Kremlin tried to silence Navalny by sending him to prison. But thousands of Muscovites poured out into the streets themselves, risking death by machine gun fired by police forces in the field. And still, their very numbers caused the authorities to quickly retract the sentence. Navalny later spent months under house arrest, then did one stint after another under administrative arrest, which lasted from 10 days to a month each time. The regime, in other words, tried to silence him by 1,000 cuts, rather than a single blow that might have inspired the kind of protest that scares Putin so much. Something he can't hide from the rest of the world, who thinks he's the master chess player, when he's really just a piece of shit. So why try to assassinate Navalny now? There be only two possible explanations. One is that this timing is, in effect, an accident. Such explanations should never be discounted, especially in Russia. It is possible that an eager, self-appointed Kremlin avenger struck without being given explicit authority. The other plausible explanation is that the Kremlin, which invariably sees its former colonies as mirrors, is terrified by the protests in Belarus. Hundreds of thousands of people there are risking their lives to get rid of Alexander Lukashenko, who has been in power for 26 years. That's longer than Vladimir Putin's 20. Belarusians have shown that even in a country where electoral institutions, the media, and civil society itself are almost entirely dominated by a single autocrat, people can still claim the power to say that they've had enough. An autocracy has no way to protect itself from that kind of mass protest, except, perhaps, by killing the presumptive leader of the uprising to come. The result for Belarus is a volatile situation in which Vladimir Putin is both reluctant to intervene directly for fear of stirring anti-Russian feeling and hesitant to let pro-democracy protesters force the replacement of Lukashenko, which would inspire replacement of himself. And so, the analyst Diner, D-Y-N-E-R, that I referenced earlier, concluded that you can't predict what will happen tonight, let alone in the longer future. Well, one of the things I can predict is that one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide us historic crime investigations into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us thee to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book or scenes from cinematic documentaries he's been working to produce, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson spelled Tucson, Tucson, put the word the in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben Estenius himself to personally guide your tour at 1-520/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And, of course, Tucson was judged by the Family Guy cartoon series to be the stupidest city on earth. How would you ever want to miss out that? And remember, Ben Estenius now has his own Man of the Soil YouTube channel. Go to YouTube and look up and subscribe to Man of the Soil. You can see aerial drone footage of the yards he's been working on and his brand of landscape architecture. Now, we're going to return after a quick check into the live chat room. Now, that's interesting. Marcus Crick says he got changed from a live YouTube, my live stream I presume he means, to a video from last year with no warning. Well, there you go. I'm going to ask Jameson Reese to get more active in the chat room, see if he can stimulate further conversation. Things are doing well. Thank you to Maria Grigorich for keeping track of stuff. Marcus Crick says, ecstatic. Good night, dudes. Okay, there we are. Let me see now. We've done 7 hours and 15 minutes. We got a while left yet. And we've got a good number of people watching. We're maintaining number. Let me refresh. Oh, why did I do that? When I refresh the page to kind of see the number that we've maintained, then I fuck up the ability to even see the page. Now, I'm going to go to my other laptop, and then I can see the live stream. You lose the ability to refresh the live stream page after several hours. Holy shit. Yeah, we got a lot watching. God, a lot more than I expected. Okay, that's cool. And we're maintaining steady numbers, too. I'm flattered. Cool. All right. Okay. At least they've got the category right. Education. Well, let me shut that down. And here's what I can refresh. And yeah, holy shit. We really do have that number watching. I was told by Selena Khan that there's 1 million people who have been trying to access my information. So the word's getting out there. I might as well do them the service they're looking for. Let's turn towards the national and international economy. And that'll bring us towards, maybe, if I'm in the mood, 12 to 1, 1 to, well, let me see. Got till 4 a.m., right? Yeah, till 4:30 a.m. So 12 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. Yeah, we got 3.5 hours left, approximately. Let's start with the stimulus. The United States economy is still staggering in the absence of more widespread federal aid. Remember, with Congress mostly out in August, any major movement on new stimulus measures probably won't come until September. Consumer spending is down 8% from January, and the number of open small businesses has fallen almost 20%. The unemployment rate at 10.2% remains higher than at any point during the Great Recession. School reopenings have caused another wrinkle. According to new research from the Census Bureau and the Federal Reserve, 1 in 5 working-age adults is unemployed because the pandemic upended their child care arrangements. And confusion still abounds over Trump's recent executive actions for coronavirus relief, including a payroll tax cut that many businesses say be completely unworkable. So how much longer until the United States economy is back to normal? Well, the latest index shows we have a long way to go. We're coming up on half a year since COVID-19 turned the world upside down. We are adjusting, but few things feel normal. Certainly not in our daily lives. Most of us are wearing masks and social distancing while our favorite sports teams play in empty stadiums and arenas filled with cardboard cutouts. Our work lives are hardly typical either. Lots of us are unemployed, and many of us, fortunate to have jobs, continue to work from home. How far from normal are we? And how much progress are we making toward whatever normal will mean in the future? These are tough questions. But CNN Business and Moody's Analytics teamed up to take a crack at answering them with regard to the economy by developing a new index. And their conclusion is the United States economy remains far from normal. You didn't need anyone to tell you that. But that's the bottom line. Based on the Back to Normal Index that CNN Moody's constructed, the United States economy was operating at only 78% of normal as of August 19th. Normal, for their purpose, is the economy as it stood prior to when the pandemic struck in early March. Economic activity nationwide is down by almost a quarter, 1/4 from its pre-pandemic level. Far from normal. As bad as that is, it's still substantially better than the darkest days of the pandemic in mid-April, when we were unsure how contagious or virulent the virus was. Non-essential businesses in much of the country were shut down, and most of us were sheltering in place. Our back to normal index, well, by that I mean their back to normal index, which is ours by the fact that it's measuring our condition, hit its nadir of just 59% on the 17th of April. The economy rallied between mid-April and mid-June as businesses reopened, but it be clear they opened too quickly. And the end result was disastrous. Because they reignited the virus. The economy has since gone more or less sideways ever since. It's not difficult to connect the dots between the pandemic and the economy's performance. That goes without saying. Some states had to backtrack on reopenings, and businesses and households everywhere have turned more skittish. A chart has been produced by CNN Moody's demonstrating how their back to normal index, which is really ours, in terms that it measures us the way a thermometer measures our temperature, stalled this summer. Around the same time that coronavirus cases were surging. Now, of course, if you're more investigatively minded, you would ask how they created this index. The CNN Moody's Back to Normal Index, as I understand it, combines 37 indicators, including traditional government statistics and metrics from a host of private firms to capture economic trends nationally and across states in real time. The governmental statistics cover retail sales, industrial production, durable goods orders, and housing starts, to name a few. Private contributors to the index include Zillow for home listings, OpenTable for restaurant bookings, Home Base for its measures of hours worked at small businesses, the Mortgage Bankers Association for data on applications for mortgage loans, the Association of American Railroads for rail traffic, and Google, whose cell phone-based mobility data is a window into how actively people are shopping, working, well, going to work, and venturing out to play. The full methodology that they applied could be found at the Back to Normal Index by CNN Moody's itself. Now, the Back to Normal Index goes beyond the typical measures used to judge how an economy is doing, such as gross domestic product, employment, and unemployment, to provide us instead a comprehensive understanding of how businesses and consumers are responding to the pandemic. So, that being said, which states are closer to normal? Because meanwhile, there, state-by-state back-to-normal indices measuring us provide us further insights into what the pandemic is doing to regional economies. The broad, densely populated New York City area was hit first and hit hard. At the low point in that region's economy, in mid-April, it was operating at near half of normal. Especially stringent shelter-in-place rules were in effect, and they worked. Infection rates in region are now among the lowest and most stable in the country, and the regional economy has come back. New York State's economy is still operating below the rest of the nation, but New Jersey's economy is on par with it, and Connecticut's economy is doing even better. Other states that locked down hard early on but are now enjoying lower infection rates and stronger economies include Illinois, Michigan, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island. Now, states that were quicker to end shelter-in-place rules and to reopen in the spring have paid the economic price. The back-to-normal indices for Arizona, Florida, South Carolina, and Texas indicate that their economies have effectively gone nowhere since mid-May. Hawaii's economy has the longest road back to normal according to this index, as it be so dependent on tourists from the American mainland and Asia. But of course, no one is traveling. Perhaps not surprisingly, less urbanized Farm Belt and northern Rocky Mountain economies are faring best, according to the Back to Normal Index. South Dakota has the highest index in the country at 93%, as it be so rural and isn't reliant on industries that have been pummeled by the pandemic, such as tourism or energy. I mean, who the fuck would ever want to go there? Meanwhile, states like Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, Wisconsin, and Wyoming are not too far behind. Of course, this isn't a green light for these states to let down their guard against the virus. It is clear the pandemic can strike fast and hard anywhere and take the economy with it. But you will note, these are the non-populated, all-white Rocky Mountain states that are hardcore red Republican and pro-Russian. So, the Back to Normal Index provides sobering answers to how far the economy has yet to go and how much progress it is making on the way. So far, when the best part of the United States is its uninhabitable Rocky Mountain belt loaded with missile silos, and Mormons. You know we're in apocalypse. It's the fucking end of the world as you know it. We have a long way to go, and we aren't getting there very fast. I suppose this isn't too hard to fathom while the pandemic continues to rage. Meanwhile, I will update you as the data comes in. And I would presume we all hope to have better news sometime soon. But that's what brings us to Trump's trade wars, and now COVID-19, both unraveling trade as we know it forever. The global economic map is reshuffling, and predictions abound on where the pieces will land. As companies scramble to protect themselves from American President Donald Trump's trade wars, the growing technology rivalry between the United States and China, and the disruptions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, will the long-promised reshoring of manufacturing back to higher wage countries finally take place? Will the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire decouple their economies completely, particularly for the technologies of the future? And if so, how will a united Europe, the Empire of Japan, and others respond? Holy shit, I'm told my mic's on mute. Well, something might have happened where we've got a screw up. Okay, let's see what we can do. I don't know what to do. Shit. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Let me know. And let me know when I went mute. I suppose I went mute right after I finished talking about the back to normal index and started on the trade wars. So, can you hear me? Okay. I hear you, but for some reason it says your mic is off. Okay, well, what about anyone else? Can anyone else hear me? That's that's what I need to know. Okay, because my mic's not off, and I haven't been moving violently. So let's go into the live chat. Oh shit! I need to ask that here. Another reason I shouldn't touch that refresh button. Okay. Yes, loud and clear the whole time. Oh, thank God. I can hear you. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, my God. Love you all. Yes. Oh, my God. Yes. It's a Skype thing. Okay, cool. There we are. Skype's all fucked up. There we are. Thank you, Jama. Okay. Let's try and reclaim my train of thought. Well, for the moment, the big winner is uncertainty. We have moved from a world in which companies and their customers knew the rules of the game of global commerce to one where many decisions be fraught with risk. Now, on top of the usual uncertainty inherent in predicting economic or consumer trends, companies face added political, legal, and medical uncertainties that will inevitably discourage risk-taking, dampen investment, and harm economic growth. Some companies will respond better than others to that uncertainty, and perhaps profit handsomely in the process. But many others will be faced with all but impossible choices. The larger consequences for the global economy will depend a great deal on the actions of governments, especially the most powerful, like those of the American Empire and Red China. If they treat the world economy as a zero-sum competition, one in which both economic gain and national security be at stake, then the uncertainty will be magnified and the costs will escalate. If they can find ways to cooperate in managing the transition to whatever new economic order emerges after the pandemic, then the disruptions should be manageable. Manageable. So far, though, the signs are not encouraging. We have the trade unraveling. Much of what national governments do in the economic sphere at home is to reduce uncertainty. Governments enforce contracts, uphold intellectual property rights, use interest rates to minimize swings in the economy, and in 100 other ways try to reduce the inherent risk of economic activity. International commerce has always had a much higher degree of uncertainty. There is no global currency, no binding global legal system, no court of last resort. The beggar-thy-neighbor measures of the 1930s, in which the world's leading economies raced against each other to impose discriminatory tariffs and devalue their currencies in a futile quest for temporary competitive advantage, deepened the Great Depression and showed the dangers of unconstrained economic nationalism. Back then, we were regionalizing into autarchies. And from 1929 to 1932, trade among the industrialized nations fell by more than 30%. In part to address these issues, the modern global trade and financial system built after World War II, which was first drawn up at the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944, that led to the establishment of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. All of this, of course, was drawn up in a recognizable form in 1944. This had been something that had been established in 1941 that led directly to World War II, because, of course, the Axis powers were those who refused to peg their currencies to the American dollar, which, of course, had nothing on which to base itself. It had abandoned the gold standard under Franklin Delano Roosevelt so that they could print so much money that they could print themselves out of the Depression. That was the theory. And everyone in the world pinned their dollars, their currency, to the American dollar to ride that flood of worthless paper money into the future. The Axis powers said no. They were staying with gold. They were staying with standard. And the end result was war among the autarchies, or self-sustaining economies, that were being established by the empires of the world. Now, when that war ceased in terms of proactive prosecution of hostilities, then that Allied system became the de facto global system, which created the conditions for trade and investment by bringing unprecedented predictability to global commerce, based on the fact that America could keep printing more money to keep it all afloat. Now, starting with the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the GATT, G-A-T-T agreement in 1948, trade negotiators were able to constrain economic nationalism, or autarky is the correct economic term, by agreeing to a set of rules and norms that would bring more certainty to anyone wanting to do business across international borders. World trade grew 27-fold between 1950 and 2008, and the average trade to gross domestic product ratio for countries, a measure of their integration into the global economy, rose from an average 25% in the 1960s to 60% in 2015. Not that long ago. It was all aided by the most ambitious step of all, the creation in 1995 of binding rules and for resolving disputes through the successor of the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, the WTO, the World Trade Organization, perhaps the closest thing human beings have ever created to a genuine international court. China was an especially important part of this story. The Communist Chinese Empire's economy grew at double-digit rates following the introduction of economic reforms under Deng Xiaoping in 1979, and its admission to the WTO in 2001 was an accelerant, largely removing the risk for companies that export from China to the West. Well, it largely removed the risk for companies that were exports, whose exports from China to the West would be hit with punitive tariffs. Now, by the mid-2000s, foreign firms accounted for more than half of all of China's exports and imports, while Communist China's own high level of domestic savings provided further resources for the expansion of industry. Circa 2010, the Communist Chinese Empire surpassed these United States to become the world's largest manufacturing company. Well, country. That operates like a company. But over the past decade, all this trade progress has stalled. At first gradually, and then more dramatically with Trump's trade wars, not only with China, but with close American allies and trading partners like the European Union, Canada, and Mexico. Now, according to the World Trade Organization, the WTO, trade growth began stalling with the Great Recession and its aftermath, and then slowed more in 2018 and 2019 as trade tensions began to rise. Now the coronavirus pandemic is halting global trade even further. The economic shutdowns caused by COVID-19 are expected to result in a decline in trade volumes this year of between 13 and 32%. Foreign investment has similarly slowed. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, global foreign direct investment in 2019 was already down 25% from its 2015 peak of 1.8 trillion United States dollars, and is now expected to fall by as much as another 40% throughout 2020. Predatory trade policies have been on the rise, leading to a return to economic nationalism, or autarkism, the cause of World War II. After Xi Jinping became Communist China's dictator, circa 2012, the country, or rather the Red Empire, began to move away from a private sector-led development strategy to one that relies more on state-owned enterprises backed by heavy state subsidies. And that, coupled with Xi's so-called Made in China 2025 initiative to acquire a dominant position in emergent technologies, was already fueling Western antagonism well before Donald Trump entered the White House in 2017. But Trump arrived in Washington with his own fully formed set of grievances over trade that went back to the 1980s, when the Japanese Empire's rising economy prompted threats of regulation and tariffs from these United States. And so with a veteran of that era, Robert Lighthizer, who had served as President Ronald Reagan's deputy trade representative, steering Trump's trade policy, his administration wasted little time in dusting off the old playbook and throwing out the rules of the World Trade Organization that the United States had itself agreed to circa 1995. Trump now imposed global tariffs on steel and aluminum imports on specious national security grounds, to the particular detriment of not just China, but also my true homeland and heartland, my native Taiwan, the Japanese Empire, and the European Union. Trump's duties on imported washing machines similarly affected American allies and trading partners in South Korea and Mexico. New tariffs on solar panels became part of a much larger, targeted broadside against Red China that led to tariffs on most Chinese goods, raising the average American tariff on red Chinese imports from just 3% in early 2018 to more than 20% by mid-2019. The so-called Price One trade deal that Trump struck with Red China in January and has touted ever since left most of those tariffs in place. Trump has also continued to escalate trade spats with the European Union and Canada, recently adding new tariffs on Europe in a dispute over aircraft subsidies and reimposing tariffs on Canadian aluminum. Now, the higher tariffs imposed by Trump had already forced many American companies to seek alternatives to Chinese-based production when the pandemic, which broke out initially in Wuhan, led to a temporary shutdown of many manufacturing facilities in Red China itself. And as the virus spread, shortages of pharmaceuticals and medical and protective equipment, much of which is produced in communist China, led to growing concerns in these United States and Europe over their dependence on the communist Chinese empire for critical medical supplies. As a result, what has for decades been at most a niggling concern, the fear that companies are overextended globally and that their supply chains lack resilience, is now at the center of economic policy debates. So, is this reshoring or reconfiguration? From the Empire of Japan to these United States to Europe itself, political leaders are moving to try to address what are now seen as significant vulnerabilities in the global supply chains, turning to subsidies and other policy tools to try to plug those holes. The turnabout is most striking in the United States, which has long been allergic to using the government to shape market outcomes, at least outside of the defense industry. Now, Republicans, who were once dismissive of such initiatives, have now become their champions. And Marco Rubio, a Republican senator from Florida, is urging the United States to adopt a sweeping pro-America industrial policy in which government incentives would be used to bring supply chains home in sectors deemed critical, such as pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, and high-tech industries such as rare earth mineral processing, semiconductor manufacturing, and advanced telecommunications. The Trump administration is considering a $25 billion United States dollar reshoring fund to encourage companies in essential industries to repatriate production. Support for such initiatives crossing party lines. Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden's economic platform calls for creating 5 million manufacturing jobs by mobilizing the full power of the federal government to bolster American industrial and technological strength. Other countries are moving in a similar direction. In its record economic stimulus package to deal with the pandemic, the Japanese government allocated more than 2 billion United States dollars, in yen of course, to subsidize moving costs for any company, regardless of sector, that agrees to shift productions from Red China back to the Japanese Empire, with lesser help for those moving from Red China to third countries. Iris Oyama, a Japanese plastic manufacturer that makes face masks in China, I know that, was among the first to take advantage of the deal by setting up a new facility in Japan where it plans to make 150 million masks a month. The Japanese government announced in July that it was distributing 653 million United States dollars from the fund to 87 companies, most of them small and mid-sized firms in the medical equipment and chemical sectors. The European Union, meanwhile, has aimed for a middle ground, unveiling a supply chain strategy that will involve bringing back some critical industries from Asia, though this plan is focused more on diversifying sources of supply rather than reshoring. Well, diversifying sources of supply. I'm not quite sure I pronounced that correctly. I sinicize much of what I say. Now, the efforts are most apparent in the medical and pharmaceutical sectors. Every advanced economy in the world is heavily dependent on imports in these sectors. Some 50 to 80% of active pharmaceutical ingredients in European drugs, for example, come from Red China and India. France is leading initiatives to reduce that dependence, especially for drugs needed for the fight against COVID-19, such as the painkiller paracetamol, I believe. Paracetamol. Our man Jameson Reese might know more about this. And other intensive care drugs. India, which depends on Red China for nearly 70% of its active pharmaceutical ingredients, is also encouraging producers to move home. The United States, for its part, has made funds available through the Defense Production Act, the DPA, a Cold War-era law that enables the White House to control key domestic industries during a crisis, to speed production of drugs and medical equipment in short supply. Eastman Kodak, the beleaguered photography company, received a $765 million United States dollar loan in late July to produce ingredients for generic medicines needed in the fight against the coronavirus. Now, that's news that initially sent its shares skyrocketing, though the loan, as far as I understand it, is now under review over allegations of insider trading by Kodak executives. The Trump administration has so far allocated more than 3.2 billion United States dollars under the Defense Production Act to expand the production of test swabs, masks, and COVID-19 tests, as well as to support meat, steel, and semiconductor companies, and other industries deemed critical during the landscape. But it is not clear how much more difference these efforts can make. The United States still remains overwhelmingly dependent on imports of medical supplies, much of which comes from China. At the end of the day, China remains enormous, or rather it also retains enormous economies of scale, and has a developed supply chain that will be difficult for any other countries to replicate, copy. And that story is similar in many other sectors, from cars to consumer goods. Global supply chains are so deeply intertwined, and the market opportunities in emerging economies so vast that most companies are likely to resist patriotic demands from governments to come back home. China accounted for nearly 30% of all global growth over the past 5 years, twice as much as these United States. Western companies simply cannot afford to walk away from that opportunity. And, indeed, the evidence so far suggests that most companies are leaving their existing supply chains intact. Those that have moved away from China have mostly set up shop in other Asian developing countries, especially Vietnam. Google has shifted most of the production for its new Pixel 4a smartphone from China to Vietnam, and Microsoft has done the same with its Surface Surface tablet. Apple's Taiwanese contract manufacturer, Foxconn, has recently started rolling out iPhone 11s from a new production facility in Chennai, China. Now, the most recent reshoring index from the consultancy Kearney suggests that Trump's trade war has depressed red Chinese imports into these United States, which dropped 17% between 2018 and 2019. But rather than shifting to American suppliers, buyers have instead largely turned to imports from other Asian countries and from Mexico. United States manufacturing has remained flat, with declining exports offsetting any gain from reduced imports. According to Kearney's report, the United States has been unable to boost manufacturing due to shortages in skilled labor and slow productivity growth, challenges that will continue to hamper growth, even with the trade war putting Chinese manufacturing at a disadvantage. Circa 2017, these United States made a big push to incentivize domestic companies to invest in automation and thereby increase their competitiveness in the global market as part of a package of big corporate tax cuts. But for the uncertainties, or rather the uncertainties caused by the trade wars and the pandemic, have dampened enthusiasm for new investments. Still, prolonged uncertainty could change these calculations for some companies, making overseas dependencies more of a risk. A new study from McKinsey Global Institute estimates that between 16 and 26% of global exports are in industries where the companies have strong incentives to shift production to avoid disruptions. In one sector, high technology goods, the shift is already well on its way. This is where we see the recoupling of economics and security. Because if trade wars and a pandemic were the only risks, many companies might choose to ride out the storm and stay right where they are. China's network of suppliers, the size of its educated labor force, and its sophisticated infrastructure are difficult to replicate, indeed impossible. Countries like Vietnam and Mexico are at best partial substitutes, and relocating from Red China or setting up additional production facilities as supplements is expensive at a time when the pandemic recession is hurting profits. So left on their own, companies would likely pursue a mix of strategies that gave them the best of both worlds. Heavy equipment manufacturers like General Electric and Caterpillar, and auto companies like General Motors and Volkswagen, have long pursued local production strategies, producing in China for its large domestic market, while also establishing export facilities in other countries. But for high-tech companies, governments are quickly foreclosing that option. The United States, in particular, has come to see China not just as an economic rival, but as a growing military threat. The days of Chimerica, when pundits imagined a world where the close economic independence, or rather interdependence, of the two giants would lead to cooperation on larger global issues, seems part of a distant past. Over this past year, the Trump administration has launched a concerted effort to stifle China's drive for a leading position in the newest technologies, fearing that its progress poses a growing danger to these United States. In a speech in July, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo accused China of ripping off our prized intellectual property and trade secrets and sucking supply chains away from America. Trump's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, has accused China of deliberately sending out Chinese nationals to seed and spread the virus in the rest of the world. He is even calling for China to pay compensatory damages to other countries for the resulting economic harm. Well, China too has become increasingly hostile and dismissive towards these United States. American blunders over the past 2 decades, including war in Iraq, the burst of the housing bubble that triggered the global financial crisis circa 2008, and its botched response to the coronavirus pandemic, have all encouraged Red China to become more assertive. Trump's outbursts against China have prompted equivalent return fire. In March, the Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian tweeted an accusation that the coronavirus had originated in these United States and was brought to Wuhan by the U.S. Army. The ministry's Twitter account has also directly attacked Trump, emulating his insulting style and liberal use of all caps, or uppercase letters. Underlying the mutual war of words is an increasingly zero-sum view of Sino-American relations. The Trump administration's recent strategy document on Red China accuses Beijing of backsliding on political and economic reform. China's Communist Party has, or so it argues, chosen instead to exploit the free and open rules-based order and attempt to reshape the international system in its favor. All of that be true? Beijing has since doubled down, of course, imposing a new national security law on Hong Kong that has led to an aggressive crackdown on free speech in the former British colony. Despite China being well aware that it would be accused of violating its commitment to permit Hong Kong to remain a more open political system until at least 2047, whilst the move resulted in economic sanctions aside from the U.S. and other countries, China increasingly behaves as if the loss of Western markets is an acceptable price for stifling any internal dissent. Eternal dissent is something I'm always familiar with. The shift in relations has been most significant, most apparent in high tech trade. Over the past several decades, the Communist Chinese Empire became the critical hub for many Western high technology supply chains. The United States ran a trade deficit of 132 million United States dollars in advanced technology products yesteryear, with, all of it from trade with China. The European Union similarly ran 73 billion euros in deficit in high-tech trade with Communist China. China also supplies nearly 80% of the rare earth minerals used in these United States, which be critical for many high-tech products, from electric vehicles to motors to solar panels and wind turbines. Now, China, rather the Communist Chinese Empire, has also become the world's largest and fastest growing market for semiconductor chips, critical components for the manufacture of everything from smart unit phones to satellites. The Trump administration has recently been clamping down on these exports, arguing that the semiconductors and the equipment to make them critical, well, the equipment to even make them, are critical, immaterial, and national security threats, and that United States companies should be barred from selling them to China. Now, the biggest target has been Huawei, the telecommunications company that is the world's largest manufacturer of equipment for new 5G wireless networks. Huawei had captured nearly 30% of the global market by 2019. But the United States has barred its companies from using Huawei equipment and is pressing the rest of the world to follow suit. The United States has accused Huawei, with considerable evidence, of stealing intellectual property from Western companies and violating American trade sanctions. It also fears that Huawei products could be used for espionage purposes, an argument that has been persuasive to some American allies who are all too far away and aware of American crimes. Japan, Australia, and the United Kingdom have so far followed Washington's lead in banning Huawei equipment from their telecom networks, and many others have imposed significant restrictions. The Trump administration has also tried to cripple Huawei's technological capabilities, and all those still depend heavily on semiconductors designed or manufactured outside China. The Trump administration placed Huawei on the so-called entities list, which in May of 2019 meant that the United States companies were now required to get a government license to sell American-based products to the telecom giant. Then, in May of 2020, the administration announced it would also forbid companies that use American-made equipment to manufacture semiconductors from selling their chips to Communist China. That move will cut off Huawei's main chip supplier, Taiwan-based TSMC, for providing chips for Huawei's smartphones. The United States has taken broader actions as well, aimed at cutting off technology cooperation. The administration is threatening to cancel visas for any Chinese graduates, students, or researchers who first studied at Chinese universities that have links to China's People's Liberation Army. And the administration is considering a broader visa ban on Chinese Communist Party members and their families, a policy that could affect 270 million yellow Americans. Now, when I think about the situation as it stands now, China has, in retaliation, pushed for influence in obscure bodies that set global technology standards, aiming to define the very future of technology on its own terms. More likely, the emerging high-tech order will be based on rival technology blocks, one organized loosely around China, and the other loosely around the United States. Many companies will be forced to choose between the Communist Chinese Empire and the West, doing business in one or the other. Other countries, too, are being pushed to pick sides. It is far from clear that they would ever choose the United States. All Europe has been struggling to respond. Its companies are heavily reliant on American semiconductors and cannot afford to run afoul of American export controls. But they are also reluctant to forego the Chinese market, even though European 5G terms such as Ericsson and Nokia stand to benefit from Huawei's troubles. Smaller countries that have profited from trade with the Communist Chinese Empire or received Red Chinese loans and grants for projects under the Belt and Road Initiative are similarly torn. 2/3 of the world's nations already trade more with China than they ever did with the United States. That brings us to managing the new uncertainty, because what both global companies and smaller countries need, but will likely not get, is some roadmap to the rules of the future economic order. Moving production out of China is costly. Now, if relations between China and the West continue to deteriorate, the companies that make the move now will be the winners in the long term. But if the situation stabilizes, those who stayed will reap the rewards. If in some decoupling from communist China is inevitable, then a more gradual shift to the New World Order would be preferable. But that is, how would I say this? That will take cooperation between governments. Most importantly, the Constitutional Republic of the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire, which seems unlikely. There will be significant losses all around. The rollout of 5G capabilities, which be critical to future innovation and promise many improvements for companies and consumers, has already slowed. The United States semiconductor industry, which be the very foundation of the country's technologies economy, will be seriously weakened if it loses the Red Chinese market. As one industry insider has put it, the idea that we can decouple from China and our industry will still be successful is not tethered to reality. China, too, which remains well behind these United States in many technologies fields, will see its ambitions curbed by decoupling. The alternatives are difficult and messy. The normal stuff of diplomacy. Scott Kennedy of the Center for Strategic and International Studies has called for a strategy of principled interdependence, in which these United States diversifies its supply chains and targets its sanctions, but does not aim to cut the global tech industry in half. A similar approach would make a sense more broadly. As the trade war and the pandemic revealed, the old system was brittle. In their search for efficiency and cost savings, global companies had left themselves and the societies they serve far too vulnerable. The global economic challenge of the moment is managing a gradual transition to a more resilient world. But it is far from clear that governments are prepared to meet it. We have but trois certainties that immediately come to mind, at least my mind, in analysis. We, while the rest of the world is fragmenting into autarky, will see the world's biggest free trade pact targeting its first deal in 2021 emerge in an economically more interdependent Africa. Now, this is far from a united Africa, but the first commercial deal under an Africa-wide free trade zone will take its place on the 1st of January as outstanding risks, talks to tackle these risks are set to move online. This is the testimonial of the African Union. While the African Continental Free Trade Area entered into force legally last year, transactions that were due to start on the 1st of July this year were delayed as the virus set back negotiations on the protocol for trade in goods, including tariff concessions. The outstanding negotiations will be finalized through a new African virtual trade diplomacy platform that is being developed as a public-private partnership between the African Union Commission and more than 20 African multinational companies. Now, I'm sourcing this from a statement from the African Union itself published on its website. The trade deal is being led by the Continental Body, and it's set to be fully operational by 2030, which would by then make it the world's biggest free trade zone by area, with a potential market of 1.2 billion people and a combined gross domestic product of $2.5 trillion United States dollars. 54 of the 55 nations recognized by the African Union have signed to join the area. Eritrea is the exception, a strip of black land on the sea of, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean near the Arabian Peninsula, that declares itself to be Arabic as opposed to African. They feel that they're black Arabs, whilst 28 other nations have ratified the agreement. Now, Africa lags other regions in terms of internal trade, with intracontinental commerce accounting for just 15% of the total, compared with 58% in Asia and more than 70% in Europe. The agreement aims to change that by lowering and eliminating cross-border tariffs on 90% of goods, facilitating the movement of capital and people, promoting investment, and paving the way for a continental-wide Pan-African customs union. Now, the other thing that you can be certain of in the very near future is that Beijing will come to regret the end of Hong Kong's autonomy. For most of the past decade, visions of the future of Hong Kong tended to fall into one of two starkly divided camps. The first, optimistic one, held that the surprising resilience of Hong Kong's civil society, including one example after another of massive and, until recently, overwhelmingly peaceful civil disobedience, would gradually bring Beijing around to the view that trying to impose tight controls over the city was not worth the devastating potential cost. Hong Kong, after all, had laid golden eggs for China for more than 20 years following Britain's handover of the highly cosmopolitan and globalized outposts circa 1997. These eggs consisted of huge financial flows that entered China via Hong Kong's banks and stock market, as well as access to lots of technology owned by Western companies that remained skittish about making direct investments in mainland China itself. The optimists also believed that China would gradually recommit, if never completely accommodate itself, to the kind of general autonomy granted under the so-called one country, trois systems arrangement that Deng Xiaoping offered to Britain in the negotiations over Hong Kong, since Beijing had its eyes on a far bigger prize: my true homeland and heartland of my native Taiwan. Only by demonstrating patience and suppleness with Hong Kong, or so the thinking once went, could Red China hope to peacefully reverse Taiwan's steady drift toward ever more effective and permanent separation. In other words, if Beijing wanted to induce Taiwan's politicians to agree to any political rapprochement with Red China, it had to respect Hong Kong's limited autonomy. Now, in the second camp were the pessimists, who were already foreseeing the end of Hong Kong's hopes of remaining distinct and self-governing, as the optimists were still dreaming about China's best intentions. They faulted the idealists for forgetting that Beijing held nearly all the cards. Nobody knew when the Chinese Communist Party's patience would run out, but skeptics trusted that it eventually would. They watched as Beijing took a series of relatively soft measures to assure that it could eventually bring the former British colony to heel. These included building an ever denser network of transportation infrastructure with immense bridges and high-speed rail lines that completely integrated Hong Kong into the surrounding mainland region of Guangdong province. This would bring about a fusion of Hong Kong with China's southern coast, its richest region, home to booming cities like nearby Shenzhen, whose per capita income is now even higher than Hong Kong's. The effect would be not only to absorb Hong Kong into a larger regional economy, but to erase cultural distinctions with the rest of the Cantonese-speaking world. Integration could also quietly encourage immigration into Hong Kong from mainland China, slowly overwhelming the city's fast-aging local population. Finally, more as stick than carrot, the Communist Party could move more decisively to position Shanghai to become China's premier financial city, which would deprive Hong Kong of its most important asset. Many of those whom I am calling pessimists thought that, since it held so many cards, Beijing had little need to act rashly. Hong Kong simply would fall into line when all of the pieces were in place. Now, it was written along those lines in a book I reviewed in 2017 that was entitled Everything Under the Heavens. And this was written by an author who lived in Hong Kong circa 2013. But like many others, he was wrong. And as events have recently made clear, the Communist Chinese Empire has decided to move rashly after all. After Beijing rammed through broadly unpopular changes to local laws governing the territory's security earlier this summer, there have been more draconian steps in Hong Kong to rein in both opposition to the local government and any criticism of the Communist Party. Both well-known activists and ordinary residents who have persisted in expressing critical views have been arrested. In the most infamous scene so far, dozens of uniformed police filed into the newsroom of a critical local newspaper, the Apple Daily, after they had arrested its publisher, Jimmy Lai, the city's most prominent media tycoon and a passionate critic of China's policies toward Hong Kong. The cinematic matter, the manner in which the raid on Lai's newspaper was carried out, was as important as his arrest itself. Police rummaged through desks and carried away files and other evidence, in an obvious show of force. The authorities could have executed a warrant like this by night, or at least taken care to make it certain that few staff were around and that no one filmed the raid. But that wouldn't have produced the effect they were seeking. Something just short of terrorism, reproducing a bit of the feeling of other turning points in modern, rather postmodern Chinese history, like when the Communist Party took over Shanghai in 1949 and swept up all of its enemies, real or perceived. None of this bodes well for the future of a long open and vibrant city. But neither does it speak well of the government in Beijing that has ordered this clampdown. Some have tried to explain the city's takeover as yet another act by an increasingly assertive China, a powerful country doing something dramatic simply because it can. But I see matters differently. These are the actions of a brittle and insecure system that is trying to cover up for the fact that it is haunted by the existence of a democratically run Chinese city, which it sees as a threat to its own increasingly rigid authoritarianism. The recent events aren't any expression of Chinese confidence, but rather the complete contrary. They be the actions of an empire that is afraid of change, afraid of relaxing restrictions and control, and ultimately afraid of its own citizens. Red China possessed all the cards it needed to steer Hong Kong in a gentler and potentially more accommodating way, but it didn't. Instead, it seems to have overplayed its hand, hastening the end of almost everything that made Hong Kong special and deepening the impression that we are entering into the era of a new Cold War. Beijing will eventually find that this loss goeth far beyond the disappearance of its golden goose. And when the final tally cometh in, it will prove incalculable. It now seems more unlikely than ever that my native Taiwan would ever willfully and peacefully agree to reunify with the Communist Chinese Empire. But so too does the idea that China might boast a truly global city any time in the foreseeable future, a place where people from every horizon can come and go as freely, no matter who they associate with and how they express themselves. And that's what brings us back to my homeland and my heartland. The United States has finalized a sale of 66 new American-made F-16 fighter jets to Taiwan, marking the largest arms sale to my self-governing island empire in years. As you may imagine, the Communist Chinese Empire was not happy about it. Red Chinese state-run media published a critique of the deal and implied the American empire was aiding Taiwan in trying to become more independent from Beijing. The United States says the deal will help Taiwan keep pace with Beijing's military might. In other words, help Taiwan balance out the arms race. Tensions over my island have been building for a while. When United States Health and Human Services Secretary Alex Azar visited Taiwan, but the week before last, China condemned the visit and launched military demonstrations in response. Now, all of this brings us to the situation in Taiwan under a benevolent art-elect, which refrains from direct administration. In terms of security, the art-elect has taken risks and acted out of necessity to the point of, yes, taking lives of men who would have immediately opened Taiwan to invasion. But the Dietrich art-elect rarely does other than advise. And because the Dietrich art-elect allows for free will of the people G protects, G refuses or refrains from imposing force upon the population. And the military represents the population in the sense that the population comprises the military. We're not talking about the assassination, or rather the mass assassination of officers who are treasonous, as was the case that I described some months ago. Rather, we're talking about a situation in which the Taiwanese people have neglected their military and the defense of themselves, and the art-elect has not acted on their neglect. And this is because it's a choice of the people as to whether or not they want to defend themselves. And this will result in potential catastrophe that would force the art-elect to compensate should Taiwan be invaded because of the failings of the population of my homeland. Now, to clarify this, so people have a better understanding, Taiwan's military has flashy American weapons, as I've just articulated, but no ammo. And 'twas a young soldier's recent suicide that revealed the disastrous logistics of an undersupplied army. As Red China is building up military forces across the Taiwan Strait and vows to take back my island through any means necessary, the United States and others hope for a Taiwan that can stand on its own feet against communist Chinese aggression. But in reality, not only is the Taiwanese military facing a serious shortage of soldiers and an entirely dysfunctional reserve system, as my previous investigations have revealed to myself, half of its tanks may not be able to run, and even fewer have functional weapons. These failures are costing lives even before the enemy across the Black Strait fires a single shot. As Taiwanese politicians showcase flashy United States weapons bought with taxpayers' money, The logistics inside the military remain so abysmal that a young army officer killed himself after being pressured to buy repair parts out of his own pocket. You can imagine the cost of maintaining a fleet of military vehicles. Now, Wang Jie was a 30-year-old lieutenant in the Taiwanese army, what I prefer to call the Army of the Nationalist Republic of China. Of course, all Taiwanese now want to see themselves as Taiwanese as opposed to nationalist Chinese, because the nationalist Chinese maintain claim over the mainland. Postmodern Taiwanese want nothing to do with the mainland in that sense of administration. They wouldn't want the burden. Now, this young man, initially serving in the airborne troops, an elite, as an enlisted soldier, Wang was so committed that he requested officer training, normally considered more work for little reward, and was later commissioned as a lieutenant in charge of a maintenance depot of the 269th Mechanized Infantry Brigade. And as the officer in charge of the maintenance depot for the 269th Mechanized Infantry Brigade, I can barely get that out in the English, Wang was supposed to be the model soldier, of which Taiwan desperately wanted more. A young, college-educated volunteer who chose to serve the country out of his own volition, at a time when the military was still facing difficult transition from conscription to an all-volunteer military, which I have been adamant is something that must never be done, and that anyone who switches to a volunteer military system like the United States has must ultimately revert back to universal conscription as America must ultimately do. But all that aside, on the night of April 16th, Wang hung himself on a dark staircase by his base's mess hall. Now, additionally, initially, his death was not even reported in the Taiwanese media, until Wang's mother took to Facebook, where I saw it, in a long open letter, written in Chinese, of course, appealing to President Tsai Ing-wen for an investigation. And in an emotional press conference, Wang's mother alleged that her son was subjected to hazing by his superior officers and that he was pressured to procure tools and spare repair parts out of his own pocket. Now, screenshots of private messages, receipts, and photos of items purchased by Wang were shown to the public as proof. For some time before Wang's death, the novice lieutenant was desperately trying to make up for the shortages in his depot by purchasing a variety of items like repair hammers and fire buckets from the civilian market. Wang's brother even used a United States website in Arizona to purchase a pair of spark plug gap gouges for him that used imperial measurements instead of metric ones. That means foot and inches instead of the universal measurement system. Now, Taiwan's defense minister, Yen Tefa, when questioned by Taiwanese legislators, testified, "It is against the rules of the army to buy parts with soldiers' own money. If something is broken or missing, a soldier can request a replacement part by filling the necessary paperwork." But to serving officers and soldiers, that response was a grim joke. In fact, during the same Parliament hearing, the Inspector General of the military directly contradicted Yen and admitted that there were indeed occurrences of soldiers being pressured to purchase parts. Army inspectors also found at least 31 items still missing from Wang's depot after his death. Even worse, the 269th Mechanized Infantry Brigade isn't some rear echelon unit, but a major combat formation strategically stationed around the outskirts of Taoyuan City, northern Taiwan. It is expected to bear the brunt of ground fighting to stop any invading Chinese troops from reaching the basin of Taipei, Taiwan's capital. If the 269th is in such bad material shape, how about the rest of the Taiwanese military? Taiwan's MND, or its Ministry of National Defense, does not officially disclose how many major combat platforms are in a mission-capable state. During the computer-simulated exercises such as the annual Han Kuang War Game, however, the military simply assumed its units would have 90% fighting strength in terms of personnel and at least 85% equipment as mission-capable. James Wang, a retired Army lieutenant colonel who has become a prolific military writer and a vocal critic of Taiwan's defense ministry, has gone on record to say, "Those numbers are worthless. They have no basis in reality. The Army likely has no clue how many tanks or guns are actually mission-capable, even if they wanted to tell the truth, because it is common for soldiers, even from the lowest ranks, to make up numbers so officers can present a rosy picture to please the top brass and politicians." So Yu Pei-chen, a retired Major General who was a commander of the 542nd Armor Brigade, speculates that Wang may have been caught in a catch-22 situation in which he could not request replacements by the book because too many things in his depot were already broken or missing when he was assigned there. If he gave a truthful report, the system might demand that he replace the parts personally at inflated army prices, which can reach astronomical sums. The process for getting the items replaced without paying himself, according to you, would be absurdly bureaucratic, require begging forgiveness from superiors, and would probably be unknown to an inexperienced officer. His superior officers in the brigade might also frown on him for triggering an investigation from the top, instead of faking paperwork to cover up the shortfalls, as the officers before him most likely had done. He probably tried to cover the missing items himself. On Taiwan's internet forums, there be no shortage of netizens claiming to be veterans, just like in America, who complain about the misfortune of having served in logistics and armory jobs. They write horror stories detailing not just buying parts with their own money, but also how they were forced to engage in practices like writing fake paperwork and maintenance logs, hiding surplus parts from inspectors, conducting hasty and substandard repair tasks, even stealing parts from other units in preparation for equipment inspection or exercise. A Taiwanese Army Master Sergeant, who remains in active service and has long experience in logistics, confirmed many of these accounts. Master Sergeant Chen, who asked to be referred to by his surname, his family name only, because he is still in active service. And of course there's only basically 100 Chinese surnames, so you would never identify who the hell he is based on his family name. He said, "It all depends on how you can define mission capable. Our wheeled vehicles, like the Humvees and Clouded Leopards, Taiwan's indigenous produced infantry fighting vehicles, have decent working numbers, maybe 90% or so. But poorly maintained parts like the axle shaft on the Humvees means they tend to break down after running for as little as 50 kilometers on paved roads. Tracked vehicles are the real nightmares, as they are anywhere. About 50% of the tanks and self-propelled artillery guns I've seen are in running conditions. But a tank that has engine and tracks running is no guarantee that it also has a functional gun. So if we are talking about something that resembles what Taiwanese presume to be American standards, Master Sergeant Shin would say 30% of the tanks are in running conditions and have functional weapons. By the way, I assure you, the only reason this is outstandingly so negative is because it's Taiwan. Communist China makes this look functional. The United States makes this look stellar. But the problem doesn't stop there. As the Master Sergeant explained to myself, because ammunition, fuel, and field repair resources are also almost always in chronic shortage unless a unit is about to participate in some major exercise. And so the question he himself posed was, what if China attacks now? In that case, we better hope they give us a few more days or weeks to at least get some of our tanks running and loaded with live rounds. Now, the dilapidated state of the military has many roots, but veteran staff officers have proposed one likely theory to explain it, aside from the fact that there is this almost intuitive understanding that Taiwan is protected by something beyond human. That gives everyone the sense that they can just slack off and jack off. Chang Hanqing, a retired Navy captain and a researcher for the Taiwan Center for International Strategic Studies, believes that much of the negative impact sources from the Taiwanese military's hasty yet critically flawed downsizing that hollowed out its logistics. During the late 1990s and early 2000s, Taiwan committed itself to cutting the force size from 500,000 strong to fewer than 200,000, which I said then was an act of sabotage. Much of the changes were planned by the Office of the General Staff for Operations and Planning of Taiwan's Defense Ministry, where Chang Hanqing, the retired Navy captain, was then a staffer. And to quote his team from the Chinese writ, politicians wanted to shrink the size of the military to shorten and eventually get rid of conscription, and the top generals obliged. Given rising threats from a massive superpower, an aggressive communist Chinese empire across the straits, cutting combat units is out of the question. Guess where they cut instead? Yes, logistics of all things, as if leaving combat units unsupported will do any good. The drastically trimmed down logistics units, which have undergone round after round of cuts, soon became overwhelmed with major repair tasks. Meanwhile, rank-and-file officers and soldiers in the field troops were delegated to undertake complex maintenance tasks and management of repair parts inventory that they had little idea how to do properly. This led to a vicious cycle of more poorly maintained equipment, more failures and breakdowns, more misallocation of repair parts and resources. By the way, everyone is like this. Russia makes this look like it's totally effective. They're a joke. The Americans, the Communist Chinese, the only people who would not be like this would be Japan. Not even Germany is very good with its military now, but it's still a little more better than what I'm describing. But the addition of more newly produced United States weapons, such as the recently ordered M1A2 Abrams tanks, may further overwhelm the existing system, as they are almost always bigger, heavier, and more complex to maintain. Can you imagine a tank driver a private with a few weeks' worth of a driver's training in the armor school, being tasked to conduct a 200 items maintenance routine around an entire M60 tank. He would have no idea what to do except to write up a fake report in terms of his paperwork. That's what I would do. Now, one possible solution is to use civilian help to substitute for logistical forces, as much of the equipment like trucks and Humvees could be cheaper and more effectively maintained with civilian mechanics. The United States military, for example, has 760,000 civilians and 560,000 contractors to support its mighty 2.2 million active duty and reserve personnel. In contrast, Taiwan's military has about 153,000 soldiers and 8,000 civilian employees, which far outnumber the troops. Unlike the United States military, whose civilian employees and contractors are competitively selected from across a wide range of specialized fields, civilians in Taiwan's military mostly hold trivial clerical positions. There is no science whatsoever to the military's designing of force structure to begin with, let alone the Army's process of selecting civilian employees or contractors. The root cause of problems, therefore, appears to go far deeper than just broken tanks and not enough mechanics. Now, interviewees suggested the answer lies somewhere between the military's dysfunctional organizational culture, the lack of civilian audit and oversight that was a legacy of the military ruling Taiwan effectively under Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek for generations, and therefore no one maintained watch over, or rather policed, the military. The military was the police. And since no one policed the military, they allowed themselves to get fat, happy, and spread out all over the place. And ultimately, there was an ineffectual leadership prior the arrival of the Dietrich Artilite. Ineffectual in both the military and political sense, that apparently gave us little thought to preparing troops for actual war. Now, after many requests for comment, including an extensive preview of the findings of what I'm sharing with you now, the Taiwanese MND, the Ministry of Defense spokesperson's office, replied with a one-paragraph statement reading, and here I translate it from the Chinese: "Our ministry cannot reply to independent inquiries, as our ministry only communicate with media that are familiar to us." This is the kind of people who ran the country for generations. It's amazing how well the country runs in so many other areas. That's that with people like this. Active and retired officers interviewed by myself over the years, including Lieutenant Colonel Wang, Major General Yu, and Navy Captain Cheng, were also unanimous in pointing to Defense Minister Yan as a prime example of the type of failed leadership that plagued Taiwan's military for years. They described Yan as a habitual yes-man who prioritizes pomp and show and photo ops, while at the same time stymieing any call for reform or even minor fixes that could remedy at least part of the military's dire lack of combat readiness. By the way, again, I cannot overemphasize this. Compared to your military, or the United States military, the Russian military, the Communist Chinese military, the Taiwanese military is doing pretty good. But there's always room for improvement. Well, a lot of room for improvement. This is, of course, unacceptable. We're talking about a nation outnumbered by 1 billion people. Taiwan's got 30 million. Communist China's got over 1 billion. Ooh, we can't let this go on. Historically, Taiwan's DPP, its Democratic Progressive Party, which is now the ruling party under President Tsai Ing-wen, was known for being more critical of the military's leadership and for a time proposed overarching reform to improve its management and effectiveness. In recent years, this has severely waned as Tsai's administration has grown closer to the generals running the defense ministry. A clear example is Yen himself, who was himself a senior general before being promoted by Tsai to head the ministry. And so, Yu, who since his retirement from the army a few years ago has taken up a position leading a Veterans Affairs Association affiliated with the opposition Kuomintang Party, the party that unfortunately was becoming the treasonous party affiliated with the pro-communists that we effectively defeated by a landslide with the Taiwanese Nationalist Party to prevent them from handing Taiwan over to the communists wholesale on a plate. He has stated, you want to fix Taiwan's military? Find a defense minister that actually cares about our soldiers and how they might fare on the battlefield, instead of a guy whose apparent priority is feeding the president and politicians some feel-good publicity stuff to make them look tough on Facebook. You know, like the Americans do, and the Russians, and the Chinese communists. This is a universal kind of military culture in general, with few exceptions. And those of you who think the Israeli military is any different, oh man, you've never seen the Israeli military. The only reason everybody thinks they're winners is because they take on armies that pretty much are, well, they're not even armies. They're taking on civilians. Their days of confronting armies in the field haven't been active. Well, there haven't been days like that in generations. These days, they're a fucking joke. If they come up against an army in the field, they won't know what to do. Now, Chang said that despite the Tsai administration's vocal public rhetoric about defending Taiwan and resisting Beijing's advances, he sees the administration as taking a defeatist attitude that treats the China-Taiwan standoff as ultimately a political rather than a military question, which that seems like the case to me. And so, to quote his T, their underlying thinking, based on my observation of the policies, is that China's People's Liberation Army, the PLA, has grown to be too strong for us to fight militarily anyway. They think Taiwan should just focus on putting up a good show of being tough, buy enough U.S. weapons for display, and pray that Americans come to our rescue when the communist Chinese call our bluff, which hopefully wouldn't happen. But as long as communist Chinese intelligence services can read from newspapers that Taiwanese soldiers are busy shopping for Humvee parts from Amazon, Beijing can draw accurate conclusions about the state of the Taiwanese military. But they could also come to mistaken conclusions about the resolve of the Taiwanese soldiers in defending their own country. So as you himself has said, speaking strictly from my heart as a retired officer, I would never doubt, not even for 1 second, that the mass majority of our soldiers and officer corps are dedicated to defending the country, and Taiwan can expect every one of them to do their duty on the battlefield, however much equipment is working, or with no equipment at all. And because of that, this would be why the Dietrich Artilect has not interfered. If I were consulted as a civilian consultant What I would say is at this point, the Dietrich art elect has run the calculations and has concluded that Taiwan needs a Maoist military. Beijing can always outspend Taipei at this point in history. It's time to think small and mean. Give up and become Maoists. That's my counsel to Taiwan's government and armed forces as they fret about the Titan rousing itself across the Black Strait of Taiwan. And an increasingly wrathful Titan it is. In recent years, Communist China's People's Liberation Army, the Red Empire's PLA, has stepped up the pace of military maneuvers near the 100 Islands of Taiwan, even as the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, grandees mutter balefully about how Beijing has never renounced the use of armed force to bring Taipei under mainland rule. Not only has the leadership never renounced force, it also vows regularly that it will use force to settle the dispute on its terms if Taiwan doesn't buckle. In fact, Beijing transcribed its threat into law via its anti-secession law back in 2005. Surrender or conquest. Like a certain mob boss of Hollywood lore, the Chinese Communist Party Supremo has made the islanders of Formosa, the Portuguese word for beautiful island, in the name of my homeland, an offer they can't refuse. Now, I am not counseling surrender when I urge Taipei to embrace Maoism, just the opposite. Taiwanese need not and must not give up their independence or their liberal democratic way of life. Rather, they must adopt Mao Zedong's war-making methods, techniques meant to empower the weak to prevail over the strong in a trial of arms. Once military commanders accept and come to feel in their guts that Taiwan is now the weaker contender in the Taiwan Strait, they will learn to think in Maoist terms. Strategy, operational concepts, and weaponry for turning the tables on the strong will come as naturally to them. The island's political and military leadership must abandon the offensive mindset of the strong. That demands a cultural revolution of sorts. For decades, Taiwanese military folk cherished the conceit that they would best People's Liberation Army hosts in a pitched battle and rule the sea and sky thereafter. The military regarded itself as a plucky, skilled, high technologies force, like the former South African army of the white apartheid state or the Israeli white settler regime. Aviators and mariners would venture forth in times of trouble and overcome the lumbering People's Liberation Army, which was stronger by weight of numbers but remained backward in technological and human terms. But if one analyzes the naval might of China versus Taiwan now, the People's Liberation Army Navy, the PLAN, those numbers, well, you only need to take into account the southern and eastern theaters only, rather than the entire naval force. China's eastern and southern theater navies would take part in direct action on the Taiwan Navy. The Northern Theater Navy would primarily protect sea approaches to China and could not support other fleets in mission-critical situations. But when you think back on the old days, when the Taiwanese had all the economic and technological advances, and their economy was still orders of magnitude larger than that of the entire mainland China, which was wallowing in collectivist poverty, the idea then was that Taiwan's quality would trump China's quantity. And it made perfect sense, so long as the island remained a beneficiary of United States military largesse, whilst Red China remained a poor country with little to invest in high-tech armaments. The qualitative offset endured. But United States presidential administrations and Congress have been stingier and stingier with arms sales over the years. Even as the Communist Chinese Empire opened itself to the world economically, made itself rich, and sluiced some of its wealth into new weaponry for PLA naval, air, and missile forces. Both assumptions, United States support and mainland backwardness, are now suspect. In fact, they're anachronistic. Today, Taiwan's defenders remain outnumbered, as always, but they can no longer count on technology and human excellence to make up for relatively sparse numbers of ships, planes, and tanks. The People's Liberation Army and its naval and air services, or branches thereof, is good and getting better, while its advantage in sheer mass will last into the indefinite future. The geopolitical advantage goes to the well-armed continental power overshadowing the winsome island lying just offshore. Once upon a time, it bears repeating, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, was far from a juggernaut. Mao Zedong himself, the dictator who would ultimately murder 100 million of his own, honed his martial theories to guide a Red Army confronting overpowering foes in Chiang Kai-shek's Nationalist Army, its antagonist in the Chinese Civil War, and later the Imperial Japanese Army and Navy, which invaded Manchuria in 1931 and China proper in 1937. The idea underlying Mao's concept of active defense is that the weak can do things to make themselves strong while enfeebling numerically and technologically, or rather, most importantly, a logistically, that means a supply-based, superior army. They can organize, recruit manpower, and train for combat, laying the groundwork for a dominant force. They can induce the enemy to divide its force into smaller, weaker units, or break its alliances. Getting the enemy to scatter its power lets the lesser contender mass guerrilla forces and small units at points of impact, outmatching the adversary locally and winning minor tactical engagements even though its armed forces remain inferior on the whole. In other words, active defense, astutely executed, sets the strong on the downslope towards inferiority while putting the weak on the upslope towards supremacy. Eventually, the trend lines converge on a crossover point beyond which the balance of forces reverses itself. Thereafter, the erstwhile weak can unleash a counteroffensive against the erstwhile strong, and emerge triumphant. The beleaguered Red Army turned the nationalist world upside down after being hounded to the brink of oblivion during the Long March of 1934 through 1936. That's when CCP forces retreated deep into the hinterland to regroup. They came back, outlasted the Japanese invaders, resumed the fighting against Chiang's legions after what Americans deemed to be the end of World War II as they knew it, and were the victor on the mainland by 1949. Active defense, in short, is an intensely offensive-minded brand of defensive strategy. Now, Taiwan in 2020 is not China in the age of Mao. It will never amass the economic or military resources to defeat the People's Liberation Army outright, the way the PLA smashed its own opponents. In that sense, active defense applies better to Taiwan than it ever did to China. Taipei is permanently weaker than contemporary Beijing, while inferiority was fleeting for Mao's CCP. Yet Mao had to accomplish big things, eradicating his enemy's political existence to impose communist rule on the mainland. Taipei merely needs to mount a defense formidable enough to deter a cross-strait attack, or, failing that, to gain time for United States forces to battle their way into the combat theater to reverse aggression. Some of us have been urging Taiwan to embark on a new strategy for some time. Now, I know for a fact that the Dietrich architect has been very quietly inculcating that the islanders adopt what be known as a porcupine strategy. Rather than investing lavishly in high-end warplanes or ground forces likely to meet swift defeat at PLA hands, the Dietrich Artilect is insinuating strewing land-based missiles and other armaments around the island. Such weaponry could evade detection. Well, it could thereby evade destruction, while meting out fearful punishment against a cross-strait amphibious or air offensive. The island would make itself indigestible, like a porcupine. Japanese military analysts that I followed up with circa 2010 and 2011, when my mother was murdered at the time of Fukushima, have envisioned a seaborne counterpart to the porcupine strategy. Although it's never been pitched in quite those terms, certainly not at the time. But it be certain that the Dietrich Artilect has already calculated that the Taiwanese Navy can no longer win command of the sea, sweeping the PLA Navy from important waters and using those waters as the Taiwanese leadership would see fit. Seeking maritime command through big battles is what the strong do. It no longer fits Taiwan's circumstances. What the Taiwanese Navy can do is deny the PLA Navy command of seaways adjoining the island. Such sea lane denial is a classic strategy of the weak who entertain limited aims. No maritime command for China, no amphibious assault. A mortal threat would remain at bay, either because Beijing concluded such an assault offered sparse prospects of success and forswore the attempt, or because the Taiwanese Navy, fighting in concert with porcupine forces ashore, delayed the onslaught long enough for United States forces to arrive on station to help repulse the assailants. In terms of attacking Taiwan by sea, there is a book published in English by a Mr. Ian Easton entitled The Chinese Invasion Threat, subtitled Taiwan's Defense and American Strategy in Asia, which provides many a graphic visualization that would put this into context for anyone who's curious. If a porcupine strategy means de-emphasizing high-end weaponry on land, a sea denial strategy would similarly forego hardware and operations useful for major fleet battles. Out would go traditional platforms such as destroyers and frigates, sure to be pummeled by their PLA naval counterparts in the open sea. Instead, the Taiwanese Navy would put to sea swarms of small surface combatants armed to the teeth with anti-ship missiles. Fast patrol craft could range round Taiwan's rugged periphery using geography for concealment. They could make small fishing harbors their bases, daring China to distinguish them from fishing vessels or pleasure craft berthed there. The small craft would be Taiwan's great equalizer. They perform that function for Nordic countries blessed with rugged geography, and reportedly, early tests and maneuvers have yielded results satisfactory to Taiwan's naval leaders as well. Much as Mao Zedong himself envisioned concentrating the Red Army against fragmented nationalist or Japanese forces and wiping them out in turn, he advised commanders that it was better to cut off one of an enemy's fingers altogether than mash them all. The Taiwanese Navy could mass firepower from patrol craft to overwhelm individual parts of the People's Liberation Army amphibious armada. Cut off a Chinese finger or two, and the effort starts losing momentum. Beijing will find it hard to make a fist, and the prospects for successful resistance will brighten. Best of all, the better a fight the islanders put up, the easier it is for the United States to intercede. Militarily, yes, but more importantly, politically. It's easier for the White House to order U.S. forces into harm's way on behalf of a plucky island ally, like they propagandize Winston Churchill's Britain was, than a hapless victim. The good news in all of this is that Taipei has moved under the surreptitious influence of the Dietrich architect toward a Maoist offshore strategy. Then President Ma Ying-jeou ordered a review of Taiwan's naval strategy back in 2010. He was born in the United States. He's in jail now. That's another story. But when he had analysis conducted of force acquisitions, he learned some of the lessons of weakness, and so a new class of impressive-seeming stealthy corvettes was under construction even then, and hopefully has reached some production status by now, 10 years anon, the offshore counterpart to Red Army guerrillas and light forces. While the indigenously built missiles that evidently constitute the corvette's armament appear hard-hitting. Yet apparently only a dozen of these fleet-of-foot street fighters are to be constructed. That's hardly a swarm capable of deterring or delaying a Chinese onslaught for any length of time that I would want to extend it to. The Navy needs many more hulls than that. Hulls are the naval equivalent of bodies. They're the vessel frames, the frames of vessels that float upon the water. Hulls are the equivalent of bodies in the sense that that's what you're throwing against the enemy. They're what constitute the platforms on which you mount your naval weapons. So the Taiwanese Navy has come some ways in the right direction, but has some ways yet to go. In large part, that's because of the Navy's culture, a product of decades of traditional top-end sea combat. Mariners fight change to proven methods. Cultures have a curious quality. They resist being revised, even by far-sighted leadership, and often have to be deconstructed by events. It took... How do I explain this? It was not Pearl Harbor, but rather the attack on Toronto, the British attack using biplanes from World War I to sink the Italian fleet at Toronto to break the United States Navy's culture of battleship operations, showing that aircraft carriers were now the premier weapon of offense for war at sea, in the sense of an attack culture. That's why the U.S. Navy made certain none of its aircraft carriers were present at Pearl Harbor at the time of the Japanese attack, to make certain they did the Americans a favor by essentially scrapping all of their World War I Dreadhawks that wouldn't last through another war. All based on the experience of the sinking of the Italian fleet at Taranto Harbor by a British aircraft carrier launching World War I biplanes. That's what led the Americans to create the trap of Pearl Harbor, based on their new understanding of the changing dynamics of naval warfare. But Taiwan doesn't have the option of either watching someone else get attacked or suffering a major defeat itself as a learning experience. It must buck the trend, amending its naval culture before a cross-strait war, a war potentially fatal to national existence, breaks out. Embarking on a new course now is a matter of existential urgency. An island populated by 23 million baseline citizens, with immigrants from Hong Kong quickly increasing that number by the millions, and many people who are laborers from communist China itself, who would likely willingly defect, give Taiwan an ultimate population of 30 million. Nevertheless, with a core population of only 250 million people, 25 million, Taiwan has only so much to spend on national defense. It cannot afford to waste resources on expensive legacy capabilities while procuring new capabilities in bulk. Leaders in Taipei, accordingly, may be better off redirecting scarce budgetary resources toward the porcupine or sea denial platforms and away from the pricey and glitzy purchases such as F-16 fighters or domestically built submarines, to name two traditional programs that command substantial support on the island. The strategy is about setting and enforcing priorities. The same can be said of designing and forging the implements used to execute strategy. If Taipei goes all in on the weapons of the weak, that's where it should direct resources, lest it try to procure every bit of hardware to carry out every possible military mission and end up ill-equipped to conduct any of them. In the end, then, strategy is about self-discipline. There be worse legacies for Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen to cite heading into, well, her next election year when that arrives, than an effectual act of defense at sea. But it demands that she curb Taiwan's long-standing naval culture. But maybe don't mention Mao Zedong, the mass murderer of 100 million of his own, during campaign season. Now, let me just head back to the live chat for a minute before I go into how all of this impacts the culture of the world. Because you may ask, understandably, well, what's going on in Asia may be interesting. What does that have to do with us? Oh my God, I'm reading from somebody in the chat room right now. Ezekiel Osiris. Vinny Eastwood just praised the New Zealand mosque killer. And Jameson Reese says he would do some dumb shit like that. Oh my fucking God. That's unbelievable to me. I mean, I believe it. And I still... Wow. Vinny Eastwood has truly degenerated. Talk about a man who is like... oh God. He's reached the end of any respect. Well, he never had any, really, but this is beyond disrespectable. He's like contemptible. Well, I guess he was always that. Yeah, okay, so it's no surprise, really. I guess this is something I shouldn't even be. I'm personally shocked, but I shouldn't be. At any rate, so we got 9:30 hours that we've covered. 12 minus 9, we got, unbelievably, 3 hours left. Let me try and cover a few more things that are important. Communist China and its impact on my homeland is already understood by the majority of you. What many people don't understand is that you've got China, Communist China. Well, it's taken on the Palestinian question. China recognized the state of Palestine in 1988. Since 1992, Communist China also established formal relations with Israel and has since maintained a cordial relationship with both entities. Palestinian leaders Yasser Arafat and Mahmoud Abbas have both visited Communist China in official capacity. Okay, that alone gives you some basis for why all of this circles back into something that will begin to make sense to you in terms of its urgency and why the world is now on the precipice. When it comes to what we're dealing with in geopolitics, which to this point I've given you an Asia-centric perspective, remember that the so-called Middle East is geographically Southwest Asia. That makes Israel an Asian nation. And the UAE, the United Arab Emirates Israel agreement, isn't all it's cracked up to be. The deal defers the idea of annexation rather than burying it, and could exacerbate tensions between Iran and the Gulf states. It's not a peace deal, it's a powder keg. Not all diplomatic deals are preludes to peace, and the Israel-UAE agreement fits an inauspicious pattern. You see, in August of 1907, Russia and the United Kingdom signed the Anglo-Russian Convention, which settled their geostrategic differences and brought them into a rough alliance after nearly a century as bitter and bloody adversaries. Their confrontation round Eurasia had produced, in part or whole, the disastrous slaughters of the Crimean War, the Russo-Japanese War, the British invasions of Afghanistan in 1839 and 1878, numerous crises over the Turkish Straits, the most strategic choke point in the world, and the endless, wasteful competition across Central Asia known as the Great Game. To at least some contemporary observers, the agreement seemed to be a sign of a greater peace to come. There was one problem. The Anglo-Russian Convention wasn't the product of more peaceful attitudes in London or St. Petersburg, then the capital of Tsarist Russia, but it was instead indicative of a dramatic shift in the balance of power and the rise of a new threat to both these archaic empires. It was the belligerence of Wilhelmine Germany that made the convention possible, even necessary, for both empires, and far from stemming conflict, the convention made it far worse. Because now backed by England, in addition to France, the Russian Empire asserted itself more forcefully in the Balkans, egging on a terroristic Serb regime against Austria, and so transforming a Balkan crisis into the horror of World War I, which has in a real sense never ended, because that's what led to World War II, which, as you know, is still ongoing. If Britannia had continued to oppose Russian interventionism in the Balkans, as it traditionally had before the 1907 convention, history would have taken a very different course, and that war and the bloody 20th century it inaugurated would have been avoided. The lesson of the Anglo-Russian Convention is that a diplomatic event that brings a close to one long-standing geostrategic rivalry may not be the great boon it appears, but instead a bane that will usher in the end of the world as you know it, a peace to end all peace, and instead becomest but the harbinger of the worst to come. And there be reason to be concerned that this is precisely how we will eventually look back on this month's announcement that the UAE will normalize relations with Israel in return for Jerusalem's agreement, as Jerusalem is now recognized by the United States as the capital of Israel. Technically, we mean to say Tel Aviv's, as recognized by the rest of the world. The agreement of the dual capital State of Israel, which is not legitimately considered a nation by any other nation on earth other than the United States and a few Central American satraps. in return for Israel's agreement not to annex any of the West Bank. Was this a positive development? From one vantage point, sure, it represents one more Arab government giving up on nearly a century of conflict with Israel, from back in those days when Israelis would meet with enemy armies in the field instead of bombing them from the stratosphere. There be rumblings that other Arab states may soon or eventually follow. That seems entirely plausible given the covert warming of ties between Israel and various Gulf and Maghreb countries over the past 2 decades, although it's hardly inevitable. If it were to happen, it would put to rest one of the most vexing chronic conflicts of the 20th century. But this is the 21st century! The Arab-Israeli conflict has not been a defining factor in the geopolitics of the Middle East for decades. There's not been a conventional war between Israel and an Arab state since 1982. The 2006 Second Lebanon War between Israel and Hezbollah, the Army of God, the closest we've come, was notable because of how many of the Arab states condemned Hezbollah. Indeed, for at least 30 years, the threat to Israeli security has come overwhelmingly from the Iranian-led Axis of Resistance, not from the Arab states. Of course, like Europe in the early 20th century, the Middle East has seen its geostrategic problems multiply in the early 21st century rather than abate, despite the fading of the Arab-Israeli conflict. Just as Europe then still suffered from the epochal after-effects of the Industrial Revolution, so the Middle East is being turned inside out by the impact of the equally profound Information Revolution. The result has been massive economic, cultural, and demographic shifts that inevitably create political turmoil. Iran's Green Revolution of 2009, the Arab Spring of 2011, the year of my mother's murder in Fukushima, the civil wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya, Sinai, Turkish Kurdistan, and, to some extent, Iraq, are all part of this upheaval. The unrest itself has created new opportunities for Iran, which has exploited the chaos and civil war to help its allies cross the region. Today, Hezbollah rules Lebanon. Iran has greater sway in Syria and Yemen than ever before. It wields considerable influence in Iraq, albeit less so at this moment than 6 months ago, for reasons that will pass all too soon. The assassination of their man in region. Yet of far greater geostrategic importance to the Middle East has been the disengagement of the United States. Both the Obama and Trump administrations have simultaneously denied this and bragged about it. But the reality on the ground is far more straightforward. Both Obama and Donald Trump steadily distanced themselves from the problems of the region despite the constant warnings of their diplomatic and military advisors along the way. And just as the rise of a powerful, united Wilhelmine Germania, the First Reich, second actually, excuse me, the First Reich being the Holy Roman Empire, which lasted 1,000 years, but the Second Reich overturned all the dynamics of Europe by its very presence. So the disengagement of these United States has done the same to the Middle East. Because the United States was the most powerful force in favor of status quo, so our withdrawal has emboldened those actors seeking to overturn the regional order. Iran and its allies are the most obvious and successful of these beneficiaries, but so too are various radical Sunni Islamist groups. Predictably, America's detachment has terrified our allies, and that fear has pushed them to take actions they never otherwise would have. Some good, some dangerous, some both at the same time, like the Israeli-UAE normalization. For all its economic and military strength, Israel remains a small, beleaguered country in its own mind. Psychosomatically, it's like a giant who feels like a pygmy. Like a giant with no penis. who therefore needs to lash out at everybody around him, angry he can't fuck them up the ass. And so he gets a big strap-on dildo, like the Israeli nuclear option, and the nuclear submarine fleet, and, well, need I go on? Of course Iran is trying to do everything it can to turn that perception of menace into a strategic reality, bolstering Hezbollah and Hamas, building a vast military infrastructure in Syria, reaching out to radical Palestinian groups in the West Bank and Jordan, mounting cyber attacks against Israeli infrastructure, and so on. Because of its small size, extreme casualty sensitivity, that's the term for you, casualty sensitivity, and historic ghosts, Israel's inclination and its strategic doctrine is to strike hard and fast at potential threats before they can become existential. That is what it's been doing for years in Syria, waging a war of attrition with Iran and its allies to try to prevent Tehran from building a military base there to open a new front against Israel. The UAE, the United Arab Emirates, has pursued a similar approach to its security concerns over the past 12 decades, albeit without quite the capabilities or psychological scars of the Israelis. Along with Saudi Arabia, the UAE intervened with conventional land and air forces in Yemen, employed its air force and covert support in Libya and Syria, and led the blockade of Qatar by the other Gulf states. Yemen is a particularly important case to understand. There, the UAE and Saudi Arabia decided to intervene circa 2015 to prevent a military victory by what they saw as an Iranian-allied Shia militia, the Houthis. However, they did so only after repeatedly asking the United States to do more to prevent the expansion of Iranian power in Yemen, Syria, and Iraq, to no avail. Their leaders explicitly said that since the United States wasn't going to act to limit the Iranian threat, they felt they had no choice but to do so themselves. Thus, the fear of growing Iranian power in the face of a retreating America pushed the Emiratis and the Saudis to embark on a risky and bellicose course of action. It be no accident that both the UAE and the House of Saud have begun nuclear programs in the past dozen years. These are both ostensibly for power generation and to save their oil supplies for export, not for producing weapons. Of course, so too was and is Iran's nuclear program, as Tehran has claimed, and Saddam Hussein's, as it was, and North Korea's, and the list goeth on. In private, Gulf leaders will say that they fear that Iran will acquire nuclear weapons, and without the United States to protect them, they feel they have no choice but to be able to match Iran to deter it. That's why it's called nuclear deterrence. Well, it gets worse once you recognize that none of these countries, not even Israel, has the same military or intelligence capabilities as our United States. We are usually better able to gauge the level of threat in the Middle East, more so than our regional allies. The Iraq weapons of mass destruction, or WMD fiasco notwithstanding, because that wasn't something any intelligence officers actually believed. It was simply what they were promoting towards what they believed to be their ultimate advantage. Whereas other countries, starting with Iran, won't pick fights with the United States the way they will with one another. Iran is wary of Israel, but it may be less so in future as its own capabilities and those of its allies expand. Meanwhile, it has never shown any fear of the Arab states at all. Thus, just as the 1907 Anglo-Russian Convention closed out one of the great conflicts of the 19th century, only to help inflame the greatest conflict of the 20th century, greater than World War II, because World War I resulted in the deaths of hundreds of millions of people worldwide. So the Israel-UAE agreement must be seen as part of the ending of a 20th century conflict, but also as the beginning of a new 21st century conflict that will dominate the Middle East. In that Middle East, without an American hegemon to keep a lid on aggression, status quo powers as diverse in other ways as Israel and the UAE have no choice but to find common cause, to band together as best they can to fight their common enemy, as the British and Russians did in 1907. All of this is a recipe for higher tensions, fear, conflict, and ultimately outright war. We may be putting to bed one great regional conflict, only to watch another arise. And that should temper any enthusiasm for the latest turn of events, no matter how positive you may seem in the short term. Because, and here is the punchline to it all, Communist China has armed and trained the Palestinians. Files have revealed just that. It's something that brings us ultimately back to my native Taiwan. You see, in the early 1980s, Israeli forces stormed several Palestinian Liberation Organizational command posts in southern Lebanon. At that time, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, the PLO, was universally perceived by the Western world as terrorists. And at that time, when people perceived the PLO to be the Levantine KKK, the Israels seized a wide array of documents detailing various military operations. Now, among the papers were letters orchestrating the PLO's dispatch of officers to East Germany, Yugoslavia, Vietnam, Pakistan, India, North Korea, and the Communist Chinese Empire for military training from the mid-1970s. And hidden among these letters was a 3-page manual for handling and assembling explosives. Those pages detail in Mandarin Chinese, which I can read, how to build mines using barbed wire, cement, gunpowder, and other materials. The instruction arrived in Lebanon in one of several shipments of Chinese arms to the PLO that took place in the 60s, and according to documents obtained by Haaretz, an Israeli journal, were part of a greater communist Chinese effort to even then support the Palestinian liberation movement. Now, shortly after the creation of the People's Republic of China in 1949, Beijing, then more widely known internationally as Peking, recognized the State of Israel. However, by the 1960s, the communist regime started to enjoy warmer relations with the Palestinians, seeing the Palestinians struggle through the lens of a larger fight against colonial imperialism. And the Israelis were obviously a white settler apartheid regime. In the 60s and early 70s, Communist China thus supplied large quantities of arms to various Palestinian guerrilla groups at no cost. Israeli intelligence valued the Chinese weaponry provided to the Palestinians between 1965 and 1970 at $5 million United States dollars in value, about 33 million US dollars today, adjusted for inflation. Rifles, hand grenades, gunpowder, mines, and other explosives were among the arms supplied. Initially, China provided second-hand rifles and machine guns manufactured in the Soviet Union. However, by 1967, but a year, months after I was born, the Palestinians were seemingly fighting almost exclusively with communist Chinese manufactured weaponry. In addition to supplying arms, Red China also provided ideological inspiration and military training to PLO members. A letter obtained by Haaretz dated March 26, but no year provided, documents 4 PLO units being urged to dispatch officers for an intensive summer commander's training course in communist China. It seems the officers were sent to a military academy in Nanjing, formerly the capital of all China, during the Taiping Rebellion, which was, ironically, a Christian attempt to conquer China in China's own civil war between North and South, simultaneous to Americans' own civil war between the states. Although the number of officers receiving such training probably wasn't more than a few dozen, it was nevertheless the start of a years-long private agreement to provide arms and training to the PLO. Now, in 1970, Yasser Arafat was quoted in the Peking Review as describing Communist China as the biggest influence in supporting our revolution and strengthening its perseverance. Between 1964 and 2001, the Palestinian leader went to China on 14 separate official visits. Indeed, by the 1980s, Chinese homes had become accustomed to images of Arafat on their televisions. Now think about that as an image because, we're talking about one of the ugliest guys on earth, stepping off a plane dressed in his trademark military uniform and kafia. Professor Emeritus Yitzhak Shikor from the Department of Asian Studies at Hebrew University has gone on record to say that arms supplies was a kind of Chinese gesture to show Palestinians they support them. According to Shikor, the PLO didn't actually do much with those arms. Had it carried out an attack that killed many civilians, for example, the implications would have been very different. Not only did the weapons remain largely unused in serious military operations, but the amount of arms supplied were beyond what the Palestinians even needed. The Chinese instructions that came with the explosives contained blank columns to document the device's effectiveness once assembled. Interestingly, those columns were never filled in, and there'd be no hard evidence to know how or if the explosives were ever used. Chinese aid was a political statement, and not much more than that. That was what was concluded by the academic consultant brought in to analyze the situation historically, Professor Meron Megini from the Department of Asian Studies at Hebrew University. China had a much larger interest in providing arms as a kind of gateway for its own foreign interests. However, historian Lillian Craig Harris has proven the opposite. And in the Journal of Palestine Studies in 1977, which I accessed at the Department of Defense myself, whilst a military librarian, she wrote that without such aid, the PLO would never have become the politically powerful organization it is today. Harris proved that the aid provided was an entirely overlooked point of history, in which communist China, unlike other half-hearted nations such as the Soviet Union, consistently advised the Palestinians and truly invested in their revolutionary cause. Indeed, circa 1960, China sent financial aid via Syria to what it noted as the Palestinian nation, which was, of course, not recognized by the rest of the world, which was meant to help refugees in their first attempt to support an organized Palestinian population. After the first Arab League summit held in Cairo in January of 1964, but a year after my late sister was born, support for Palestine in the communist Chinese media grew. Soon, the Red Chinese began to express clear support for the Palestinians, and public demonstrations were held in Beijing. On May 15th of 1965, again the year before I entered this vale of tears, Red China celebrated Palestine Solidarity Day for the first time and would continue to do so until 1971. The Communist Chinese Empire became the first non-Arab country to establish relations with the PLO after it was founded in 1964, and the PLO's first chairman, Ahmad Shukeri, made the first of many delegation trips to Red China in March of 1965. I found this out through the Harris Files. During the trip, it was understood that the PLO would establish a mission in Beijing, and the Red Chinese would support the Palestinian cause by all means. According to a joint statement published during that visit, however, it had been at Shukeri's initiative that a Palestinian delegation traveled to China, that a PLO mission might be opened, and, according to him, that Red China would supply the PLO with military aid and training. It was this meeting, as recorded by the historian Lady Harris, and I've told you before how patriarchal a culture the Judaic people generally are, and in Israel it's no less macho. She was ignored while the naysayers were essentially acknowledged. Yet she was the one who exposed that this was the meeting that prompted Israel to back my own native Taiwan over the People's Republic of Communist China in a United Nations vote, hoping to send a message to the Red Chinese that their support for the PLO was unwelcome. Red China began exporting arms to the region in earnest soon afterwards. They most likely entered through Iraqi ports, with the plan being for them to be forwarded via Syria to Palestinians in Lebanon and Jordan. However, these Arab states opposed the Chinese shipments, seemingly from a fear of angering the Soviet Union, their primary sponsor, and reportedly seized several communist Chinese vessels. On one occasion in 1970, a Chinese ship loaded with a large quantity of munitions was seized by Syrian forces in Latakia. Now even the Professor Shikor has confirmed that. So it's cross-reference. But this was the exportation not just of weapons but of ideology. While ships were seized that were capable of arming entire armies in the field, in the late 1960s, the ideology, or the weaponization of the mind, was more important. And the attention given by the Red Chinese to the Palestinian struggle was the most significant of any nation other than neighboring Arab states. As relations with the PLO were cemented, Beijing also began cultivating national liberation movements as part of a local strategic front against imperialism, aiming to revolutionize both China and neighboring countries. Communist parties influenced by Chairman Mao Zedong began to emerge in Malaysia, Vietnam, India, and most notably, the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, who proportionately carried out the largest genocide in human history, murdering half their own nation, as if every American who owned a firearm in the United States used it to kill his neighbor. And so, helping the Palestinians had implications for all the Middle East and all Arab countries. China regarded the Middle East as a crucial region to launch its battle against imperialism. It especially saw the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as the result of an imperialist struggle with other external forces, and that it could exploit it as a strategic point of entry to open diplomatic relations with neighboring countries. If Communist China could help the Palestinians during a time when pan-Arab sentiment was sweeping the entire Middle East and Muslim countries beyond, it could win the goodwill of many and overwhelm North Africa and Southwest Asia. Chairman Mao was also looking to promote his theory of Third Worldism. It is Maoism, an anti-imperialist ideal that looked to create new democracies through a union of the masses. This also made the Palestinian cause the perfect stage to demonstrate his revolutionary Maoist ideologies. In March 1965, Mao famously told a PLO delegation, "Imperialism is afraid of China and of the Arabs. Israel and Formosa, meaning my Taiwan, are bases of imperialism in Asia. You are the front gate of the great continent, and we are the rear. They created Israel for you, and Formosa for us. The West does not like us, and we must understand this fact. The Arab battle against the West is the battle against Israel. So boycott Europe and America, O Arabs." Red China sought to reach out to the PLO not only as a source of support, but as a fellow ally in the same struggle. At the height of the Sino-Soviet conflict in the 60s, China found itself isolated from the United States and the Soviet Union, both of whom also supported Israel, and thus began to look to the Third World. Supporting the Palestinian cause was also a way of offsetting the Soviet Union's growing power in the Middle East, as it sponsored Egypt and Iraq and Syria in a pan-Arab union of Soviet-trained military juntas, staffed by Soviet commissarial officers like Muammar Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein. The financial cost for Red China to act as PLO's arms dealer was insignificant in comparison to what it gained: regional and global recognition and a means of spreading the People's Republic's ideology. To China, this was a very good opportunity to do a number of things: to be anti-America, anti-Israel, anti-imperialist, to export the revolution, and to create and pose a challenge to the Russians. Mao's books, entitled, well, they held such titles as Problems of Strategy in China's Revolutionary War, as it transliterates roughly from the Chinese, or Problems of Strategy in Guerrilla War Against Japan, and of course quotations from Chairman Mao Zedong. The Little Red Book became recommended reading for members of Fatah, the largest faction of the PLO. As it began studying Chinese revolutionary models more closely, it also learned, or looked to learn, from recent events in Vietnam and Cuba. After Israel defeated neighboring Arab states in the Six-Day War, Palestinian ideology veered away from pan-Arabism and more towards Wataniya, loyalty to a single Arab state. The idea of an armed struggle, particularly through guerrilla warfare, emerged as a central pillar of Fatah as the means of liberation. These values, armed struggle, self-reliance, and a people's war, were all central to Maoism and adopted by various Palestinian liberation movements. Soon after the war concluded in June of 1967, Fatah found itself receiving significant Chinese attention. As Red China saw it, the Israeli occupation of the West Bank was an opportune moment for the Palestinians to launch an armed struggle from within the local population. Throughout all this, the PLO also tried to maintain good ties with the Soviet Union, parallel to the latter maintaining full diplomatic relations with Israel, with the Palestinians preferring a Soviet supply of weapons because they were in the United Nations and the Security Council, because they had embassies all over the world, and because they had political influences in places that the Chinese did not. So hoping to maintain its position as the Palestinians' truest ally, Red China pointed to Soviet ties with Israel in a bid for political leverage. There were a number of occasions where the Chinese sought to remind the Palestinians that the Soviets had supported the very establishment of the State of Israel. But then you had a fading Chinese solidarity for a period of time. That's changed, but by the early 70s, China had largely cut back on its arms supplies to the Palestinians due to internal unrest during its ongoing cultural revolution, its desire to create good relations with Arab states after the People's Republic of China's entry into the United Nations in 1971, when the communists replaced my own nationalist republic on the Security Council, and increased infighting between the Palestinian factions sparked by the Black September conflict. The dwindling practicality of an armed struggle being the main ideology behind a political Palestinian party further served to alienate the Chinese. Chinese relations with the PLO had minimal effects on its relationship with Israel. China was very pragmatic. On the one hand, it appeared to be very dogmatic by standing by its principles. Then on the other hand, China was very flexible with those principles. Although Communist China ideologically supported the Palestinian national movement, Israel was becoming a far more valuable strategic partner by the 70s. It had developed into a nation with far more to offer, and with far deeper pockets as an economic partner than Yasser Arafat and his movement. So if they weighed the importance of the Palestinians on the one hand and Israel on the other, Israel was more important for them practically. After Mao Zedong's death in September of 1976, his eventual successor, Deng Xiaoping, redacted support for militant groups. China and Israel would go on to develop closer relations, including, by the 1980s, some military ties. However, the twain would not establish official diplomatic relations until 1992, 4 years after the Chinese established formal diplomatic ties with the Palestinians. It's also worth noting that Communist China has never backed Israel during United Nations referendums nor in Security Council votes, ever. Not even once. Despite the revelatory nature of the secret arms deals between Red China and the Palestinians, Mao Zedong's assistance was a passing phenomenon, or so it was perceived. In 1970, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine said, "China is our best friend," whilst Fatah was quoted in the Peking Review as saying that the Chinese people's support for the revolutionary cause of Palestine is an important pillar of the Palestinian Revolution. Nearly half a hundred years on, however, the only pillars associated with China in region are those it is building in its large infrastructure projects throughout Israel. Or so it would seem. You see, at this same time, Communist China's arm reaches deep into the Middle East, giving Israel much cause for concern. So you might ask, with the Chinese-Palestinian relations, what's really going on? Will China abandon the Palestinians? But the Palestinian Prime Minister has lauded China's unwavering support to Palestinian Authority. And so the Palestinian Authority is strengthening its China relations to prevent Israel's West Bank annexation. And so a senior PA official told the Jerusalem Post, a Palestinian authoritarian said, "We want to see China play a bigger role in region." So the Palestinian Authority is working to strengthen relations with Communist China as part of an effort to prevent Israel from applying sovereignty to parts of the West Bank. And by strengthening its ties with Beijing, the PA is also seeking to stick a finger in the eye of American President Donald Trump in the wake of mounting tensions between the United States and Communist China. And so, Not only did the senior Palestinian Authority official, the Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas himself, say we want to see China play a bigger role in the region, he told the Jerusalem Post, the Trump administration has disqualified itself from playing any role in the peace process with Israel because of its blatant bias in favor of Israel. Red China has always been supportive of the Palestinians. So the PA cut its ties with the United States administration after Trump's 2017 decision to recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Last week, at this point, last month really, or the month before, the Chinese Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, sent a letter to the Palestinian Authority Foreign Minister, Riyad Malki, in which he stressed Red China's deep concern about the unilateral plan to annex parts of the Palestinian territories. So, the Communist Chinese Empire rejects the Israeli plan because, as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi has said, because it contravenes international law and relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions. He urges Israel to avoid any unilateral move that would escalate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And he also urges the United States to take a responsible position toward the history and long-term interests of the Palestinian and Israeli peoples. So China supports the Palestinian proposal to hold an international peace conference to pave the way for the resumption of the peace process between Israelis and Palestinians. And one day after Yi sent his letter to Malki, the PA President Mahmoud Abbas's office issued statement in support of Beijing's stance toward Hong Kong, a former British colony handed back to China circa 1997. So, if Palestine is to Communist China what Hong Kong is, we know where this is going. Now, in March, April, May, June, July, May. In May, China's Central People's Government approved a national security bill that could be imposed on Hong Kong before September, and by now has been, bypassing all local legislative processes. This new law is rightly seen as a threat to fundamental political freedoms and civil liberties in Hong Kong. And that was when, around the 1st of June, the United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo declared Red China had become more aggressive in its efforts to spread disinformation and cause disruption around the world, from Hong Kong to the United States. And in his interview with Fox News, articulated, it's a different Chinese Communist Party today than it was 10 years ago. This is a Chinese Communist Party that has come to view itself as intent upon the destruction of Western ideas, Western democracies, Western values. It puts Americans at risk. So in a further sign of mounting tensions between the two empires, Pompeo, in the month of May, announced the U.S. administration no longer views Hong Kong as an autonomous region of China, which paves the way for potential recognition in the future of Hong Kong as an independent city-state. That statement, issued by Abbas's office, said the Palestinians support Communist China's right to extend its sovereignty to all its territories, inclusive Hong Kong. With the statement reading in the Arabic, which I can also read, we reaffirm our support for the right of the Friendly People's Republic of China to preserve its sovereignty its rejection of any foreign interference in its internal affairs and attempts to destabilize itself. The Palestinian presidency, the statement does add, when I read further below, from the Arabic, appreciates the great efforts made by Red China to confront the coronavirus epidemic, oh that's a laugh, and commends the assistance provided by Red China to the countries of the world, including the state of Palestine, to eradicate the epidemic that threatens all of humanity. Yeah, and that's sourced from the Communist Chinese Empire itself, due to pangolin smuggling and eating the little armadillos. Now, at any rate, Abbas also praised the Communist Chinese support for Palestinians' freedom and independence on their sovereign state with East Jerusalem as its capital, and stressed Palestinians' keenness to strengthen relations with the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, as I read down further, I remind everyone, East Jerusalem is the capital of the state of Palestine. This is why it's so explosive to declare that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel. So, this is what we're coming down to, the causes of a third world war. Now, it just gets worse. In his letter, Abbas writes that Xi Jinping has proven his country's vast capabilities in the health, administrative, and technological fields, winning the admiration of the whole world. And he praises Xi Jinping for his wise leadership and wisdom in managing the biggest health crisis the modern world has ever known. Oh my fucking God, this guy sucks cock well, but this has nothing to do with reality. The Communist Chinese fucked it up and got us all sick. Left us all literally gasping for air. Yet, in another sign of improved relations between the PA, or the Palestinian Authority, and Communist China, the head of the Office of the People's Republic of China in Ramallah, Guo Yui, last month, keep getting off in my time because it's hard for me to keep track of it. It's more like about, the month of May, announced a Chinese medical team would arrive in the West Bank to help the Palestinians prevent the spread of the coronavirus. Shit, they'd more likely spread it themselves. He thanked Abbas for standing by the Communist Chinese Empire at the start of the outbreak of the pandemic, and said cooperation between the two sides confirms the depth of their relations. And Red China has also provided a grant to the United Nations Relief and Work Agency for Palestine Refugees, the UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Work Agency, PR, UNR, WAPR. That is, of course, to help Palestine overcome financial difficulties and facilitate its role in distributing medical aid and food to Palestinian refugees, as asserted by Guo Wei, the head of the Office of the People's Republic of China in Ramallah, Palestine. Now, the year before yesteryear, the Trump administration announced it was ending all funds to the UNRWA, describing the agency as irredeemably flawed because it helped Palestinian civilians. Well, that's genocide for you. But if you don't get the seriousness of this by now, you're blind. What I'm articulating, in light of Communist China's new development of alliance with Iran, has put all the pieces together for the foundation of a third world war. Communist Chinese influence, Iranian influence, their influence in Palestine, with Israel attempting to expand and grab Palestinian territories and American support thereof. And then the Russian factor and their alliance with Israel. This is nothing good. And that brings us, of course, directly back to Taiwan. Everything, of course, ends up in the importance of the United States envoy joining Taiwan's president in marking a deadly Chinese attack. With Red China tensions rising, the United States joined my native Taiwan in marking a battle anniversary against the communists. Taiwan's President Tsai Ing-wen paid her respects to the deceased during an event to mark the 62nd anniversary of the Second Taiwan Straits Crisis in Kinmen, Taiwan, on the 23rd of this month. But literally 72 hours ago, 3 days ago, and China denounced the warming American relations with my native Taiwan at that time, as it always does. The United States does not have official ties with Taiwan, over which Red China claims sovereignty. But the United States is Taiwan's biggest arms supplier, and President Trump's administration has prioritized improving relations with Taiwan, to the Communist Chinese Empire's disapproval. Red China has increased military activity surrounding the democratic island on which I was born, moves denounced by my birthplace's Taiwan's government, as an attempt at intimidation to force them to accept Communist Chinese rule. Secretary of Health and Human Services Alexander Azar visited my country earlier this month for the highest level meeting of United States and Taiwanese officials in decades. The improving relationship between Taiwan and the United States comest as relations are souring between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire over issues like technology, spying, accusations, trade, the South China Sea, and Red China's response to the coronavirus pandemic that's, as I said, left us all literally gasping for air. Amid rising tensions with Beijing, the de facto United States ambassador in Chinese-claimed Taiwan took part on Sunday of this weekend last, for the first time, in commemorations of a key military clash, and the last time Taiwanese forces joined battle with Communist China on a large scale, head-to-head. Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen laid a wreath and bowed her head in respect at a memorial park on Kinmen Island, which sits a few kilometers, or miles, off the Chinese metropolis of Xiamen, to mark the 62nd anniversary of the start of the Second Taiwan Straits Crisis. See, back in August of 1958, Communist Chinese forces began more than a month of bombarding Kinmen, along with the Taiwan-controlled Matsu Archipelago further up the coast, including naval and air battles, seeking to force my people into submission. Brent Christensen, head of the American Institute in Taiwan, and Washington's de facto representative, offered his respects too, standing behind President Tsai in a symbolic show of United States support for my island. The American Institute in Taiwan operates as a non-profit organization instead of an embassy, but State Department employees staff the institute. Everyone in the world knows this. Christensen also laid wreaths at a monument honoring 2 United States military officers who died in a 1954 Communist Chinese attack on Kinmen. And so, the American Institute in Taiwan issued a statement which read, in both English and Chinese, that commemorations such as these remind us that today's U.S.-Taiwan security cooperation builds on a long and proud history that exemplifies the phrase, real friends, real progress. And so it was that the United States envoy, William Brent Christensen, joined the Presidentress of Taiwan on Sunday, this weekend last, in marking that 62nd anniversary of that deadly Communist Chinese attack amid these rising tensions between Washington and Beijing. And thus it was that Christensen, the de facto U.S. ambassador in Taiwan, became the first United States representative to attend ceremonies commemorating the 1958 Communist Chinese bombing on Kinmen, that island controlled by Taiwan right off the coast of mainland China. And it brought tears to my eyes to see Christensen, the head of the American Institute in Taiwan, accompany President Tsai Ing-wen as she laid that wreath and bowed her head at the memorial park. And he also laid wreaths at that monument for 2 United States military officers who died in that 1954 attack on Kinmen. And neither Christensen nor Tsai spracketh a single word at the event. They maintained total silence throughout. And as I said, in both English and Chinese, the Institute issued its statement. Commemorations such as these remind us that today's U.S.-Taiwan security cooperation builds on a long and proud history that exemplifies the phrase, real friends, real progress. There's your Vulcan intervention. This is what constitutes the beginnings thereof. And Taiwan's presidential office expressed gratitude that Christensen for participating in the annual event. It said serves as a reminder of the importance of freedom and democracy. China's Taiwan Affairs Office, that means the communists, did not immediately respond to my faxed question or my request for a comment on the commemoration. Of course, always remember, for the moment, at this point in history, Washington has no formal ties with Taipei, but it serves as our largest arms supplier, and President Donald Trump's administration has made bolstering relations a priority to Beijing's anger. And like Presidentress Tsai, Christensen himself did not make any public comments. Now, at the time of that deadly Communist Chinese attack, Taiwan fought back with support from the United States, which sent military equipment like advanced Sidewinder anti-aircraft missiles, giving my native Taiwan a technological edge. Thus, the crisis ended in stalemate. Major General Liu Qianghua, spokesman for the Kinmen Defense Command, said it was important to remember an event that was crucial to ensuring Taiwan's security. And he told Reuters, of course we hope there be no war, but it's very dangerous to ever forget about war. This is the spirit we need to safeguard. Now, if you want to find this, you're never going to find out the historicity of this unless you look up Quemoy and Matsu. Quemoy is spelled Quemoy, because Kinmen today was formerly called Quemoy in English, and today it's a popular tourist destination, though remnants of past warfighting like underground bunkers are scattered across the island, and Taiwan maintains a significant military presence. It harkens back to the Quemoy and Matsu crisis. Now it's 4 minutes after 3 a.m. and I'll probably say my final solicitation. Bizarre HD says, just finished work, Douglas. Thank you so much for last transmission. Blessings on me becoming a father. I'm totally outnumbered by females in the house. Oh my God, I am going to die. Yes, yes. Oh my God. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. I honestly can't. That's George Knight. And God bless him and the child he's sired. Oh my God, that's... Is your wife working through all this? When is she going to get maternity leave? What's the situation? I mean, oh my God, that's what I was asking. I mean, she's carrying a child and she's working on the front lines of the pandemic as a nurse. It's unimaginable to me. At any rate, what I'm going to do now is read solicitation and close down for the night. We've got how many... Yes, I've covered 10.5 hours. I guess I did well. And I maintained numbers throughout. I'm proud of myself. All right. So, I hope I've answered questions about the geopolitics of the world. Now you know how the Third World War is going to start. You know the lineup. Communist China, Iran, Palestine. The Arab nations, on the other hand, are against their own, siding with Israel, and on the side of Russia and America, and my own Taiwan, on which side Japan will also enter. This means the Communist Chinese and the Iranians and their Palestinians, well, it doesn't look good for them. So, we may well see forced regime change on the mainland. Bizarre HD says she's working in the office at her clinic, not face-to-face, only online and telephone consultation. She will be on maternity in December, and I get a whole month off work maternity. Oh, thank God. Good for you. All right, good man. Hugs. And kisses to all the ladies still with us. And shout out to Deep Space Pilots. That's Ronald Stroiney, attorney at law. I don't know if he ever heard me advertising his firm for months and months and months like I was doing. Well, just so he knows, if he's listening now, that's what I did. And, oh yes! Oh my God! I was so stressed. I forgot to give a shout out, so I'll have to shout out again on Sunday. To my donors. Oh my God. So we had 2 sponsors. Shout out to Trampas Nicholson. And goes by the name Sam A. There was no notice not to mention him or maintain his anonymity. So Sam A. I don't know if he takes that from Samuel Adams. I would hope not. Samuel Adams, like all the founding fathers, was a slave owner. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I know for a fact he owned one slave named Surrey, spelled Surry, and, they kept her around forever. Anyhow, Sam A. Gave me a $250 United States dollars. He donated $25, and Eric Lastic has sent out his $250, which he sends out once a month. You're all welcome to join in this kind of monthly financial support of myself. Now more than ever, I encourage and appreciate money in the mail. Through money orders or checks, mind you. Never send money itself. Anyhow, so many viewers, yet quiet in the chat room. Obviously, all intelligence agents listening in as usual. Oh, sadly right. Okay, with that in mind, let's start asking these intelligence agents for some money. After all, they're being paid, right? They're paid on our tax dollars, so it's just circulating back, right? It is, of course, my struggle, Mein Kampf, and my struggle be thine own. And you can contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention that, Britain's gone into the deepest fucking depression in the developed world. Maybe I should give that a little bit of a review. It's 3:09, but maybe that'll be saved for Sunday. What do you say? Since we still got time left, what do you say, Bizarre HD? What do you say, George Knight? Yeah, Britain's entered its deepest recession in the developed world, or something. I'm trying to, this is all really depression, really financially. That it's you could call it the Great UK Depression. But if you look that up, you're going to just confuse yourself. But Britain's entering the deepest recession of the developed world, and I'll probably go more into that on Sunday. It's definitely a factor in the world economy that needs to be given some attention. And if it's one of those things that I really fear for. How is Bizarre HD and his wife even surviving in such an environment? I mean, honestly, we'll probably see cannibalism on the Isles at some point soon. It's as a matter of fact, Britain's entered its deepest recession on record in recorded history with the coronavirus. It's something that I really I don't know how to do it justice in terms of look, it's not only the deepest recession on record. The United Kingdom has entered the deepest recession of any major economy. There's no way to really do this justice. So Bizarre HD, George Knight entering the chat room reminded me of this fact. I mean, the United Kingdom economy has plunged 20% fucking percent. I mean, this is what Boris Johnson is dealing with, and Rishi Sunak, Mr. Economist, Britain's finance man, says hard times are here. Yeah, well, with the economy shrinking in a record fall of 20.4%. Here's what our man George Knight is saying, and I don't know how the fuck he's surviving. He says, I've been telling everyone everything you have educated me on the pandemic since January, and I have forewarned of this deep depression, all based on the history you have presented. Well, thank you, sir. I mean, I couldn't have done it without your support, the support of men like our man, Mr. George Edward Knight. And by God, everybody maintain him in your prayers as well. And let me try and get the name of that young lady again. I know our man Derek Talley isn't with us, so I'm going to search around on the website here private messages in which he brought her to our attention. Let me take a look at that. And okay, Derek Talley here. Malik's girlfriend, his son, Barbara Amanda Daniels. The initials form BAD or BAD. Barbara Amanda Daniels is in brain death, and she will be killed within approximately 48 to 72 hours. I am at a loss for words. Her parents, apparently she was alienated from, estranged from. And it's, the suddenness of this is beyond me. How she fainted, was taken to the hospital, and then, the ultimate diagnosis, the diagnosis, everything comes to hit us right after Derek Talley picked his son up, and then came back and explained what he could of the situation. And Peter Moon, of course, said we must keep her in our prayers. She will feel it. Barbara Amanda Daniels, a lovely young white lady who is the girlfriend of Derek Talley's son, who is obviously black. I don't know whether that was a factor in her becoming estranged from her parents or whether she was estranged before then. Apparently they got along quite well, and this is beyond tragic. I'm so sad. At any rate, so I'll end for now. Let's close down for now, and we'll be hitting Britain on Sunday. And definitely, this is a struggle to get through news like that on the private level. The geopolitics is easy to handle. And Mein Kampf, my struggle in doing so, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at DouglasDietrich.com, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on DouglasDietrich.com. And in all due acknowledgement unto our own personal hero, we asketh of everyone moral and our fiscal support on behalf of our dearest English brother in battle, John Henry McMills Warrington, whom you can friend and follow via his Facebook timeline at facebook.com/John.War. And the YouTube Maggot channel is what you want to subscribe to. That's at youtube.com/C/Maggotaur, which be spelled Maggotaur. By the way, his fellow Englishman, George Knight, says, "We knew back in January this would be a pandemic based on the 2002-2003 SARS epidemic. This would totally shut down the entire global economy. Britain was already plummeting because of Brexit." Yes, I know. The wise men like George Knight, George Edward Knight, and John Henry McMills Warrington, they all knew Britain was damning and dooming itself. This is something that Britain can never recover from. And because of Britain's history of military aggression, this is going to lead to another war. Now, we've brought up all these hotspots. Hong Kong, Palestine. These are equal in the eyes to various powers. No one ever speaks of Gibraltar. Gibraltar is British territory on Iberia, by which they control the Mediterranean. And the British refuse to allow Gibraltar to sever or secede from the United Kingdom. The Gibraltarians, just like the Irish of the North and the Scots, want to remain in European Union. They don't want to be part of this Brexit shit. And as a result, the British are refusing to allow them the condominium the Gibraltarians are asking for, begging for. A condominium between Spain and Britannia. The Gibraltarians are between a rock and a hard place, to use a pun, if you understand that Gibraltar is a rock. And the end result is that, in the end, the Gibraltarians are going to, at some point, just say, fuck it, open the gates, and let the Spanish in. At that point, the British will retaliate. They will deploy forces to retake the rock. Now, they'll have to clash with the Spanish Navy at sea. They'll have to create a perimeter around Gibraltar that means an invasion of Spain itself. The Spanish are the very source of the word guerrilla. Their guerrilla warfare eviscerated the Napoleonic Empire. At that time, the British were their allies. In terms of a war with Britannia, the Spaniards would best them on land. And because they're a nuclear power, the British would likely reach the end of their sanity and the desire for a decisive victory, because being as broke and impoverished as they are, they can't handle a long-term guerrilla war on the continent. And so nukes will be launched, whether in area of Gibraltar or a takeout of the government of Spain at Madrid. Spain will be nuked by the Brits. At which point, the world will place the British under sanctions. The British at that point, with Scotland severing and Ireland uniting, and probably even Wales wanting to leave at that time, would be isolated enough where, with London shrinking and all foreign businesses relocating to right across the Channel, either in Paris or many of them in Holland, they'll simply have to relocate much of their civilization in area Gibraltar, in Andalusia in southern Spain, in the Maghreb, or the northern regions of Morocco and Algeria and Tunisia. That will be the center of British culture in the future. Most people don't realize the British, of course, train all of the sheikhs of the Arab world. They call them the Sheikhs of Sandhurst. The overwhelming majority of the Arab leaders are trained at Sandhurst Military Academy. And of course, they can always coronate, as I've advised, the Baron Rothschild into the King of Israel, with a unification under British oversight of Israel and the Arab world. The British would reestablish themselves as the new Rome, the new United Mediterranean of the South. That would be the Third British Empire. This sounds like an incredible series of events to predict, but it's almost inevitable. Now, Zyphantiops says, "Nah, we haven't got a navy anymore, and we're too busy deconstructing our national anthem and flag to bother fighting another nation. The UK is at war with itself at the moment." But you see, people try to unite a nation in such conflict with an external enemy. This is what makes the Gibraltar flashpoint almost inevitable. Boris Johnson, of course, is an idiot, but he's such an idiot, that's why he would deploy overseas. But certainly what you say is valid. Believe me, it's a point well taken. I mean, everybody's on the verge of a civil war. America, the Israelis, most of us are dissatisfied with half the other population. We're all ready to pull a Khmer Rouge and annihilate the other half. At any rate, it brings us back to our man the maggot. By the way, in the Celtic world, to be a maggot means like an attention-seeking fop or a dandy at a party. And his maggot channel. Subscribe to his maggot channel, as I said, and aside from that, John Warrington be the property manager of the maggot channel, youtube.com/c/maggotor, and he also be the Team Thrax, Dietrich's or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at douglasdietrich.com. Remember that were it no for he, on his own initiative, downloading most everything I produced and published on YouTube, nigh all videographic works of the internationally recognized renegade military historian would have been lost. So if financial aid no be prohibitive per budgetary constraints, and you must, well, I mean, don't, how do I say this? It would be nice if you could electronically relay some monetary assistance to John Warrington. If anyone deserves it other than myself, it would be he. You could relay it to him via tinyurl.com/mmagotmillions. That would be tinyurl.com/MMAGGOTMILLIONS. And if he gets enough money there, he'll change the name to Maggot Billions, which I'm rolling my eyes. You can't see that, but I'm rolling my eyes. Do remember, he is the bridge between the Akashic Records and the cyberspatial data matrix in which you encounter myself now, and therefore serves as kind of my creator. Without him, I wouldn't be here, or my legacy would be lost. It was scrubbed thrice, 3 times over. We recovered it each time because of him. And now, you too can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. Confer while there a footnote on my biosire, which will give you the meaning of my biological father's name, the name that made the man, as all names do. And, of course, that's on the homepage of showsdd.com, which is essentially the donations page. And while you're out and about, make certain to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, is alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, encourage all the others to electronically relay their contributions at douglasdietrich.com. People are forever asking, Renegadus Humanus Arma Ab Mesa Eruditio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have that new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Lin Suchin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered. Assassinated nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, or Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world was upon us, and magics could again be worked, in conjunction with Mother Earth, to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the intra-global crises analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich long ago established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. I almost couldn't get that out. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for fully assessed to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/Daniel.Arola.3 of Damage, or DAMAG, Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Cali Combatives. Optionally mail either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com, and the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Dax's Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena Shea herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, Dietrich's Our Dragons, heavyweight lifting, keeper of the spirits, and YouTube Bazaar HD, managing mixologist George Edward Knight. The YouTube channel Bazaar HD can be subscribed to at youtube.com/user/Bazaar HD, which itself be spelled BIZAREHD. And friend and follow George Knight at facebook.com/George.E.Knight. 7, where you can watch him disintegrate as he basically takes on ever more responsibilities. He, of course, being mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Failed Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions and are now being followed up with The 1,000-Year Reich in Exile, which you can find on the Bazaar HD channel, and that's subtitled The Failed Reich's Flugelrad and Hanabu Technology. Indeed, the last Dietrich is the son of Dietrich's or son of a dragon's Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Maliak, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support myself, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and or services to dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait, donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. To reemphasize, subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/C/Douglas Dietrich. Tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That's 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Wednesday and Sunday night. And click on that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams have started. Finally, above all else, above and beyond all else, most importantly, subscribe and donate at DouglasDietrich.com. Sponsors will be granted exclusive access to the online archives, including all video and MP3 recordings of Douglas Dietrich from 2011 through to the present. And when you're on DouglasDietrich.com, look for those 3 Aero Dreadnoughts, what the Americans referenced in World War II as the Flying Hamburgers. Click on that, and that's a portal to other images that we cannot put in our book, The Roswell Deception. Peter Moon and I can only take 2-color illustrations for front and back and a couple of black and white illustrations for the inside. You can only see the overwhelming amount of colorized images that will reveal unto you the unconventional aeroframes that helped Japan win the war on DouglasDietrich.com. So, The Sexton says, I can't believe you've been talking for 11 hours. Well, honey, I have. Mwah. Love you, baby. Wish you were with me by my side that whole time, eh? So, all right, honey, and everybody else. I know, sometimes I've gone for 12. Well, sometimes over 12, but I can't do that anymore because YouTube doesn't allow it. All right, blessed be thy day. I'm going to retreat into slumber, I can't even say it, through the sunlit hours. And hey, V. Sexton, I'll see you in my dreams. And aside from all that, best wishes to Zythantiops and our man George Edward Knight. And again, friend him on Facebook to watch him play the domestic, the house husband. He's pioneering that new role for mankind. And, okay. Best to Lelio. How do we pronounce that? Leslo? Lesloet? Look, I don't... Gotta help me here. One of these days, put a pronunciation in there for me. Lesloet Salim? That's my guess. Ronald Stroyny, Marcus Grix, Arietis of Rigor Mortis. Of course, our friend who had a sentence blocked out by Maria Mikhaila Grigorich, Mr. Dennis Marshall, and of course Dat Dude 873-210 says, "Hi Doug, sounding clear. Let not forget the medical industrial complex not acknowledging race when it comes to medication and treatment." Thank you so much, sir. That's very important. And Faustina Egoyan says, "My prayers for your son and his Barbara," talking to Derek Talley. Yes. Oh my God. Do bear that in mind. And Marcus Grick says he got, what is this? Rated for ordering weed seeds from overseas. Oh shit. Marijuana seeds from overseas. He got rated for that. Oh well, he apparently got out of it all right. And Arietis was telling him, ouch, and he said, yep, unlucky. All leads back to money. Yes. And so there we go with that. Again, best wishes to all. We're going to stop live streaming now. And do join us on Sunday night. All right. We should have Daniel Rolla with this thing. Fuck, that'll probably get a lot of you not to join, but I'm just kidding. All right. Take care.